Chapter 2202, Slaying the Traitors, Reviving the Human Race, Creating a Golden Age. Xuanhuan, stunned, was dragged back from the trial field by Han Fei. Han Fei said angrily, "Can't you stop for a few years? Taking a trial is so dangerous. Is that something you can do? What if your belly gets hurt?" Xuanhuan was lost for words. I'm a king. How can a mere trial hurt me? Besides, have you ever seen a king who could have a miscarriage with a few jumps? Han Fei said. Anyway, stop jumping around. Don't you want to cultivate a reincarnation body? Do it as soon as possible. It's easy for you to cultivate a reincarnation body with your current foundation. When your avatar becomes a king, your foundation will be restored. At that time, you will be a real child of a god. Xuanhuan said. I'm thinking about a question. Han Fei, Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan said, is the reincarnation body I cultivated still me? What if my reincarnation body doesn't want to return to me? After all, it took her so long to become a king. Once she becomes a king and fuses with me, she will be gone. Do you think she will agree? This statement shocked Han Fei. It seemed to make sense. The relationship between Tunga and Tang Yan was very complicated. Tang Yan had already become a king. Then when Tunga also became a king, would Tunga return? Who would Tunga be after he returned? Seeing that Han Fei was also deep in thought, Xuanhuan said, although as the original body I can forcibly recall it, it's clearly another person with different memory, personality, and feelings. I think this path is not right. Cultivating a reincarnation body can only make you survive. I think I should recultivate. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, recultivate? You've already become a king, Xuanhuan said. I've already become a king, so I know the power of a king. If I recultivate, my cultivation will be smooth all the way. Awesome. At this time, the old turtle also said, although it takes time to recultivate, I don't think time is valuable. It's just a nap time. If she can recultivate, it will definitely be better than cultivating a reincarnation body. Han Fei pondered. What Xuanhuan said made sense. He said, okay, when the things are over here and our son is born, I'll accompany you to recultivate. I happen to need time to continue to strengthen my cultivation in the sky-opening realm to prepare for going out of the raging sea. One day later, in the sky, Han Fei issued an order. All kings, listen up. In 3 days, gather in the 9-palace world with your venerables. The second expedition of the human race is about to begin. Buzz. On this day, the entire world was shocked. Someone was excited. The second expedition has begun. Does this mean that we can live in the inner domain in the future? I heard that the spiritual energy density in the inner domain is several times that of the outer domain, and the resources are 10 times that of the outer domain. That's a good place, someone said. It's hard to say now. The expedition hasn't started yet, but you already want to live in the inner domain? The man sneered. Since the human emperor has taken action, how can he fail? The human king has killed Beiluoshan from the Infinity World and Shipohuang from the 100 Demon Clan. This is an open secret now. Everyone sighed. Anyway, this is a good thing. The human emperor, Emperor Xuan, Emperor Yijian, the snail emperor, and the sword god. The human emperor has so many friends. With such powerful strength, how can we lose? We just need to wait for the human emperor to return. Someone echoed, that's right. We just need to wait for the human emperor to return. It's said that the human emperor is extremely efficient. We march for a month yet fight for a while. I think the inner domain is not far from us. While the people were discussing, the kings arrived and the venerables quickly returned. When Han Fei opened the sky, the kings and all the venerables were already prepared. They had thought that it would take at least 10 or 20 years for the human king to consolidate his strength. Who could have expected that he would come out of seclusion after only a year? A venerable sighed. As expected of the human emperor, he's too strong. He could kill sky openers even though he was only in the sea establishment realm. Now that he has just opened the sky, I don't know if his strength has stabilized yet, but he has already been determined to take down supreme clearness and infinity. His efficiency is too high. Someone echoed. In the last battle, in addition to the 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, I killed a venerable of the 100 Demon Clan and gained a lot. Someone sneered. A lot? On the surface, the resources and wealth of the 100 Demon Clan are 900 billion, but in fact, it's much more than that. So many venerables who didn't get any benefits. When I cleaned up the battlefield, I saw 5 or 6 sun moon shells. A venerable who had just become a venerable joined in. Seniors, do you think a new venerable like me can get the spoils of the war? The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Everyone can have a share. In fact, there's no need for us to take action. The ones who really need to take action are the human emperor and the kings. Once there's a winner in the Battle of the Strong, the result of the war is decided. We're mainly going to gather the heavenly palaces and help manage the situation after the victory. At that time, we will definitely get benefits. Han Fei didn't expect that the kings would all arrive after only 1 day. Except for some in special circumstances, such as in meditation or having an epiphany, all the venerables who could come had come. Last time he opened the sky, he only hurriedly met the kings and then went to cultivate in seclusion. He had no time to meet them one by one. Now, Han Fei found that Zhu Yinling was also there. Zhu Yinling seemed to be much more open-minded now. She said that she would meet Han Fei again in the future. Not now, but in the distant future. Therefore, Zhu Yinling was very calm now, even when she saw Xuanhuan standing beside Han Fei. Xuanhuan insisted on going to this battle partly because Zhu Yinling would go. Of course, there was only a small part of the reason why Xuanhuan wanted to go. If she went, there would definitely be strong masters from the Merman royal family watching the battle, and Xia Hongzhu might personally watch the battle. With the Merman royal family watching the battle, they would definitely win this battle. And the probability of the Merman royal family taking action was almost zero. This was because from the moment Xia Hongzhu woke up, their enemy was no longer the human race in the raging sea. The entire Merman royal family had accumulated strength with only one target, which was the An family in the Sea realm. Besides, Xuanhuan felt that Han Fei would definitely win this battle. Because Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator, it was impossible for He Daoyuan not to know it. Since he knew it, he wouldn't run. If he didn't run, there was no reason for him to win, because there were too few sky-opening realm powerhouses in supreme clearness and infinity. On Han Fei's side, he had already allied with the Sword God world. In fact, the Chaos world was also on Han Fei's side. Tai Yuan had secretly helped him. After this battle, Han Fei and Xuanhuan had to go back to the mermaid royal family. After all, they should tell Xia Hongzhu that Xuanhuan was pregnant. Because Han Fei had the support of the Beast King, he was very confident. No matter how strong Xia Hongzhu was, could she be stronger than a monarch? As far as Han Fei could see, whether it was the Snow Lady, Liang Yin, or Huang Jai, their strength seemed to have improved a lot. These people had all come out of the Imperial Palace alive and had more or less obtained some opportunities. As for the heavenly masters of the heavenly palaces like Xie Yu and Li Yingtian who had returned later because they were all masters of the heavenly palaces, their strength couldn't be much weaker. At this moment, when everyone looked at him, they no longer had the hesitation and suspicion they had when they first saw him. Hong Yue shouted, "We ask the human emperor to embark on an expedition in advance to reclaim the inner domain. Now, the army is unstoppable. It's time to march." As soon as Hong Yue shouted, all the venerables in the Mad Corpse world shouted, "We ask the human emperor to embark on an expedition to reclaim the inner domain and kill the traitors." With the Mad Corpse sky taking the lead, all the kings naturally cupped their fists. "We ask the human emperor to embark on an expedition." All the venerables shouted in unison, "We ask the human emperor to embark on an expedition." Han Fei looked at Han Xuan. "Uncle Xuan, I'm afraid you'll have to guard the outer domain this time." Han Xuan said, "Why don't you take me but take the Snail Emperor with you?" Han Fei said, "The Snail Emperor is too slow. You're much faster than him. This time is different from last time." Last time, Shipa Huang only sent 2 kings over. But this time, if He Daoyuan as an emperor attacks us humans, the consequences are not something we can bear. Therefore, there must be someone guarding the rear. Han Xuan nodded slightly. "Okay, with the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass in hand, if He Daoyuan really comes, I'll kill him for you. Ha ha ha." The uncle and nephew looked at each other and smiled. Han Xuan was telling the truth, and Han Fei knew that Han Xuan was telling the truth. Han Fei didn't think that He Daoyuan could beat him if he unleashed the 5th form of the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass with the strength of an emperor. Even his strongest outburst was only 6 times. The 5th form of the 1,000 demon disc could unleash 10 times the combat power. Once it erupted, the result could be imagined. Han Fei jumped to the top of the high tower of the 9 palace world and shouted, "Okay, reclaiming the inner domain and unifying the human race is the wish of the people. The human race should be unified and share the endless resources of the inner domain. Kill the traitors, revive the human race, create a golden age, and dominate the raging sea. Rora. On this trip, kill the traitors, revive the human race, and create a golden age. On this trip, kill the traitors, revive the human race, and create a golden age." Chapter 2003, Situation in the Inner Domain. The news of the human army's second expedition spread to the inner domain a few days later. As soon as the outer domain fleet passed through the Sea of Mist, they saw several large ships waiting here. They were all acquaintances. Zhao Shanglong and Lu Li personally came to pick Han Fei up. Zhao Shanglong couldn't help but sigh. It was said that Han Fei had already opened the sky. This guy's cultivation talent was really monstrous. Zhao Shanglong and Lu Li said, "Greetings, human emperor." "Greetings, senior snail emperor." Even if they had never seen the snail emperor, it was not difficult to tell. When Han Fei saw Zhao Shanglong, he couldn't help but say, "It seems that Brother Zhao has been doing well recently." Zhao Shanglong smiled. "Fortunately, I got a heart-calming spell from the Supreme Mystic World. If I cultivate it every day, I should be able to fully recover in 1,000 years. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to open the sky." Han Fei nodded slightly. Zhao Shanglong's obsession was too great. Almost the entire dragon, subduing world collapsed because of him. If he couldn't pass this level, it was impossible for him to open the sky. Han Fei then looked at Lu Eli and sighed slightly. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't do anything about Chu Yuming's death in the Monarch Palace." Lueli cupped her hands. Human Emperor, you don't have to blame yourself. The Monarch Palace is extremely dangerous in the first place. How can a king be an exception? Besides, I heard that the Human Emperor saved her several times. She can only blame herself for being unlucky. Okay, long story short, what's the situation in the inner domain now? Zhao Xianglong said. Let's go, let's talk while walking. After a while, the army continued to move forward. According to Zhao Xianglong and Liuli, the situation in the inner domain was far more subtle than he had imagined. It was said that He Daoyuan seemed to know that a disaster was coming, so he took the risk. It was said that he had entered the demonic Dao. Besides, he forcibly grabbed some of the heavenly palaces in his hands. Supreme Clearness and Infinity forcibly took Golden Crow, Dreamweaving, and Medicine King. After all, the unification and victory of the outer domain had made the heavenly palaces in the inner domain realize the situation. After Bei Luochen died, a real Wang Yijian suddenly appeared and killed an emperor with one slash. Except for Supreme Clearness, Infinity, and Chaos, who in the inner domain could resist him, the Chaos world had long been sealed. Supreme Clearness and Infinity and the 100 Demon Clan joined forces, but the 100 Demon Clan had been wiped out. There was nothing they could do now. If it weren't for He Daoyuan's quick action to forcibly subdue Golden Crow, Dreamweaving, and Medicine King, it was certain that these three worlds would have betrayed him. Even Hui Bulei of the Golden Crow world wouldn't want to be enemies with Han Fei anymore under such circumstances, but would think about how to surrender to Han Fei like Hong Ye. Unfortunately, the conditions didn't allow it. Not long after Zhao Xianglong returned, he had secretly contacted the 4 palaces of the Sword God and escaped the control of Supreme Clearness and Infinity, but the other 4 heavenly palaces weren't so lucky. Before Supreme Clearness and Infinity was defeated, they never expected that they would be defeated. Luli said, now Taiyuan sealed the Chaos world. Although the Sword God and Wang Yijian are strong, it's not that simple to kill an emperor with one slash. Wang Yijian could kill the king with one slash because his sword hasn't been drawn for too long. Yun Tianhe is a hidden sky-opening realm powerhouse. If Yun Tianhe and Xuan Qingzi join forces, they can resist Wang Yijian for a while. Even if these 2 people are no match for Wang Yijian, Senior Sword God might not be a match for He Daoyuan, therefore we don't dare to act rashly. Oh? Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Senior Sword God is no match for He Daoyuan? Has He Daoyuan become so strong after he entered the demonic Dao? Zhao Xianglong said in a low voice. Although I don't know the exact situation, He Daoyuan's situation is most likely the same as mine back then. They must have opened some extremely dangerous things. Although there weren't dragons descending like in the dragon-subduing world, He Daoyuan must have communicated with a certain existence in a similar way and entered the demonic Dao. His strength has at least increased by 70 or 80%. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of Wang Yijian, He Daoyuan might have dared to attack. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Did the Beast King know that? However, if it was just communicating with the outside world through sacrifices, the Beast King might not know it. It was just like how the soul-sealing world had always been in contact with the An family and practiced the god-descending art. If He Daoyuan's strength doubled, he couldn't be underestimated. This guy was not an ordinary sky-opening realm cultivator, but the former leader of the 36 mystic worlds, who was even stronger than Bei Luochen. Han Fei asked, is there no way to contact Dreamweaving and Medicine King now? Luli said. Just like the outer domain, Supreme Clearness and Infinity, plus these 3 heavenly palaces, have already gathered together. There are billions of humans there. If we attack now, I'm afraid the innocent will be implicated. Zhao Xianglong said. If we forcibly fight him, He Daoyuan might do something out of line. We can't ignore the lives of billions of humans just to kill him. Han Fei nodded slightly. This was a little tricky. If they fought openly, so what if He Daoyuan's strength doubled? Could he break the shell of the Snail Emperor by doubling his strength? However, if He Daoyuan was threatening him with these billions of creatures, should he fight or not? Han Fei was silent for a while and then said, in any case, let's see He Daoyuan first. 3 days passed. The Sword God, Wang Yijian, Han Fei, the Snail Emperor, and Kong Shen were all gathered in the Supreme Mystic World. The Sword God said, since you walk the great Tao of the Human Emperor, you can't give up on the billions of humans in the 5 heavenly palaces. Otherwise, even if your path is not broken, I'm afraid you won't be able to continue. Han Fei nodded. I know what He Daoyuan wants. He just wants a chance to fight me one-on-one. Why do you say that? Even Wang Yijian couldn't help asking. Han Fei's lips curled slightly. Even if he wants to use these billions of humans to shake my Dao heart, it will only happen when he's face to face with me. Otherwise, if he slaughters them in advance, I won't be able to stop him, which will not affect my great Dao of the Human Emperor. He Daoyuan understands this, so he will definitely meet me. Perhaps he still hopes to kill me and get the vast ocean navigator. The Sword God asked, why doesn't he slaughter the billions of people in the heavenly palaces first, cut off your path of Human Emperor, and then fight you? Han Fei said, unless he doesn't want to live? If he doesn't want to live, why does he want to enter the demonic path? Once billions of humans die with us here, how can he survive? If he wants to fight me, I'll satisfy him. The Snail Emperor, a life and death battle with you? He will definitely try to take you to the territory he set up. There were only 3 sky openers left in supreme clearness and infinity. If he Daoyuan wanted to fight Han Fei one-on-one, he would definitely find a place where other sky openers couldn't interfere. All Han Fei could think of was that either he Daoyuan had already prepared a place to fight, or he had entered the time gap with him. Of course, his purpose was just to fight him alone. Han Fei couldn't help sneering. I wasn't afraid of him when I was in the Sea Establishment realm. Now that I've entered the sky-opening realm and my great Dao has been separated, no matter how strong he Daoyuan is, it's impossible for him to kill me unless this old guy has already reached the longevity realm. However, if he had really reached the longevity realm, the noise would be so loud that it was impossible for no one in the Raging Sea to know. Even if no one here knew, it was impossible for the Beast King not to know. Therefore, he could fight this battle. Han Fei said, "Seniors, xuanhuan is not strong enough. I don't know Yun Chenhe, but no matter how strong he is, he shouldn't be stronger than Bei Luochen. If I take He Daoyuan away, you'll have to solve the rest." Wang Yijian said, "Xuanhuan just needs 1 slash. All the emperors were speechless. Only a great sword cultivator like him could say that. No one doubted his words. The old snail said, "If He Daoyuan is taken away, I can control the void to stop the 2 remaining sky openers." Although the old snail was slow, even Han Fei had no chance of winning if he really fought him. As he said, if it weren't for the Raging Sea limiting his performance, he would at least be at the level of the Martial King or Xia Hongzhu. Han Fei had always been decisive. He said, "Then so be it. I don't want any of the sea establishers of supreme clearness and infinity. Just kill them all. If we win this battle, the venerables will have to be screened one by one. The unification of the human race is now." Han Fei had made up his mind, and the others didn't object. They recognized Han Fei's strength, and Han Fei's mastery of the great Tao of time and the heaven enlightenment divine technique was no weaker than the former human king. The former human king could compete with Xia Hongzhu when she was at her peak. Now, even if Han Fei had just opened the sky, even if he couldn't beat He Daoyuan who had already entered the demonic Tao, it was impossible for him to die. The great Tao of heaven enlightenment known as the immortal Tao was not a joke. Half a day later, Han Fei shouted, "All soldiers, attack the Supreme Clearness World." Chapter 2004, Die Together? Medicine King World. Granny Chu stared at the great medicine in the pill furnace with a solemn expression. Not only Granny Chu, Xia Jimeng, Huo Buli, and the others also didn't expect Han Fei to grow so fast. Sky opening was so difficult, but Han Fei did it so easily. Was he the chosen one? Now, they were coerced by He Daoyuan and had to take action. However, no matter what the results of the fight between He Daoyuan and Han Fei were, they would probably be sacrificed. At this moment, Granny Chu let out a long sigh. It was better to die alone than to be buried with the entire Medicine King world. Buzz! When the last great medicine was put into the furnace, Granny Chu directly spat out her essence blood and fused it into the furnace. This mouthful of essence blood directly consumed 10,000 years of Granny Chu's lifespan. Her hair turned white at a visible speed, and wrinkles appeared on her face. Granny Chu was one of the earliest to become a king. Now that she had consumed 10,000 years of lifespan, her lifespan was almost up, and she didn't have many years left to live. At that moment, the pill tribulations gathered. A moment later, ATL pill tribulations descended in a row, and a small blood-colored pill appeared in the sky. Buzz! At this moment, He Daoyuan, in a black robe, appeared above the Medicine King world. He Daoyuan praised her, as expected of Elder Chu. A level 8 divine pill is hard to come by. If I have this pill, I'll be even more confident in this battle. Granny Chu's breathing was weak. She panted and said, "If Han Fei hadn't snatched the supreme purple smoke furnace, this pill might have reached level 9. Cough, cough, I can't fight, but that's all I can do. I hope you can win." He Daoyuan reached out and grabbed the pill. "Elder Chu, don't worry. We don't know who will win until the end." With that, He Daoyuan left. He didn't care if Granny Chu lived or died, because the last value of the Medicine King world was gone, outside the Supreme Clearness world. Han Fei's army had arrived, and Han Fei's voice echoed, "He Daoyuan, come out and die." This sound was like thunder, exploding in the 5 heavenly palaces. Countless humans here were horrified. Someone said, Han Fei is really evil and ambitious. How can he be called the human emperor? Bah, the human emperor my ass. Is this how the human emperor does things? Someone sighed. Once the sky-opening realm battle starts, it will inevitably affect us. Then how can we survive? Someone sighed and seemed to have given up hope. To the strong, we are all ants. Now, our heavenly palaces have been sealed for 100 years. We can only enter and not leave. Our emperor is not giving us a chance to survive. Bah, none of them are good. None of the strong are good. Someone cursed He Daoyuan and Han Fei. Such a voice had appeared for a long time. It had appeared as early as when He Daoyuan forcibly sealed the 5 heavenly palaces. Someone said that He Daoyuan was clearly going to take them to die with him. Some people hesitated, feeling maybe Han Fei was the right choice. He, Dao Yuan, wanted to threaten Han Fei with the lives of the billions of human beings in the 5 heavenly palaces. When there were more voices, the people would naturally have a judgment. Now, Han Fei had really come. In their eyes, Han Fei didn't take their lives seriously at all. How could he be called the human emperor? In the supreme clearness world, he, Dao Yuan, was sitting in the heavenly palace. Xuanhuan and Yun Tianhe stood on both sides, and He Dao Yuan said indifferently, "If anything happens to me, you won't be able to escape death. Therefore, if this really happens, you don't have to hold back. Just burn the 5 heavenly palaces. Even if we die, we must destroy Han Fei's great Tao of the human emperor." Xuanhuan smiled. "At this point, we can only fight to the death." Yun Tianhe said, "If we have to die, so what even if the entire world is flooded? Let's do it." At this moment, Han Fei was standing 1,000,000 kilometers away from the supreme clearness world. In the rear, Xuanhuan and the others were watching. In the face of such a battle, kings couldn't do much. Xuanhuan said, "Senior Sword God, Senior Snail Emperor, why did you let him take the risk alone?" The Sword God replied, "If not, he Dao Yuan wouldn't have fought." Luo Xiaobai took Xuanhuan's hand. "You know him. You know how terrifying the heavenly tribulation is when he opens the sky. This battle is the final battle of the raging sea. If Han Fei doesn't go, he Dao Yuan and the others will probably threaten him with the billions of human beings in the 5 worlds. Then he'll still have to go, but at that time he will be in a passive position. Now we can only believe him." Zhang Xuanyu held his spear. "He can always bring us surprises. He's the only one in the entire raging sea who has reached the sky-opening realm within only 200 years. It's easy for him to kill He Dao Yuan." Although Zhang Xuanyu said so, his palms were sweating. After all, He Dao Yuan was the former leader of the human race. Such a strong master had opened the sky tens of thousands of years ago, but Han Fei had just opened the sky. Lu Renquang said, "Don't worry, he ate the dumplings I made. This battle will definitely go smoothly." At this moment, with a swish, He Dao Yuan, black-robed, appeared above the supreme clearness world arrogantly. "Han Fei, you brat, I didn't go to you, but you came to me first. Since you want to fight, do you dare to fight me fair and square?" Han Fei shouted. "Why not? There should be a decisive battle between you and me." He Dao Yuan snorted. "In that case, come here." He Dao Yuan extended his hand, and a teleportation array that had been prepared appeared. On Han Fei's side, when the kings saw that He Dao Yuan was going to fight Han Fei one-on-one, their hearts skipped a beat. Under such circumstances, the emperors should fight together. He Dao Yuan said, "You are also a master of arrays. You should be able to understand this array." Xuanhuan and the others' hearts sank. How could this do? Who knew what was in the teleportation array? However, just as they were about to speak, Han Fei sneered. "Since you want a fair battle, call Xuanhuan and Yun Tianhe out. If we don't see them, how can we talk about fairness? On my side, all the emperors are here. I'm not hiding anything." He, Dao Yuan, nodded slightly. "Okay, then let Tai Yuan come out too. Don't tell me he's not here." Last time, during the expedition against the 100 demons, Tai Yuan protected the human beings in the rear. Perhaps Tai Yuan wouldn't participate in their battles, but he wouldn't sit idle and watch the billions of human beings killed. He Dao Yuan had the intention to destroy the 5 heavenly palaces. He knew it was impossible for Tai Yuan not to guess it. Han Fei didn't care. Since Tai Yuan helped him once, he couldn't hide him anymore. Han Fei said, "Senior Tai Yuan." Before Tai Yuan appeared, his voice came from the void. "I only protect the people. I don't want to participate in the battle between you." He Dao Yuan sneered. "As an emperor, there are some things that you can't avoid." After He Dao Yuan finished speaking, Xuanhuan and Yun Tianhe appeared in the distance and revealed their true bodies. Han Fei looked at the teleportation array, thinking that with the great Tao of time he had mastered, he could even reverse time at the last moment when he came out of the teleportation array. He believed that He Dao Yuan must have a trump card. However, he also had a trump card. Therefore, Han Fei looked back at Xuanhuan and the others. "Don't worry." At this moment, He Dao Yuan said, "Since I'm giving you a chance to fight me, shouldn't you show some sincerity and show me the vast ocean navigator? If you win, the inner domain is yours. If I win, the inner domain is still yours. I only want Xuanhuan and Yun Tianhe. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death." Han Fei sneered. "You're already thinking about my vast ocean navigator before the battle? If you want to see it, I'll show it to you." With that, Han Fei extended his hand, and the vast ocean navigator appeared. He, Dao Yuan, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. "You should know that before the fight ends, the Sword God and the others can't attack. Otherwise, although you can kill Xuanhuan and Yun Tianhe, your path will definitely be broken. Even the kings you brought with you will have their Tao hearts blocked." Han Fei replied, "It seems that you've really entered the demonic Tao. You actually threaten me with the billions of people in the 5 heavenly palaces. How are you worthy of commanding the 36 mystic worlds?" He Dao Yuan asked. "Do you think you're any better?" Han Fei snorted and then glanced at the Snail Emperor and the others. "Wait for me to return and take over the inner domain." He, Dao Yuan, and Han Fei entered the teleportation array one after another. The moment the two of them entered, the teleportation array collapsed, giving others no chance to react. Xuanhuan couldn't help looking into the void, and her meaning was very clear that she wanted Xia Hongju and the others to pay attention. This was because they didn't expect that Han Fei would choose to fight He Daoyuan alone. In fact, as soon as Han Fei and He Daoyuan entered the void, beyond the expectations of Luo Xiaobai and the others, the moment Han Fei and He Daoyuan left, the Sword God, Wang Yijian, Kong Shen, the Snail Emperor, and even Tai Yuan all attacked. Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. What was going on? The fight between Han Fei and He Daoyuan hadn't been over yet. If they attacked now, wouldn't the enemies be forced to die together? Even Xuan Qingzi and Yun Tianhe were stunned. Although they were prepared to destroy the 5 heavenly palaces, that wasn't the time. Han Fei and He Daoyuan had just left. It was impossible for these emperors not to know the unspoken rules of fighting. If they attacked now, they would be forced to detonate the 5 heavenly palaces right away. Xuan Qingzi's face changed drastically. How dare you? Do you want to ignore the lives of billions of human beings? Do you not care about your Dao heart and Han Fei's human emperor path? Yun Tianhe and Xuan Qingzi looked at each other and thought to themselves, not good. These people don't play by the rules. The two of them made up their minds at the same time, and the 5 heavenly palaces trembled as if an N-level earthquake had erupted at the same time and would collapse in the next second. Besides, the surrounding void showed signs of collapse. Yun Tianhe cursed, since we're going to die, let's die together. However, at this moment, the 5 heavenly palaces were sealed by a mysterious power at the same time, and the so-called mutual destruction plan was instantly thwarted. The Sword God and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Kille, Chapter 2 Done 5 Fight 2, Sky Openers Alone. When Han Fei entered the teleportation array, he didn't find any danger. This was an ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Although Han Fei didn't know the destination, he could reverse time in the teleportation array at any time, even forcibly break the array and get out. A moment later, what Han Fei was worried about happened. There was a problem with the teleportation array. This was He Daoyuan's scheme, which was to let him jump into his trap. However, this was actually Han Fei's plan. As long as He Daoyuan was lured away, he would never be able to return. This meant that the moment he entered the teleportation array, this expedition had already succeeded. Now, as Han Fei said, this was the final battle. Either He Dao or He Daoyuan died. Han Fei believed that it was impossible for him to die, so He Daoyuan must die. At this moment, the latter half of the teleportation array was enveloped by a deathly aura. Han Fei had seen this death aura before. It was clearly in the Death Valley that led to the Immortal Temple on the Forbidden Island. Han Fei was horrified. If he really went to the Immortal Temple, he really couldn't do anything to He Daoyuan. If the enemy was just He Daoyuan himself, it would be fine. But if the enemy was the Immortal Temple, he would have to ask his eldest senior brother for help. Besides, Han Fei never expected that He Daoyuan's trump card was the Immortal Temple. It was said that the Immortal Temple was everywhere. So, in the Raging Sea, there was also their disciple, Buzz. When a blue halo circulated, Han Fei activated the Great Tao of Time the moment he sensed the death energy. At the same time, he slashed out and broke through the endless void. Buzz. The void storm instantly filled the entire teleportation array. The teleportation array collapsed, and the two of them didn't dare to enter the endless void. They could only barge into the void storm at the same time, forcibly break the teleportation array, and fall out. However, a figure fell out with them. Han Fei's heart did a flip. There was another sky opener? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Was this person from the Immortal Temple? Fortunately, his reaction speed was fast. Otherwise, if he really went to the end of the teleportation array, wouldn't he be immediately besieged? This was a sea area that no one knew where it was. After the 3 of them fell out, Han Fei said, He Daoyuan, is this your last resort? Do you think you can kill me with one more undead sky opener? He Daoyuan sneered, We can try. Under Han Fei's feet, within 10,000 kilometers, death energy was surging. He Daoyuan held a sword, which was called the Sky-Opening 3-foot Sword, but it was only an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. It was still incomparable to Han Fei's treasure. What was terrifying was He Daoyuan's strength. Since this person could become the master of the Supreme Clearness world, he was naturally the strongest of the human race in the past. He Daoyuan slashed out, and Han Fei sensed great Dao runes gathering on this sword. At the moment He Daoyuan attacked, the undead attacked at the same time. Han Fei immediately activated his Great Dao and increased his combat power by 5 times. With his current golden jade bone, he could completely handle it. Switched to Han Fei used all Great Daos in one sword in his left hand and the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique in his right. Clank a bang, a terrifying explosion caused the seawater within a radius of 10,000 kilometers to rise to the sky and an infinite sword chi erupt here. It was just a tentative blow, and neither side was willing to be outdone. He Daoyuan didn't expect Han Fei's current strength to be so terrifying. He could fight 2 sky openers alone with ease? The power that Han Fei erupted with had reached a terrifying 6 million waves. Of course, pure strength couldn't measure the combat power of the strong. However, Han Fei found that the power of the undead He Dao Yuan seemed to be above 1.5 million and almost 1.8 million. After all, they were not body cultivators, so Han Fei felt that this number was normal. Han Fei shouted, He Dao Yuan, don't you know that the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique is the nemesis of the undead? Nemesis? Humph, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique consumes your lifespan, right? Even if you've opened the sky and had a lifespan of 1,000,000, if you want to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to purify an undead who has opened the sky, try it. At this moment, He Dao Yuan opened his mouth and swallowed a large amount of undead energy. His eyes were pitch black and his body was surging with death energy. He Dao Yuan's strength was rapidly soaring. Han Fei was not in a hurry. Instead, he stopped and let He Dao Yuan do whatever he wanted. He said casually, Since I entered the sky-opening realm, I haven't had a decent battle. Today, I'll see how strong you can become. Roar! He Dao Yuan's voice seemed to turn into the roar of a beast, and half of his body turned into an octopus. Han Fei thought to himself, this guy does seem to be crazy. He even sacrificed his spiritual beast. For a moment, the sword shadows stabbed out by He Dao Yuan's 8 tentacles surrounded the sky-opening 3-foot sword, forming 9 sword shadows that struck horizontally. The Dao runes were mixed with an unknown death aura. Han Fei waved his hand, and an immortal fiend saber of the sky-opening realm slashed out. With continuous explosions, the 8 sword shadows all collapsed, so did the void. However, the last sword formed a spiral and made cracking sounds with the remaining power of the immortal fiend saber. Han Fei's face changed slightly. He Dao Yuan's strength was several times stronger. At this moment, his strength had reached nearly 3.8 million waves. As soon as this sword was unleashed, the area within 30,000 kilometers collapsed. Han Fei's immortal fiend saber was actually obliterated, but Han Fei was not in a hurry. He clenched his fist and shattered the sword with strength. While Han Fei and He Dao Yuan were fighting, the undead turned into a huge black shadow and pointed at Han Fei like a ferocious demon, immortal divine sword. At this moment, He Dao Yuan was erupting, and a sword light burst out of his dark eyes. This sword carried the Dao runes of death. Wherever it passed, the seawater decayed and the void corroded. This was a great Dao technique that couldn't be resisted by strength alone. Han Fei waved his left hand, turned time into a knife, and retreated horizontally. The knife and the sword collided. Seeing that his time was about to decay, Han Fei issued an order in his heart to attach the power of time circulation to the time blade. On the other side, Han Fei's body was shining with holy light. He rose to the sky and threw out the sacrificing punch, which was full of healing brilliance. Rumble, rumble, bang, cough, cough, cough. Han Fei was forced back by the joint blow of the two of them, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Han Fei's explosive power was too strong. He shattered He Dao Yuan's immortal divine sword on the left and shattered the half of the gigantic demonic body on the right. He Dao Yuan said, Time is not invincible. Take another blow from me. He Dao Yuan and the undead creature extended their hands, and the death energy was interlinked. Endless darkness appeared in the void and covered Han Fei. With a thought, Han Fei held the time blade in his left hand and punched with his right hand. However, when he touched the darkness, he was sucked in. A black hole of death? Han Fei made up a name for this attack. It could absorb light and even time, which was similar to the endless void. If he was covered by the power of death, even if he didn't die, he would probably have to spend tens of thousands of years of his lifespan to activate the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to resist this attack. Besides, Han Fei discovered a problem. He shouted, Is this undead your avatar? He Dao Yuan sneered. You only realized it now? If I tell you that he is also the leader of the undead pirates of the top 10 pirate groups, what do you think? Han Fei nodded as he retreated. That makes sense. The undead pirates ranked first in the top 10 pirate groups in the Raging Sea. If they only had a king, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been enough. They would have been destroyed long ago. However, Han Fei smiled and said, Why, do you have any other trump cards? May I show you my trump card? He Dao Yuan's face changed slightly. Although Han Fei's strength was terrifying, he was sure that Han Fei had used a secret method. Han Fei's only strength was that he had walked the great Dao of time, and his plan was to cut off time the moment Han Fei reversed time, activated the great Dao of time, and returned to his peak state. However, what trump card was Han Fei going to show now? Was there someone hidden in his origin sea? But in the next moment, Han Fei flipped his hand and a mirror appeared. When the mirror shone, He Dao Yuan's avatar disappeared and appeared in the mirror, and the black hole of death that was created by He Dao Yuan and his undead avatar immediately collapsed. Han Fei grinned. Watch carefully. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. In the sky, holy light descended and fell into the mirror. He Dao Yuan's avatar, who had just been sucked into the Mirror of Infinity, had no time to study how to break the Mirror of Infinity when he saw that all the mirrors he could see were erupting with holy light. Han Fei sneered in his heart. When he entered the Mirror of Infinity back then, it took him so long to find a way to leave. How could He Dao Yuan's avatar kill his way out in the blink of an eye? Even if a low-quality godly weapon could be destroyed, it could kill his undead clone. Besides, Han Fei didn't give him a chance at all. You think I can't kill him with the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique? In the Mirror of Infinity, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique could be copied countless times. I don't believe this undead could survive it. Sure enough, when the Mirror of Infinity was filled with divine brilliance, He Daoyuan's undead avatar spewed out a large amount of black fog, which was melted by the holy light as soon as it came out. In an instant, He Daoyuan's undead avatar began to melt. Chapter 2006, Death of He Daoyuan. He Daoyuan was horrified. The undead avatar was his greatest trump card. The two were telepathically connected, so the battle wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, although Han Fei was strong under the attacks of two sky openers, even if Han Fei's strength was unparalleled and his combat power was terrifying, he couldn't resist it easily. However, who could have known that Han Fei would just casually take out a mirror and collect his undead avatar in the blink of an eye? Besides, he could clearly feel the danger of death of the undead avatar. How could He Daoyuan ignore it? He grabbed again, and the Supreme Clearness World's ancient heavenly sword appeared. The ancient sword that seemed to have absorbed a lot of power erupted with blazing sword light. Ha! He Daoyuan even dropped a drop of green water on the sword. When this thing fused with the sword light, Han Fei clearly felt that the sword light shone even more brilliantly, and he felt a sense of crisis. Han Fei was determined to destroy He Daoyuan's undead avatar in one fell swoop, so he didn't retreat at all. He launched an immortal fiend saber and carried the phoenix feather violent saber in his hand. Immortal chi was crazily injected, and the sea within 10,000 kilometers began to burn. Clang. Boom. The immortal fiend saber endured for 3 seconds and collapsed. Han Fei was shocked. The power of his immortal fiend saber was no longer the same as before. What was that drop of green liquid? How could it make the ancient sword so powerful? However, even so, Han Fei still didn't retreat. The moment he drew the phoenix feather violent saber, the vast sea seemed to become his domain. Clang. With another crisp sound, Han Fei was pushed back 3,000 kilometers by the sword, and half of his body was numb. However, he kept grinning. Even if He Daoyuan's means were not weak, he had a lot of godly weapons. If it weren't for the fact that the ultimate blade had already exploded, this would be a good time to stab He Daoyuan. But without the ultimate blade, Han Fei still had the infinity water. At this moment, the infinity water burst out, turned into a knife, and slashed at He Daoyuan. Puffa Han Fei slightly spurted, but then he sucked it back. He was actually stronger than He Daoyuan if he didn't have that strange drop of liquid. However, even so, he still blocked He Daoyuan's sword. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. He Daoyuan, is this your trump card? However, your undead avatar should die soon. Explode. He Daoyuan was also well-versed in combat. What mattered in combat was momentum and determination, as well as an opportunity to erupt. Han Fei didn't expect him to blow up the ancient sword. Good lord, he was right in front of him. The sudden explosion shook his internal organs and made his blood flow backward. Puffa Han Fei vomited another mouthful of blood. The explosion of this sword caused the void to collapse, and the void storm swept over him. Fortunately, his flesh and blood were too strong, and his golden jade bones were even more powerful. Although he felt a little exhausted, fortunately, the sky-hanging ancient sword was not a godly weapon. He could still withstand it. Although there were hundreds of wounds on the surface of his body, they were all minor injuries. Han Fei realized that his outburst was about to end. He had to reverse time. However, in the Mirror of Infinity, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique hadn't completely annihilated He Daoyuan's avatar. Therefore, Han Fei took advantage of the moment of the explosion to cast the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique on the Mirror of Infinity again. After all, He Daoyuan's avatar was an undead creature. It was indeed possible for him to block the attack of the Mirror of Infinity once, but the chance of blocking it a second time was very slim. Explode. He Daoyuan roared again. Han Fei thought that He Daoyuan was going to attack again, but with a crack, 3 cracks appeared on the Mirror of Infinity. Rumble. In the sky, a huge blood-colored crack appeared, like a blood-colored abyss. The sky was bleeding. This was the sign of an emperor's death. Han Fei was shocked. You even detonated your avatar? Han Fei took a breath. This guy was fucking ruthless. He had detonated an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure that was almost comparable to a godly weapon, and now he even detonated his avatar. Even if it was an avatar, it was still in the sky-opening realm. The Mirror of Infinity was only a low-quality godly weapon after all. It was already good enough that it didn't explode on the spot, being impacted by the self-destruction of an emperor. In the Supreme Clearness World, there were also fierce battles here. The old snail protected the 5 heavenly palaces by force, and Taiyuan took down Huo Buli, who tried to cause trouble. Sha Jimeng and Granny Chu didn't resist. At this moment, they didn't have to resist because it was meaningless. As for the sword god, Wang Yijian and Kong Shen, they charged at Xuan Qingzi and Yun Tianhe. At this moment, a blood-colored crack appeared in the sky. It was clearly the sign of an emperor's death. Xiao Xiaoshan said immediately, "It's not Han Fei, huff. Instantly, Luo Xiaobai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Son of a Bi-Chi-Che, is Feifei's combat efficiency so high now? How long has it been?" "He Dao Yuan has been killed so easily?" Le Renkuang said. "He killed an emperor in the Sea Establishment realm. It's not surprising that he can kill an emperor so quickly." Even Wang Yijian couldn't help being surprised. Han Fei's killing speed was even faster than his. He had already ended the battle when his sword was still brewing. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "He Dao Yuan is dead. The 5 heavenly palaces, surrender quickly." While Luo Xiaobai and the others were relieved, they didn't know that Han Fei had only killed He Dao Yuan's avatar. On Han Fei's side of the battlefield, as he issued an order in his heart, a time barrier appeared. He collected the Mirror of Infinity, took a deep breath, and entered time. No matter how strong Han Fei was, in terms of basic combat power, he was still weaker than He Dao Yuan. The gap of tens of thousands of years couldn't be made up so quickly. It was already not bad that he could kill He Dao Yuan's avatar in just 20 seconds and force him to blow up the sky-hanging ancient sword. However, when he reversed time, Han Fei saw He Dao Yuan forcibly transcending time. He shouted, "This is the time I've been waiting for. This is the time when you are the weakest. Let's see how you can take another blow from me." In the sky-opening realm, one could observe the River of Time. Besides, Han Fei didn't really step into the River of Time, but carried out a short time reversal, so it was easier to be noticed. This time, He Dao Yuan dropped 2 drops of green water in a row. With the sky-opening 3-foot sword as the carrier, he cut into time, intending to kill Han Fei by force. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had to unleash an immortal fiend saber in the River of Time again. Boom, boom. At this moment, the time arcane technique was activated, but it was only 2 immortal fiend sabers. Just now, when he was at the peak of his strength, he was still knocked back 3,000 kilometers by a single slash, and his immortal fiend saber was broken in only 3 seconds. Now, this blow was clearly not enough. However, Han Fei didn't panic. There was enough time power in the River of Time. Han Fei drew out a section of time with the draw technique, turned it into a knife, and barely blocked the sword. Then, he immediately reversed the time at the moment He Dao Yuan attacked, but the sky-opening 3-foot sword that had 2 drops of green liquid was only blocked for a second before it continued to attack. Fortunately, Han Fei had already broken through time, and most of his body had already drilled out of the River of Time. Clang! Han Fei was hit by the sky-opening 3-foot sword. The moment he jumped out of time, he began to cough blood. However, fortunately, his reaction speed was fast enough. Once he walked out of time, he could return to his peak combat power. This time, unfortunately, because He Dao Yuan's attack was too fast, he could only return to 10 seconds ago. Coming out with Han Fei was the sky-opening 3-foot sword. However, with a thought from Han Fei, a green wine gourd appeared in front of him. Clank-ba-bang, Han Fei was pushed back 10,000 kilometers by this weird great Dao. Just now, when he was hit by the sky-opening 3-foot sword, he felt a weird power in his body trying to absorb his power. He had to block it with immortal chi, and use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique at the same time. When the healing divine light fell on him, Han Fei felt that the power was purified. Han Fei had 10 seconds at this moment. He sneered. "He, Dao Yuan, it seems that you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. How much more of this green water drop do you have? As long as you have more than 100 drops, I'll let you go today. If not, prepare to die." He Dao Yuan's heart sank. The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was as powerful as ever. How could he have so many such treasures? When he opened the sky, he had used 1 drop, and just now, he used 3. How could he stop Han Fei with the last drop? Han Fei had too many godly weapons, which was really annoying. Dharma Idol World. Invincible Eye. With only 10 seconds left, Han Fei had to use all his strength. At least, he couldn't give He Dao Yuan another chance to sneak attack his Origin Sea. His strength doubled and increased by another 30% because of his Dharma Idol. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his strength had reached an unparalleled level. In the sky, a divine chain of order appeared out of nowhere, trying to lock Han Fei up. Fuck! What's going on? Anyway, Han Fei didn't have the time to mobilize immortal fiend sabers. He could only point his 2 fingers and launch all great Daos in 1 sword, then immediately remove his Dharma Idol. The moment his Dharma Idol disappeared, the divine chain of order in the sky didn't disappear, but it didn't continue to attack. Han Fei couldn't help but remember what the old snail said. Once he dared to use his full strength, the heavenly Dao here would dare to attack him. It turned out that it was true. He might not be killed by He Dao Yuan, but he might be killed by the heavenly Dao here. Then it wouldn't be worth it. However, he had already used all great Daos in 1 sword. He could only continue to fight He Dao Yuan. He shouted, "Han Fei, if I die today, you won't be able to live either." Origin as 1, sword 1. At that moment, He Dao Yuan took out a level 8 divine pill and swallowed it. Then, the medicinal power was released in the blink of an eye. His body disintegrated, his spiritual beast disintegrated, and the sky-opening 3-foot sword shattered, fusing into his great Dao. Clank when He Dao Yuan's life. Risking Sword collided with all Great Daos in one sword. It lasted for more than 10 seconds. Han Fei used this time to quickly reverse time and return to his peak. The moment he reversed time and came out, he launched another Immortal Fiend Saber. At the same time, he slashed out with the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber, and the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber also slashed at the sword. At the 13th second, the sword formed by He Daoyuan's Great Dao, and life finally shattered the all Great Daos in one sword. 1 second later, the Immortal Fiend Saber was shattered. 2 seconds later, the Phoenix Feather Violent Saber was blocked. In the 3rd second, as soon as Han Fei slashed out with the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Saber, the sword light began to twist. Chu-Meng, an abnormally angry roar came from the sword light. He must hate Chu-Meng very much. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Chu-Meng? Granny Chu? It seemed that there was something wrong with the pill He Daoyuan swallowed just now. The sword light was weak and almost extinguished, but even so, this was a blow that He Daoyuan poured all his remaining lifespan into. Even if it was going to be extinguished, it was still extremely powerful. Han Fei carried the huge green thunder wine gourd and injected immortal chi into it crazily. Han Fei roared, "Even if you risk your life, you're only a sky opener. You're dreaming if you think you can kill me." Bang! The powerful ripples crushed everything within hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and this place was completely covered by the void storm. Rumble, rumble, the sky cracked again. In the void storm, Han Fei was covered in blood. The gourd had flown somewhere and his body was cut in half. Bah! Don't you know what your level is? Heaven Enlightenment, Chapter 207, The End of an Era. He Daoyuan died, and Han Fei cursed. The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique fell from the sky, and his injuries were recovering at a visible speed. His body that was cut in halves was also recombining. If it were someone else, it would only take a little energy to recombine his body parts. But for Han Fei, this was already an extremely serious injury. The level of his bloodline was extremely high, almost the highest in the raging sea. His golden jade bones were as tough as the old snail's shell. But even so, under He Daoyuan's multiple attacks, he almost failed to block his sword. If Granny Chu hadn't done something to his 8th grade divine pill, he would have been injured. A moment later, Han Fei spent 2,000 years of vitality to return to his peak state. He realized that strength was not everything, nor could it break all techniques. His strength was more than twice as strong as He Daoyuan at his peak. But in a real battle, even if he used all his strength, he couldn't shake He Daoyuan's sword Dao at all. Han Fei was puzzled. Was strength really worthless? This doubt only flashed past. From the battle with He Daoyuan, his current strength was not bad, and his explosive power was not weak, but not as sharp as a sword cultivator's. In addition, he better not attack in his strongest state in the future. In the sky-opening realm, he could penetrate time. This meant that it wasn't safe for him to reverse time? Then the next time he activated his Great Dao, it would be best if he didn't use 5 times his strength. Otherwise, although his combat power was strong, it wouldn't last long and wouldn't be good for a long battle. Today, Han Fei could win mainly because He Daoyuan had cultivated an undead avatar which happened to be restrained by him. Otherwise, if he fought 2 alone, the situation wouldn't be optimistic. Above all, it hasn't been long since I entered the sky-opening realm. If it weren't for these opportunities and treasures, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have been able to fight evenly with He Daoyuan. Han Fei quickly judged his performance in the battle and took out the Vast Ocean Navigator. As the Vast Ocean Navigator was activated, Han Fei found and broke He Daoyuan's origin sea. Because He Daoyuan was not a pure sword cultivator, unlike the Sword Palace of sword cultivators, he had the Origin Sea, which was very big, the largest one Han Fei had ever seen. Han Fei looked at the 270,000-mile Origin Sea and thought to himself, if this guy wants to turn his Origin Sea into a star, even if he starts now, it will take at least tens of thousands of years, and then more resources than when he opened the Origin Sea to successfully turn it into a star. At this moment, the Origin Sea was in chaos and lifeless. Obviously, He Daoyuan's blow just now had unleashed all his strength and even detonated all his vitalities. However, He Daoyuan had some resources left. He could detonate some flexible resources, but he couldn't consume some fixed things. For example, the mineral veins in his Origin Sea. Of course, unlike his Origin Sea, He Daoyuan's Origin Sea wasn't formed naturally but artificially arranged just like his Origin Sea before. Therefore, in terms of quality, He Daoyuan's Origin Sea was 1 level weaker than his. Han Fei descended to collect the resources with his projection, and he was attracted by a drop of green liquid that hadn't been consumed. This drop of green liquid was floating. He Daoyuan probably wanted to use this thing to launch a last burst. However, he didn't expect that the level 8 divine pill he got from Granny Chu was actually a level 8 poisonous pill. As a result, this drop of green liquid was useless. Han Fei took a closer look, and information popped up in his eyes. Wanama Barrierless Sword Fluid. 1 Introduction. Wanama's AE origin of sword intent born in an Emperor's Sword embryo. The barrierless sword fluid contains the Emperor's Sword intent and has the ability to break through the defense and kill. Wanama's effect. When used with the sword runes, it can unleash several times the true meaning of the sword Dao and kill the enemy. Han Fei's heart did a flip. No wonder the sword intent released by He Daoyuan was so strong. Han Fei thought that it was because he was weak, because he cultivated tens of thousands of years less than He Daoyuan. It turned out that this was not the case. It turned out that this guy had such a powerful treasure. However, it was a pity that he didn't walk the path of the sword. The effect of this thing would definitely be greatly reduced in his hands. If he gave this to his Neza clone, it might have unexpected effects in the future. In addition to the barrierless sword fluid, Han Fei had obtained something else, which was the sea quelling painting. There were a total of 6 sea quelling paintings in He Daoyuan's origin sea. Sea quelling painting? It seems that it's time to collect the sea quelling painting. When the second emperor's death sign appeared in the sky, the kings fighting in the supreme clearness world were all horrified. Why did another emperor's death sign appear so quickly? Did Wang Yijian kill an emperor again? However, before Wang Yijian attacked, neither Xuanhuan nor Yun Tianhe died. Where did this strange phenomenon come from? All the kings couldn't help looking at Xia Xiaoshan again, but Xia Xiaoshan was also confused. She shook her head and said, "It's not him." Xia Xiaoshan knew very well if anything happened to Han Fei, because Han Fei's life tablet was on her. If something really happened to Han Fei, it was impossible for Xia Xiaoshan not to know. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Yijian erupted. It seemed that he only cared about killing enemies with one slash. Kong Shen and Xuanhuan were in the middle of a fierce battle. While Xuanhuan was suppressed and had no time to be distracted, a dazzling sword light cut through in front of him. Xuanhuan glanced at the sword light and fell into a state of daze. Immediately afterward, his soul seemed to crack, and his body and soul were swept into nothingness by the sword. Others didn't even know that there was a sword mark in Xuanhuan's origin sea. A sharp sword intent bloomed in his origin sea and cut his origin sea apart. Crack. Another blood-colored eye cracked in the sky. Who could have expected that 3 emperors would die in a day? Seeing this, Yun Tianhe panicked. He couldn't detonate the 5 heavenly palaces at all. All the arrays of the heavenly palaces were controlled by an invisible force. With the sword god personally intercepting him, he wasn't in a better state than Xuanhuan. If Wang Yijian could kill Xuanhuan with one slash, he could also kill him with one slash. Yun Tianhe roared, "Sword god, don't force me." The sword god said leisurely, "It's not that I'm forcing you. The death of an emperor can lead to the rise of countless people. You should have known if there was time that supreme clearness and infinity reach the top, there will certainly be time that they decline. This place shouldn't have been under your control." Chila I. The sword god put his hands together and formed a sword in the air. He condensed a sword Dao Rune and sword Qi swept across the world. Kongshin also attacked Yun Tianhe with his staff. As the old snail activated his Dao Runes, the entire void became sticky, and Yun Tianhe had nowhere to escape. Wang Yijian always nourished his sword in battle. Now that he had killed an emperor, his sword intent was at its peak. With 4 emperors attacking at the same time, each of them stronger than Yun Tianhe, how could he resist them? Rumble. The death of Yun Tianhe symbolized the end of an era and the human race coming out of 100,000 years of disunity. Huobulei, I surrender. The Golden Crow world will surrender. Puffer Huobulei hadn't finished speaking when Wang Yijian killed him. Everyone knew who could be spared and who should be killed. Just because he was willing to surrender didn't mean that he could be spared. Huobuli couldn't believe that these people could kill him, a very powerful king, so easily. Seeing what happened to Huobuli, Sha Jimeng, Granny Chu, and the others didn't resist at all. Even if they died, they couldn't lose face. The Sky Openers had all died. How could the remaining kings of supreme clearness and infinity be compared to the kings of the human race's army? They were desperately outnumbered. Hong Yue shouted, "The human emperor said to kill all the kings." Therefore, cracks appeared in the sky one after another, but the emperors no longer attacked. There were only a few venerables who resisted stubbornly. This battle only lasted for half an hour before it ended. A venerable shouted, "The human race is unified, and the world is one." A king said, "If the venerables surrender, their lives may be spared. Ordinary people, don't panic. Soon, the human race will be unified. The dominance of supreme clearness and infinity over the human world has become history. Now, the human emperor will be our new leader." Han Fei came back 4 hours later. Fortunately, he could find his position from the constantly appearing weather phenomena. Otherwise, it might take him a few days to return. When Han Fei returned, the sky-sealing array of the 5 heavenly palaces had been removed. The battle had subsided, but the bloody rain still hadn't stopped. The venerables were being checked. The billions of humans in the 5 heavenly palaces were all nervous. The pride of countless people in the supreme clearness world was shattered, but no one dared to say anything bad about Han Fei. At this moment, there were kings everywhere, and 5 emperors were guarding here. Who dared to mutter? Most people just looked gloomy and didn't look very happy. When Han Fei returned, the sword god and the others all looked at him. Xiao Xiaoshan and the others, who had been waiting anxiously, went straight up to him. Xiao Xiaoshan asked, "Are you okay? Why were there 2 emperor death signs?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "If you hadn't left the life tablet, we would have thought that something had happened to you." The old snail also said, "You killed 2 emperors?" Han Fei smiled. He, Daoyuan, had a sky-opening realm avatar, but it has already died. At this moment, Taiyuan couldn't help asking, I just want to know how you got the 5 heavenly palaces out of their control. If it weren't for your promise, we wouldn't have taken action so easily. Han Fei smiled. It's a secret, Han Fei thought to himself. I certainly can't tell you that I used my connections again. It's not considered cheating to ask my monarch teacher to give me a hand, right? Chapter 208 Human Race's Great Fusion. The internal strife of the human race was quelled, and Han Fei had no conflicts with the sword god and the others at all. Sword cultivators were not interested in such battles at all. They only cared about the sword Tao. The reason why the sword god wanted to resist supreme clearness and infinity was that from the beginning he felt that supreme clearness and infinity's behavior was wrong, thinking that they shouldn't fragment the human race. What the sword god and the others cared about more was walking out. The sword Tao they could come into contact with was gone. If they stayed in the raging sea, they wouldn't feel anything except loneliness. The old snail's purpose was to promote the giant beast race. Since Han Fei had an avatar of the giant beast race, the human race and the giant beast race had no competition. This was a long-term solution. Besides, Han Fei was very strong, could control the human race, and could leave the raging sea, which laid the foundation for the giant beasts to go to the sea realm in the future. Taiyuan was a guy who basically never participated in any battles. He just occasionally did trivial things, but in the end, he became the final winner. Daoyuan and the others couldn't be compared to him because he had always been like this and had followed this law for tens of thousands of years. Finally, it was Kong Shen. Since Han Fei had chosen to accept them, he wouldn't attack them again. In the face of an unknown place like the Sea Realm, as natives of the Raging Sea, they should deal with the outside world together. However, Han Fei couldn't completely trust Kong Shen, but if he left the Raging Sea in the future, Han Fei would definitely take him out. The war was over. Han Fei and Xuanhuan came to the Merman royal family. At this time, it was impossible for the human race and the Merman royal family to start a war. On the human race's side, Han Fei's fame was like the sun in the sky. It was hard to say if the Merman royal family could defeat the human race's sky openers. In particular, Xia Hongju hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, so it was impossible for her to become enemies with the human race. This time, unlike last time, Han Fei and Xuanhuan walked back openly. Everyone knew that Han Fei had already opened the sky. Besides, the 4 emperors had died today, but Han Fei could appear. This meant that Han Fei had won and the human race had really been unified by him. At this point, Han Fei was the emperor of the human race. Ordinary mermen didn't even dare to look Han Fei in the face because they couldn't help but want to worship him. Along the way, no one dared to stop him again. Han Fei and Xuanhuan came to the palace where Xia Hongju was. Han Fei saw the last face he wanted to see. He snorted at Xuanhuan and finally ignored him proudly. Xuanhuan looked indifferent and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even if Han Fei killed 2 emperors alone, Xuanhuan still despised Han Fei. When Xia Hongju saw Xuanhuan, she immediately looked at Xuanhuan's abdomen. Xia Hongju didn't look away until Xuanhuan blushed and didn't know what to say. After a long time, Xia Hongju asked, "When did this happen?" Xuanhuan said in a low voice, "Just a few years ago." Xia Hongju didn't know that what Xuanhuan was pregnant with was a god's child, so she snorted. "You are not allowed to leave the raging sea before the child is born." Xia Hongju was actually telling Han Fei that even if he wanted to leave the raging sea as soon as possible, Xuanhuan had to stay. After all, the agreement between them was that if Han Fei wanted to take Xuanhuan away, he had to go to the outside world and take a place first. In fact, Xia Hongju still remembered how dangerous it was outside. Xuanhuan said, "Mom, we're here to tell you that I won't leave for 100 years, but the An family is not just your enemy, they are mine too. I must kill them one day. Can you?" At this moment, Han Fei said leisurely, "I can do it," Han Fei said. "Mother-in-law, the An family is also my enemy. Therefore, I'm here firstly to tell you that Xiaochan is pregnant, and secondly, to ask you to share the information about the An family." Xia Hongju couldn't help but look sideways. "Oh, you want to deal with the An family? But the An family has monarchs." Han Fei grinned and couldn't help but look at Xuanhuan. "Aren't strong masters meant to be stepped on? Although monarchs are strong, my strength is improving." Xia Hongju shook her head slightly. "The size of the sea realm is indescribable. The An family rules a domain, and they have 2 monarchs and more than 10 sky-opening realm cultivators. You'd better think about how to find a place to settle down after you go out. As for the An family, when you settle down, it will be difficult for you not to know about them." Han Fei realized that the An family was indeed powerful. 100,000 years ago, they already had 2 monarchs and more than 10 sky-opening realm powerhouses. With such strength, wouldn't they be able to suppress the entire Raging Sea alone? After all, with the Beast King, there was only 1 monarch and a dozen sky openers in the Raging Sea, but they were still no match for a family from the Sea Realm? That was all Xia Hongju said, and Han Fei didn't ask further. This was because Han Fei could tell that Xia Hongju was trying to scare him. She was exaggerating the danger of the Sea Realm. However, if he were in their shoes, he was also in the sky-opening realm. If the monarchs didn't take action, the dozen sky-opening cultivators of the An family might not be able to kill him. Besides, he certainly wouldn't cause trouble for the An family the moment he went out. There must be serious information asymmetry between the sea realm and the raging sea. For example, after the yin-yang world and the waterwood world came out of the small world, the strength of the people soared. It was all because the spiritual energy density in the raging sea was higher. The sea creatures were stronger, they obtained more resources, and there were more cultivation techniques. It must be the same when the people in the raging sea went to the sea realm. This was the difference in level. Of course, Han Fei didn't intend to go immediately. He had just opened the sky and had a lot of things to do. In addition to accompanying xuanhuan to give birth, he still had a lot of great techniques to cultivate, such as void body refining art. If he cultivated it now, he would definitely have a lot of room for growth 3 months later. Raging sea, inner sea. After the yin-yang world and the water-wood world came out, the cloud sea divine tree slowly moved to the sea area where supreme clearness, infinity, and the others used to occupy. After 3 months, ordinary people discovered that no one would threaten them and they were not affected except for some special exchanges and special organizations. Since they didn't have to worry about their lives, they didn't care who controlled the 36 mystic worlds anymore. Besides, they were quite looking forward to the heavenly palaces in the outer domain that were coming. In the future, we'll have to fuse with those guys from the outer domain. How sad. Shh. Are you crazy? The new order has been issued. If anyone from the inner domain discriminates against those from the outer domain, the punishment will be quite serious. From now on, everyone belongs to the human race, and there is no such a division as the inner domain and the outer domain. Do you understand? Someone sneered. Who would eavesdrop on me? But the people in the outer domain are not talented. When they come, they will divide our resources and occupy our land, which will lower our life level for no reason. What's your life level? As soon as this person said so, an explorer had already appeared in front of him looking unfriendly. The man said, "The human emperor's order has cancelled the division of the inner and outer domains. I don't think you're very happy." "Then go mine." The man was shocked and quickly said, "I was just complaining." "Humph. It's precisely because of the complaints of people like you that the human race is divided. You're a mere law enforcer. What makes you think so highly of yourself? I'm from the outer domain and am responsible for identifying people like you. You won't be able to escape this time. Buzz." With that, the man grabbed the man and took him away like taking away a chick. Someone shook his head. "How many times have we reminded him, but he just doesn't listen? Isn't he asking for trouble?" Someone sighed. "It's good enough that we're still alive. Does he really think this place is still the former supreme clearness world?" Someone said. "Don't say such things again in the future. Who can withstand mining for 10 years? When humans fused, they had to maintain a single voice. Such discriminators were almost all caught. Up to now, more than 500,000 people had been arrested in supreme clearness and infinity alone. These people would be detained and forced to mine. There were a large number of volunteers from the outer domain mining with them. Many of them were not strong enough and lacked resources, so they could only earn resources by mining. Han Fei just hoped that these people could face each other, fuse with each other, and remove the boundary between the inner and outer domains. Buzz. Suddenly, less than half an hour after this person was taken away, the heavenly palace suddenly trembled. After another hour or so, the shaking finally stopped. However, countless people in the supreme clearness world panicked. What happened? Someone was surprised. What's going on? Is the heavenly palace unstable? Someone was puzzled. Look around. Suddenly, someone pointed at the branches and leaves that were slowly appearing in the distant sky and exclaimed, "Look, what a big tree. It's countless times bigger than the heavenly palace star tree." "Hiss, I can't see its top at all. Is this really a tree? Why don't I see the trunk? Are you blind?" "Can't you see its branches?" "I'm talking about the main trunk." When the huge body of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree appeared, it shocked the people from the 2 heavenly palaces. The floating islands were full of tree watchers. At this moment, a loud voice came from the sky. "I am Han Fei. From today on, the 36 heavenly palaces of the human race will return to their position. The human race will see its first great fusion in 100,000 years. Chapter 2299, Heaven Earth. This day was destined to be the most extraordinary day in the history of the human race in the raging sea. The islands of the heavenly palaces were flying towards the inner sea. The huge Cloud Sea Divine Tree even carried the sea grassland spanning millions of kilometers and slowly arrived. In the outer domain, in the various heavenly palaces, all the humans near the edge of the islands were looking out. Someone cheered. "The spiritual energy here is so rich, I feel that my strength will soar if I cultivate here." "Foo!" Someone pointed at the distant sky. "Look, that should be the legendary Cloud Sea Divine Tree of the Waterwood world. Unfortunately, we can only see a cluster of its leaves. If I'm free, I must take a look at the whole tree." Someone sneered. "The whole tree?" "It's said that even a half-king can't see a whole branch of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. And you want to see the full appearance of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, there are dragon roars in the heavenly palace. Is it the dragon subduing world?" While everyone was admiring the scenery, they saw a young man flying past carrying a huge flame tree. Someone exclaimed, "Is that also a tree?" Why are the leaves burning? Someone was surprised. Can this tree fly? Someone was lost for words. Fly my ass. Obviously, there is a strong master carrying it. It should be a tree from the Golden Crow world, but I don't know why it flew here. Golden Crow world. Huobuli was killed by Wang Jian. Without a leader, the Venerables fought for supremacy. After all, if anyone could become the new Heavenly Master and own the Heavenly Palace, his strength must soar. Someone scolded, I am the eldest disciple of the Fire King. I should be the new Heavenly Master. You don't want to accept me as the new Heavenly Master? Do you want to betray the Fire King? Someone sneered. You're quite bold. Huobuli has been killed. I'm surprised that you, his eldest disciple, haven't been arrested. You want the Heavenly Palace? Who do you think you are? Someone shouted in a low voice. Whoever wants to control the Heavenly Palace should speak with strength. Someone said disdainfully, when is there your turn to decide the new Heavenly Master? There must be a strong master to take over the ownerless Heavenly Palace. At this moment the sky was fiery red and a huge flame tree flew over. Hiss, fire, fire, flaming divine tree? All the Venerables were shocked. The flaming divine tree that had disappeared for more than 80,000 years had reappeared. While the Venerables were dumbfounded, they saw a bald young man carrying the tree down. The young man had just reached the Venerable realm. He carried the flaming divine tree and looked at the Golden Crow Heavenly Palace. Are you waiting for me? Someone was puzzled. Who are you? The bald man smiled and said, my name is Golden Crow. I'm here to take over the Golden Crow world. Hiss it. Instantly, everyone was speechless. Someone looked at the bald man as if looking at a fool and said, do you think you can be the master of the Golden Crow world just because your name is Golden Crow? You're just an intermediate venerable. Are you daydreaming? However, Golden Crow said, the human emperor is my senior uncle. What? Hiss, see, little Baldy, don't joke around, Golden Crow said. First of all, I might be the reincarnation body of the master of the Golden Crow world who died 80,000 years ago. Secondly, my teacher is Queen Life of the Water Wood world. My teacher is the junior sister of the human emperor, so it's okay for the human emperor to be my senior uncle, right? Look, I even carried the tree over. The Venerables, seeing that no one responded, Golden Crow shook his head slightly and carried the tree to the Heavenly Palace. The Venerables were all dumbstruck. After Golden Crow completely disappeared into the Heavenly Palace, a Venerable heaved a sigh of frustration and said, I told you, how can the Heavenly Palace be controlled by us? The reincarnation of the first master of the Heavenly Palace has already come out. What are we still fighting for? Someone had taken control of the Golden Crow world. This was originally Golden Crow's territory, and Han Fei returned it to him. xuanhuan from the Supreme Mystic World went to take over the Infinity World. Han Fei originally wanted xuanhuan to do it, but xuanhuan refused, so xuanhuan, who had just transcended the tribulation, took over. As for the Supreme Clearness World, Zhan Hui took it over. Except for the 10-color world that Han Fei hadn't found, the 35 heavenly palaces of the human race had been merged. On this day, in the sky, Han Fei's voice sounded above the heads of billions of human beings. Today is the day of the unification of the 36 heavenly palaces of the human race. From today on, the human race has no external enemies. The 100 demon races have been annihilated. The undersea human race has submitted, and the merman royal family has made peace with the human race. Countless people in the main cities, villages, and towns of the heavenly palaces raised their heads to listen. Han Fei said, 100,000 years ago, the human race launched a large-scale expedition to the east. The former human king led a portion of the human race to leave this place. From today on, the human race no longer needs to hang high in the sky. Humans should return to the ground, rebuild our home and foundations, and thrive. Huh? Countless people were dumbfounded. What? Is the floating island no longer floating? Someone was surprised. Are we going to land on the sea? Will it be dangerous? Someone thought for a moment. Now that the foreign enemies have been eliminated and the internal conflicts of the human race have been resolved, it seems that we don't have to float in the sky anymore. Someone said firmly, it's a great idea to land on the sea. When we land on the sea, the strong will surely clear the surrounding sea area and create a large safe sea area. This will be more helpful for us to go to sea to hunt. Besides, the land is connected, so the trade will be more convenient. Han Fei said leisurely, from today on, the 36 heavenly palaces of the human race will be interconnected. The combat skills and techniques below the heaven level of the 36 heavenly palaces must be put on the market at a low price, or even sold for free. Since the human race is unified, the heavenly palaces should no longer keep them for themselves. The combat skills and techniques above the heaven level should also be accessible, but cultivators need to cultivate them according to their aptitude, strength, and talent. Boomy. The billions of human beings were in an uproar. Han Fei's order was shocking. How many ordinary people could get a heaven-level technique so easily? Most people just wanted to survive. Even in this world of cultivation, strong masters were rare. Ordinary people couldn't cultivate or get a heaven-level technique at all. Below the heaven level, cultivators' aptitude and potential were not that important, but most people couldn't get good combat skills and techniques either. Now, Han Fei sold all the techniques below the heaven level at a low price, and there were even free ones. It helped countless people who wanted to learn better techniques and combat skills get their wish. Han Fei even placed the first 3 levels of the void fishing technique in these techniques. Wasn't the Void Temple selecting disciples? As the 13th disciple, he should start to select the next disciple now. In the end, Han Fei issued the last decree and said, since the difference in strength between those above the Venerable Realm and those below the Venerable Realm is huge, in order to prevent the strong from bullying the weak, I order the human race to be divided into 2 worlds from today on. In the Heavenly Realm, there will only be heavenly palaces for the kings and venerables to live in. Everyone below the Venerable Realm is in the human world. Between the Heavenly Realm and the human world there will be the Southern Heavenly Gate. Anyone who enters the Venerable Realm can enter the Heavenly Realm through the Southern Heavenly Gate. No one above the Venerable Realm is allowed to attack the human world at will. If the human world encounters a disaster, there will be strong masters from the Heavenly Realm descending. No big clans with a lot of venerables are allowed to exist in the human world, nor can venerables be used as family resources. Anyone who violates this rule shall be punished. Han Fei pondered for a long time before deciding on the last order. On one hand, it was because the gap between the Venerable Realm and the realm below was indeed huge. On the other hand, Han Fei had to give ordinary people a goal. Now that there were no strong enemies outside, he couldn't really let them live and work in peace. After all, this was the world of cultivators. As long as you were born in this world, you had to cultivate. Therefore, the Southern Heavenly Gate was a goal, the starting point for mortals to become strong. In addition, the human race had a drawback, which was the big clans. Nowadays, among all the heavenly palaces, which main city didn't have big clans? The strong masters of the big clans gathered resources and used resources to forcibly produce some useless people. It was not as good as personal training. In short, Han Fei pursued the principle of equality in the human world. Buzz. At that moment, the heavenly palaces were sinking one after another. First, it was the main cities, which descended to the height of the towns. The 36 towns gathered, followed by countless villages. As for how to connect the floating islands, the kings would arrange it. Anyway, on the surface of the sea, they had to fill up the sea and connect all the main cities. Ordinary people didn't have such high acceptance and imagination. They all walked out of their houses and waited for the changes. When one heavenly palace after another really fell into the sea and the floating islands turned into land, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. This was how the human world should be. Luo Xiaobai and the others stood beside Han Fei. Lu Renkuang said, I'm not quite used to it. From now on, the floating islands are gone? Zhang Xuanyu said, are you stupid? Aren't there still the heavenly palaces? But the heavenly palaces should be expanded, right? Fortunately, I didn't become a heavenly master. Otherwise, what's the point of guarding a small island? Luo Xiaobai said. The 36 heavenly palaces only exist in name. From now on, the heavenly realm will only be a direction for people to work towards. Zhao Xiaoshan said, anyway, I don't want to live in the heavenly realm. I want to live in the human world. It's interesting to get along with those people. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Yijian came from the sky. His purpose was simple. He looked at Han Fei and asked simply, when are you going east? Han Fei looked at Xiaoshan. How about giving me 100 years? Wang Yijian nodded slightly. Okay, I'll wait until your child is born. Chapter 20110, Piece Together, the Sea-Quelling Painting. For sky-opening powerhouses like Wang Yijian, 1,000,000 years of lifespan was nothing. However, before that, Han Fei found the sword god in Taiyuan. Han Fei said, Seniors, I have something to ask you. The sword god, what is it? Han Fei said, I want to know the origin of the sea-quelling painting. Sea-quelling painting? Taiyuan couldn't help but say, so it's this thing? It's also from the Monarch Palace. However, apart from being a small world, the sea-quelling painting doesn't seem to have any secrets. What? Han Fei was a little puzzled. There was a sea-quelling painting piece in each heavenly palace. Each sea-quelling painting piece was tens of thousands of kilometers long, which added up to 400,000 or 500,000 kilometers. Han Fei wondered if this was someone's origin sea. If so, there might be secrets. Taiyuan said, this painting originates from the Monarch Palace. When we got it, we studied it, but we didn't find any secrets. But we were afraid that there was something special about it, so we divided this painting into 36 parts. The sword god said, back then, all the kings studied it together for hundreds of years but didn't discover its secrets. Don't you think it looks like the origin sea? Yes, Taiyuan said. More than 10,000 years after we became kings, after we had a certain understanding of the origin sea, we pieced together the sea-quelling painting and exchanged our pieces to study it. Although it was very similar to the origin sea, a king's origin sea was not connected to the Sea of Stars, so at that time, the sea-quelling painting did point us in a direction. Opening the sky might be to open a sky in the origin sea, creating the sun and the moon. However, that was all we got. Later, when we entered the Monarch Palace again, there was a battle. Yin-Yang World and Water Wood World entered the abyssal chasm, and the sea-quelling painting could no longer be pieced together. Why? Do you have an idea? Exchange their pieces to research it? Han Fei's heart did a flip. So, the Yin-Yang World's piece should have been the Sanskrit music world's, right? He wondered what the Yin-Yang World's original piece was like. Han Fei asked, I want to study it. If it's the origin sea, can this origin sea be separated? Taiyuan smiled and said, logically speaking, how can the origin sea survive after being separated like this? We guess that this is just the origin sea of the monarch in the Monarch Palace. Although he died, his origin sea wouldn't. It was just sealed in this painting by that powerhouse in the end. Chu Hao's origin sea? Han Fei couldn't help but feel suspicious. He happened to have something to ask him. It was time to piece together the sea quelling painting after so many years. Han Fei said, "Seniors, can I borrow your pieces of the sea quelling painting?" The sword god was indifferent to the sea quelling painting and casually threw it out. If you want a complete sea quelling painting, you might have to find the 10-color world. Taiyuan also took out the sea quelling painting and said, "We've guessed that even if this is a monarch's origin sea, the spiritual energy in the sea quelling painting is thin and the resources are not abundant. The only thing worth studying might be some dangerous places in it." That seems to match the great douse of the kings of the 36 heavenly palaces, as well as some great douse that the 36 of us didn't take back then. But since we've already established the sea, other great douse don't mean much to us. Everyone knows that what great douse we take depends on our personal experiences. Just looking at the sea quelling painting doesn't have much reference value. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Taiyuan and the sword god were both in the sky-opening realm. They must have studied the sea quelling painting countless times, but they both felt it was useless. Was there really no secret about the sea quelling painting? However, whether it was useful or not, Han Fei felt that he should get the complete painting first. After saying goodbye to Taiyuan and the sword god, Han Fei returned to the heavenly palaces. At this moment, all the heavenly palaces had gathered and were not far away from each other. The kings were opening a relatively large space crack to put all the heavenly palaces in. Outside, there was only a hollow gate, which was the southern heavenly gate. When Han Fei entered the Void Rift and scanned it with his perception, he found that in the heavenly realm, except for the 35 heavenly palaces, almost all the venerables had got a floating island as their cultivation ground. Han Fei was speechless. If each new venerable brought a small floating island with him in the future, how many floating islands there would be? Han Fei shouted, "Those people who are taking floating islands with you don't occupy the main cities of the 36 heavenly palaces. If anything happens in the future, the people in the human world may have to fly up again." "Master Human Emperor, we know. We dug these from a floating stone mine." Han Fei was relieved to hear that. He had thought that these people had dug up all the floating islands in the human world. If they had dug them from a floating stone mine, it wouldn't matter. However, Han Fei looked at the space crack and thought to himself, if every venerable that appears here in the future brings a small floating island, how big will this place be in the future? Seeing that there were basically hundreds or thousands of small floating islands surrounding the heavenly palaces, Han Fei felt a little dreamy. Why was the heavenly realm like the heavens in the myth? Luo Xiaobai and the others were helping to open a small world, but they didn't build their own floating island here. The main reason was that Xiaoshan bragged to them that it was more comfortable to stay in the human world. If they stayed in a place like the heavenly realm, they might not see a single person for a day, which would be damn boring. Luo Xiaobai and the others agreed, so none of them planned to take root here. When Han Fei arrived, Xiaoshan shouted, "Don't just stand there, help open it." There were 2 steps to opening a void rift. The first was to expand the space within the range like blowing a bubble, which would cause the barrier of this space and the real world to become thinner. Therefore, the second step was to strengthen the void rift, which required opening a space barrier outside the space. But in any case, in the end, it was to separate reality and the void. It was not easy to do when one was in the venerable realm, but when one reached the sea establishment realm, everyone could understand the relationship between reality and the void and find that balance point, so it was much easier to establish it. Han Fei was not interested in doing that. He said, "You don't live here. Why do you bother?" Then, Han Fei said, "All the kings gather." After a while, everyone gathered in the yin-yang world. The kings looked at the dilapidated-looking yin-yang heavenly palace and thought to themselves, "You've never lived in the heavenly palace before, have you? You don't even tidy up your own home?" More than 90,000 years ago, the yin-yang heavenly palace still had a yard, but now there's only a house left. Besides, this house was obviously built by Jiang Linxian. Apart from the houses, there was not even a puppet here. Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, if Han Fei didn't live here, he didn't need puppets to serve him. The Snow Lady asked, "Human Emperor, what do you need us to do?" Han Fei said, "I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can lend me your sea-quelling painting pieces. I'd like to study it." Since the sea-quelling painting was pieced together 80,000 years ago, it hasn't been pieced together again. Huang Jie said, "Isn't that thing useless? I've studied it countless times. It's useless except for being a small world." Lei Qing said, "If the human emperor needs it, just take it. This painting has been studied by the kings twice in the early years. Each time, we studied it for hundreds of years. We even exchanged our pieces to research it, but no one found anything." Even Han Xuan said, "That thing, I didn't figure it out. Your father's piece is with me, but I'm smarter than them. I integrated the significance of the many dangerous places in the sea-quelling painting into the trial of the 9-palace world. After you finish the trial of the 9-palace world, you'll have almost finished exploring all the dangerous places in the sea-quelling painting." Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Xuan. "Really?" Han Fei looked at Han Xuan in shock. "I always wondered where all the exquisite trials in the 9-palace world came from." "So you got them from the sea-quelling painting?" Han Xuan said. If you want to find the secret of the sea-quelling painting, you might have to go to the Monarch Palace. But since you want it, everyone, let's take our pieces out. Anyway, you guys can't figure out anything, so you might as well give it to Han Fei. It would be embarrassing if the human emperor can't even get this. Giggle xuanhuan from the 100 Flowers world casually threw her piece of the sea-quelling painting to Han Fei. I've planted flowers all over this place. If the human emperor can't figure it out, help me spread the flowers in the future. Flowers can bring luck. Han Fei, okay, with a thought from Hong Yuye, tens of thousands of corpses appeared behind him. He smiled dryly and said, well, Master Human Emperor, I mainly refined corpses. It looks scary, so I didn't refine them in my origin sea, but built a pile of tombs in the sea-quelling painting. Take it, you can just flatten those tombs. Zhao Shanglong said, my share should be in He Daoyuan's hands. Han Fei said, I've got the 6 pieces He Daoyuan had. Xia Zhameng threw out her piece of the sea-quelling painting. I set up 9 dream realms inside. It shouldn't be difficult for Master Human Emperor to break them. The reason why Xia Zhameng could appear here was that Han Fei didn't attack her. Firstly, she couldn't cause any big waves. Secondly, Xia Zhameng had a good reputation in the dream-weaving world. If he killed this person, the people of the dream-weaving world would probably have a bad impression of Han Fei. However, Xia Zhameng still didn't have a good impression of Han Fei because Han Fei killed her teacher, Wan Qingling. Granny Chu threw out her piece. Master Human Emperor, there are all basic herbs inside. They are used to cultivate mutated spiritual medicines. They are not good things. Master Human Emperor can handle them as you please. When Huang Jie heard that, he said coldly, mutated spiritual medicines. I think it's mutated poisons, right? Granny Chu turned her head away. She didn't expect to bump into Huang Jie. Now Huang Jie was glaring at her and mocking her every day. If it weren't for the Human Emperor, she might have been poisoned to death by Huang Jie. However, Han Fei didn't care how they fought. That was their business. After only a moment, he had obtained 35 pieces of the sea-quelling painting. Xiao Shan said, isn't there one missing? Han Fei said. So I'm going to search for a few days to see if I can find the 10-color world. Even if I can't find the 10-color world, the last piece of the sea-quelling painting is still in the raging sea. Anyway, I'll find it sooner or later. Chapter 2:11:11, An Unexpected Encounter. The human race had returned to land, but the layout of the 36 cities hadn't changed. However, everyone was on the same land now and interacted more closely with each other. In the Yin-Yang world, Pure Sundao Palace and Grand Yin Academy reopened. Black Phoenix led the Devil Girl Pirates to return to the Grand Yin Academy, which was unexpected to everyone. Zhou Chen of the Misfortune Pirates, Chen Guangjia of the Gale Pirates, and Shui Ran of the Crimson Fire Pirates had all disbanded their pirate groups and joined the Yin-Yang world. The Mermaid Pirates returned to the Mermaid Royal family and disappeared. The Undead Pirates had disappeared since He Daoyuan's avatar disappeared. Phi. The Divine Sect Pirates were from the undersea human race, and the Peace Pirates had really achieved their goal, which was peace. This was because at this moment they were the only one left among the 10 pirate teams. At this point, the top 10 pirate groups in the Raging Sea only existed in name. The Thug Academy had now become an elite academy of the Pure Sundao Palace. In the past, the Thug Academy's recruitment range was the Yin-Yang world. Now, as soon as the news of the opening of the 2 academies was released, people who wanted to join it came from all the 36 major cities. Of course, most people came for Han Fei. In fact, the 36 cities had their own top academies, and countless people went to each of them when they enrolled. Now was not the time to judge the teaching strength and teaching potential. In decades, when the new generation grew up, the various academies would slowly form a competition. While the worlds were rebuilding the foundation of the human race and reorganizing the cities, Han Fei was already billions of kilometers away. Every day, the route that Han Fei could walk was always fixed, even though the golden light jump could make Han Fei's speed reach the limit. However, Han Fei hadn't understood the speed beyond this limit yet, but he knew that the speed limit was not the real limit. If the upper limit of speed was fixed, how could the strong masters who were stronger than Sky Openers compete? Then when they were hunted, which Sky Opener could escape? Of course, at least in the Sky Opening realm, Han Fei didn't have to worry. This was because not everyone had the physique and strength to maintain the extreme speed like him. This was the 23rd day since Han Fei set off. With his speed and the vast ocean navigator, he had searched for 23 days. It could be seen how large his search range had been. It should be near here. Most of the creatures nearby are algae and corals. As for the danger, Han Fei frowned slightly. He didn't find any danger nearby. However, what he found strange was that he couldn't see undersea jungles in the surrounding tens of millions of kilometers. But here, he saw one that spanned about 12 million kilometers. It was an area mostly occupied by marine plants. In addition to the abundant marine plants, Han Fei also discovered some strange algae here. Bugs. Han Fei had once found an entire insect nest in the underground palace. Now, there were actually a large number of insects underground in this sea area. That's not right. If there are many insects here, why are there so many sea algae plants? These insects must be raised by humans. Han Fei's lips curled. Han Guanshu once told him that the 10-color world mainly produced insect masters. Insect control was their main combat method. Now it seemed that he had already found the 10-color world. Han Fei extended his hand and the vast ocean navigator appeared. After using it twice in a row, Han Fei used up all his 3 chances today and found a sealed seabed barrier. Han Fei smiled. Since he was already here, how could he not enter? However, as Han Fei cut through the void and walked into this barrier, a colorful world appeared in front of him. Countless colorful statues were placed everywhere. There were colorful sea anemones, colorful jellyfish, strangely shaped sea dragons, starfish that were crawling everywhere, and many crystal-clear 7-colored shells. However, all of this was fake. It was made of various colorful bugs. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and suddenly found a girl with colorful hair, black and purple lips, and blood-colored eyelids looking at him. The girl sat on a pink caterpillar and waved at Han Fei. Long time no see. Han Fei took a deep breath and said in disbelief, "Liluoluo?" Han Fei's heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, Liluoluo never came out after entering the ideal palace. In terms of appearance, the person in front of him was clearly Liluoluo he knew. The girl shrugged slightly. "Why? Have you forgotten me after only a few hundred years?" Han Fei pointed and then looked around. This must have been a heavenly palace before, which had been transformed into this place by Liluoluo. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "Are you the master of the 10-color world?" Liluoluo asked. "The master of the 10-color world?" Then she shook her head. "That person died a long time ago. I just inherited her heavenly palace. There are constant battles in the outside world, and recently, many emperors have died. How could I, a girl, dare to go out easily? I could only hide deeper, but you still found me. However, I didn't expect it to be you." Han Fei frowned. He couldn't figure out Liluoluo's current strength from her aura. She should be in the Sea Establishment realm. However, judging from the aura she exuded, she seemed to have reached the end of the Sea Establishment realm. Han Fei asked, "How did you enter the yin-yang world?" Liluoluo said, "To be precise, that's my clone projection." Han Fei asked, "When did you leave?" Liluoluo said, "Actually, I came out of the ideal palace on the same day as you. However, everyone was looking at you, so no one noticed me." Han Fei asked, "I mean, how did you leave the small world where the yin-yang world is?" Liluoluo smiled and said, "By sacrifice. That was originally my clone. I just need to take the memories of this clone. I don't care about the life of my clone." Han Fei couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. In the past, there was a king lurking in the yin-yang world. Besides, with a clone, she had traveled all over the yin-yang world. "Giggle, don't be so serious. I don't have any bad intentions. Everyone wanted to find that heavenly palace, but I went to the yin-yang world not to find the heavenly palace, but to find something." "Huh?" Han Fei was confused. "What are you looking for?" Liluoluo said. "The 10-color world controls the insect race in the world. Of course, it's different from the pure insect race. The master of the 9-palace world, Han Guanshu, took the time worm and the space worm of the 10-color world. These 2 bugs can give people a certain amount of power to walk in the chaos of time and space. To use them, one will probably leave a time wormhole. The reason why I went to the yin-yang world was mainly to find these 2 bugs, but I got nothing in the end." "A bug that can make people walk in the chaos?" Liluolu, "Yes." Han Fei asked, "Where will it take people?" Liluolu shrugged. "How would I know? The chaos is so big that there is no limit. It might be in a corner of the long river of time, a node in space, or a certain space. When I found that Han Guanshu and Zhanglin Xian were not in the yin-yang world, I knew that they must have entered the chaos." Han Fei seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but ask, "Then can the time worm and the space worm only get one person to walk in the chaos?" Liluoluo smiled. "Yes." Han Fei immediately figured out something. He didn't know if old Han had swallowed the space worm, but he must have swallowed the time worm so he could walk in time. But he and Yinner couldn't. Therefore, Yinner and he couldn't travel through time. Therefore, his mother stole time, or to be exact, old Han and his mother intercepted the river of time and sent him and Yinner back. Han Fei's heart trembled. He was thinking about how to find old Han and his mother when he encountered Liluolu, the hidden king. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Do you still have a time worm?" Liluoluo rolled her eyes. "If I do, why would I bother to find it?" Han Fei asked. "Then can you find these 2 bugs? Can you trace them to their current location?" Liluoluo shook her head. "No, and it's impossible to find it. The treasures obtained by different heavenly palaces are different. There are only 2 of them. If they're lost, they're lost. They're lost. If you want to find them, you can only trace history." Han Fei asked, "Have you found anything?" Liluoluo said, "Of course not. I was lucky enough to obtain some ancient books of the insect masters in your yin-yang world. They must have been left behind by Han Guanshu or Jiang Linxian to use the time worm and the space worm. Are you here to ask questions? As an old friend, shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" Han Fei's lips twitched. "Is there anything to eat here?" Insects, Chapter 20112, Secret of the Sea-Quelling Painting. A moment later, Han Fei caught some ordinary marine creatures and made barbecue. The 2 sat opposite each other around the grill. Han Fei said, "I didn't expect you to still be alive, and you're the master of the heavenly palace in the 10-color world." Liluoluo said, "I didn't expect that you, who had just become a law enforcer, had already opened the sky." This growth speed makes me seriously suspect that you are the reincarnation of a certain powerhouse. Hanfei smiled. If I'm a reincarnation, how strong is my original body? The two chatted for a while, and Li Luo said, the 10-color world no longer exists. Back then, the entire world perished here. I'm not from the 10-color world. I was just lost here and cultivated a reincarnation body before I embarked on this path. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, what about your multiple personalities? Li Luo took a deep look at Hanfei. Her pupils flickered, and her tone suddenly changed. Brother, long time no see. Hiss, Li Keke. Hanfei immediately took a breath. I'm just asking, do you have to change so quickly? Hanfei was lost for words. Li Keke. Why don't you call Li Luo back? Li Keke said. Brother, I'm already a king. Multiple personalities can be shared. Therefore, it doesn't matter if she comes out or not. Hanfei had always felt that there was something wrong with Li Luo, and Li Keke was not as innocent as she looked. Now it turned out that she was just a projection of a king, and her acting was really deceptive. At this moment, seeing the heavenly palace like this, Hanfei couldn't help but ask, since there is no one in the 10-color world, why are you staying here alone? Take refuge, Li Keke said coquettishly. It's too scary outside. Every few days, a king dies. I'm just a girl. How dare I go out? Transform back. Hanfei's face turned black. Li Keke was such a good liar. Now that Hanfei knew that she was a king, how could he be deceived by her again? Sure enough, seeing that Hanfei couldn't take it anymore, Li Keke became Li Luo again. She said, there are so many of you fighting to the death. I'm the only one in the 10-color world. Why should I get involved in chaotic fights? You didn't come all the way here to have a chat with me, did you? Hanfei said bluntly. I'm here to find the sea-quelling painting. It should be on you, right? Yes, Li Luo didn't deny it. Hanfei had already found this place. If she said that it wasn't on her, Hanfei wouldn't believe her. Therefore, she took out the sea-quelling painting and said, this thing is not very useful. It's where I cultivate spiritual insects. You can have it if you want. Hanfei accepted it without hesitation. Didn't he come all the way here for the sea-quelling painting? Putting away the sea-quelling painting, Hanfei said, now, the chaotic war in the raging sea has come to an end. The 36 heavenly palaces of the human race have been unified and will never fall apart again. Are you interested in returning? Li Luo shook her head slightly. There's no need to return. I'm the only one left in the 10-color world now. If there's a chance, I'll go to the place ruled by humans. Of course, if you're going to leave the raging sea, I'm willing to go with you. Hanfei's heart stirred. He would definitely leave. Li Luo's background was unknown, and she walked the extremely special Tao of insect control, which was very dangerous. If he wasn't wrong, her strength couldn't be low. It might not be a good thing for such a person to stay in the raging sea. Therefore, Hanfei said, in the next 100 years, you'd better pay attention to the human race. When I'm leaving the raging sea, I hope you can come too. Li Luo knew that Hanfei had some concerns and nodded slightly. Definitely. Didn't reminisce with Li Luo, nor did he have anything to talk about. When the time came, if Li Luo didn't come, he would come to her again. Anyway, this woman had to be taken away from the raging sea. After Hanfei left, Li Luo muttered to herself, it seems that I can't stay in the raging sea anymore. He can even find this place, which shows that that navigator is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, I can't find the time worm and the space worm. Then, Li Luo changed to Li Keke's voice. It's fine if we can't find them for the time being. Anyway, Hanfei might go to Xuanhuan and Zhang in the future. It's safer for him to take the risk than for us to search for them in the chaos. Then, another voice said, shall we go out with him? We can actually go out by offering sacrifices. Li Keke sneered. Do you really think there are no strong masters in the raging sea? If we really go out by offering sacrifices, how can the one behind them be indifferent? Let's just go out with him. Although Hanfei doesn't trust us, at least we are acquaintances. If he can find Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian in the future, it will save us from unnecessary conflicts with him. Li Luo said, okay, let's do that. 1 month later, somewhere in the sea, in front of Hanfei, paintings appeared one after another. The paintings pieced together and soon formed a huge painting of mountains and rivers. This can't be the origin sea of a monarch. When Hanfei saw this picture, he immediately came to this conclusion. Taiyuan and the others didn't know. But he did know that the origin sea of a monarch must have turned into a star. If it was the origin sea of a monarch, then the sea-quelling painting should be ball-shaped. However, no matter how Hanfei tried to put them together, the top and the bottom were not connected, which clearly didn't match the shape of a star. Since it wasn't the origin sea of a monarch, it couldn't be Chu Hao's origin sea. Others couldn't understand the sea-quelling painting because others didn't have the demon purification pot, but Hanfei did. This was the real reason why he was determined to find the sea-quelling painting. Therefore, when the painting was completed, a message immediately appeared in his eyes. A name star sea boundary map. Introduction. This map is a map of the primitive sea of stars drawn by strong masters based on the heart of the sea realm. It can also be called the chaotic realm map. The sea of stars is also chaotic. The stars in the map are like grains of sand, one grain a world. The red stars are dangerous, the yellow stars have been destroyed, and the dark stars are probably the origin grounds. The other colorful stars are all demonic stars. Explore them carefully. This map can seal and collect the runes of the Great Tao. Quality, high quality, godly weapon, one refined, EO remarks. The Taos in the painting are special. Great Tao runes collected by the painters when they explored the Sea of Stars. After reading the information, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. The Star-Sea boundary map, the Sea of Stars that he saw when he opened the sky? It seemed that although this map was a godly weapon, its real use was a map. It was like a treasure map, but this was the sea map of the chaotic sea. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, is the Sea of Stars the chaotic sea? The old turtle said, you can think of it that way because the Sea of Stars in the Origin Sea is part of the chaotic sea. The strong masters go to the chaotic sea to find the origin grounds, which are actually in the Sea of Stars. Because once the sky is opened, the Sea of Stars will be grafted over. The old turtle asked, is this map related to the chaotic sea? In the sea-quelling painting, Han Fei raised his head. When night fell, the starry sky shone. Instantly, the starry sky shocked him. Before, he only regarded it as a starry sky because he didn't know it, but now Han Fei's vision had changed. This was no longer as simple as a starry sky. This was a sea that contained chaos and the starry sky. Inside, every star was a world. World after world formed a sea of stars. While Han Fei was shocked, the old turtle said, oh, so this is the sea star map? How powerful must the person who drew this painting be to draw this sea of stars? Han Fei's heart did a flip. In that case, didn't it mean that he had already entered the Sea of Stars when he went to get the origin water? Han Fei observed the sea star map. A large number of yellow stars were flashing, and about 20% of them were red. He didn't seem to see where the dark stars were. Han Fei asked, Old Yuan, how can I find the origin grounds here? Old Yuan said, you can still find the origin grounds in this map. This is just a map. He drew the chaotic sea map, but it doesn't mean that the world in this map is the entire chaos. This is just a map of the Sea of Stars. If there are origin grounds, the old turtle couldn't help being shocked. If there are origin grounds, they must have never been explored. It's still covered by the chaotic mist. In other words, if you find the origin ground here, you can also find it in the real Sea of Stars, the kind of origin ground that hasn't been explored. Han Fei smiled. So, this painting is actually very powerful, right? Han Fei glanced around. He didn't see the so-called dark stars, but as they said, they were dark stars, which one couldn't see with his naked eye. As for how to look at it, Han Fei still needed to think about it. Even if I can't travel in the chaotic sea, can I not travel on a map? Han Fei felt that he still had a lot of time to study the Sea of Stars. Besides, he had the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei thought of something and asked the vast ocean navigator to point at a random dark star in the picture. Sure enough, Han Fei soon saw that the vast ocean navigator pointed at a red star. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. This is a real treasure. Chapter 21113, A Gluttonous Child in the Monarch Palace. After finding the sea-quelling painting and even knowing the secrets of the sea-quelling painting, Han Fei came to the Monarch Palace again. If ordinary people came, the palace would definitely not open or react. But Han Fei and Chu Hao had an agreement that Han Fei's purpose of coming would only be related to leaving the raging sea in the future, so Han Fei soon felt a mist. In the mist, a brawny man walked out. This was Chu Hao's puppet, who could also be considered the guardian of the Monarch Palace. Seeing him was actually no different from seeing Chu Hao. Sure enough, the puppet said. Are you leaving the raging sea? Han Fei said. Anyway, it will be soon. The enemies here have been eliminated. It's useless to stay here for another 1,000 or 10,000 years. Chu Hao said leisurely. You're faster than I thought. Why are you here today? Han Fei asked. First of all, apart from you and the Beast King, are there other monarchs secretly protecting the raging sea? It seems that you have a lot of thoughts. Chu Hao said. Do you know what position the raging sea is in the sea realm? Han Fei. In the past, after the gods died, the strong masters of all races, in order to pursue the path of becoming gods, kept exploring the chaotic sea to find the origin grounds. And the origin grounds are rare. As long as they encounter one, the strong masters of all races will definitely fight endlessly. The raging sea was once an origin ground. The so-called origin grounds are some unknown places that haven't been developed and integrated into the sea realm. The raging sea was excavated from the chaotic wasteland. However, not all the origin grounds can be easily stripped away. The raging sea is such a place. Later, for unknown reasons, it might be the means of a certain powerhouse. In the end, the raging sea fell into the chaotic wasteland and was very difficult to find. Even if it was found, everyone would only think that it was a primitive graveyard. Perhaps they would explore it, but generally, they wouldn't have much hope. Chaotic wasteland? Primitive graveyard? When Han Fei killed the sea realm powerhouses of the frogmen race, they mentioned this word. Chu Hao said, the chaotic wasteland is a territory of the sea realm. At first it might be an ancient battlefield in the chaotic sea, but then the battlefield collapsed and fell into the sea realm, eventually forming the chaotic wasteland. There are many primitive graveyards buried here. You can understand them as the origin grounds that have been cleared. Just because it's a primitive graveyard doesn't mean that there are no creatures or races living in it. In fact, many people stay in primitive graveyards all year round, looting ruins and exploring opportunities. You can understand them as wasteland scavengers. Wasteland scavengers. Therefore, the people he killed last time should be scavenging in the chaotic wasteland, right? Han Fei asked. What does this have to do with whether or not the raging sea is protected by monarchs? Chu Hao said. Don't be hasty. There are rules in the chaotic wasteland. For example, the family that has a grudge against the merman royal family has tried to break in here several times. Do you really think my remnant soul and that big ape can stop them? Although that big ape has entered the monarch realm, he still has a long way to go. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Who is that? Chu Hao said. There will also be extremely powerful scavengers. Although anyone can break into the chaotic wasteland and find opportunities, if a monarch comes in and breaks the rules, how can ordinary people scavenge? Hiss! Do you mean that some powerful existence among the scavengers is helping us? Chu Hao shook his head. He might not be helping anyone. It's possible that he has taken a fancy to this primitive land and wants to slowly nurture it and harvest it. If that powerful existence wanted to harvest the raging sea, what should he do? Chu Hao said. You don't have to worry too much. If he really wanted to harvest the raging sea, he would have done so long ago. The raging sea should be a little special. Since there is the inheritance of the Void Temple here, it means that there are probably some special powerhouses protecting this place, which may be someone from the Void Temple. It's precisely because of this that I chose to die here. Han Fei asked, how big is the wasteland? Are there many strong masters? Chu Hao said, as for how big it is, it can contain a lot of raging seas. After you go out, you will find that the sea realm is really very big. Even I dare not say that I have walked through the entire sea realm. Of course, although it is big, there are not many who are really famous. When you go out, you will naturally get used to it. Han Fei nodded slightly. Will I be hunted if I go out? Chu Hao chuckled and said, do you think the people there are all very idle and will come to hunt you for no reason? Because of the unknown uniqueness of the raging sea, they don't care about it at all. Unless someone blatantly invades and runs amok in the territory of the scavengers, do you think anyone is willing to pay attention? Han Fei was slightly relieved. As long as he wouldn't be hunted as soon as he went out, it was fine. From the conversation just now, Han Fei had learned that the Beast King should be fine, but in Chu Hao's opinion, the Beast King didn't seem to be strong. Han Fei then said, in addition to some things about the outside world, I also want to know the function of the sea quelling painting. Have you gathered them all? Chu Hao said indifferently. That thing is not ordinary either. I picked it up when I obtained the demon purification pot. It's a boundary map of the Sea of Stars. Oh, it's the Sea of Stars in your origin sea. However, its markings are not complete. It only marks a small part of the Sea of Stars. The real Sea of Stars is huge and resplendent. How can a map draw it? However, the level of this map is not low. To be able to draw such a boundary map, even if the drawer is not a god, he might not be far away from a god. Therefore, if you wander in it, you might find a few origin grounds. But I advise you to be careful. The origin grounds are not easy to get. They represent endless resources, but also great crises. Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. At least Chu Hao didn't lie to him. As for whether he should find the origin grounds or not, he would have to wait until he walked out of the chaotic wasteland. Even Chu Hao, as a monarch, said that the sea realm was huge and had many strong masters. Then if he went out, his first priority was to adapt to the outside world. Only by getting used to the outside world could he be qualified to talk about other things. When Xia Hongzhu met the An family back then, she must be trying to find a place to settle down. She didn't expect to be tricked by the An family, therefore, no matter when, it was definitely impossible to rely on others. To forge iron, one had to be strong. All external help could only be considered as help. 3 months later, Thug Academy. Jia Xiaon and the others chose to stay in the Thug Academy for the time being because they wanted to learn some knowledge about the sea establishment realm from Han Fei. Because they could learn from Han Fei, this saved them too much time on the path of sea establishment. Now they were exploring their origin seas every day at all costs. From the Supreme Clearness world and the Infinity world, everyone had gained a lot. In the 200 years when Han Fei hid his identity, they had only used up all the resources they had, and their origin sea was less than 30,000 kilometers long. Now that they had obtained a new batch of resources, they naturally used them to explore their origin seas. Han Fei estimated that without 1,000 years and enough resources, it would be quite difficult for them to reach the limit of the sea establishment realm so quickly. With the current resources in the origin sea, it would be difficult for them to explore 50,000 kilometers. Therefore, everyone was actually waiting for Xiao Xiaoshan to give birth. After Xiao Xiaoshan gave birth to the child, Han Fei would leave soon. They were all cultivators. Children were important, but how could they stop cultivating just because they had a child? Instead, it was because only with children would they have stronger motivation. Only by being stronger could Han Fei better protect his child. Perhaps because Han Fei was also anxious, on this day, Han Fei decided to take Xuanhuan to his origin sea to give birth. Now, 1 year of cultivation in his origin sea was equivalent to 256 years. Perhaps after staying in his origin sea for a year, the child would be born. Xuanhuan asked, "Wouldn't this be too fast?" "I'm not ready yet," Han Fei said. "But we can't really prepare for 100 years, right? Besides, it will save us a lot of time if you cultivate in my origin sea." Xuanhuan agreed with him, so she said, "Let's go. Have you prepared enough resources?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes." Therefore, in Han Fei's origin sea, a tremendous amount of energy was surging toward Xuanhuan every day. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. This child hadn't been born yet, but he was already eating like this? How would he eat after he was born? He couldn't afford this child. However, after only 3 days in the origin sea, Han Fei felt that his head was about to explode. The great Dao runes that grew in his origin sea were all gone, and the chaotic qi and the immortal qi were both exhausted. Han Fei even found that the power of time was pouring into Xuanhuan's body. Cock. On the 3rd day, not only Han Fei's head exploded, but Xuanhuan's head also exploded. She said, "Is baby eating too much? I feel that a lot of complicated power is pouring in. My lifespan is rapidly shrinking. I'm afraid it has been consumed by nearly 10,000 years. What? Han Fei was shocked. This child began to absorb Xuanhuan's lifespan. Didn't he just eat a chaotic green lotus? Come out. Quickly come out. Outside, Renquang was sparring with Old Bai and the others. Seeing them come out, he asked in surprise, "Didn't you just go in? Why did you come out so quickly?" Han Fei said with a black face, "I don't feel like talking." Han Fei's heart sank. What should he do with this child? What if it swallowed Xuanhuan's vitality again? 1 chaotic green lotus wasn't enough? Where could he find such a treasure? Chapter 20114, A Hard Choice. Han Fei had no experience in this kind of thing at all. Senior Sister Green Lotus and the others said that it was nothing, but after feeding him a chaotic green lotus, it was absorbed soon. How long had it been? His son had swallowed the great Dao runes, absorbed the immortal qi, and even absorbed Xuanhuan's lifespan. If Han Fei didn't handle it well, it would be a big problem. Senior Sister Green Lotus and the others had said before that because Xuanhuan had divine blood, her children were divine children. Needless to say, they were definitely talented. Perhaps because it was too difficult to give birth to a divine child, the nutrients he needed were very terrifying. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He contacted eldest senior brother with the excuse of going out to find medicine. Anyway, for the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple, this didn't seem to be a big deal. Senior Sister Green Lotus casually sent a chaotic green lotus over. Such a high-level heavenly spiritual treasure couldn't be found in the raging sea, so they could only count on them. 1 day later, inside the bronze door. This time, only Senior Sister Green Lotus and Red Lotus came. As soon as he entered, he heard Senior Sister Green Lotus say, "Junior brother, I heard that your wife encountered some problems again?" Han Fei scratched his head and said, "Senior Sister Green Lotus, I didn't want to trouble you with this matter, but my child seems to need too much vitality and resources. A chaotic green lotus was absorbed completely in only a year. It hasn't been long. I brought my wife into my origin sea, accelerated time, and tried to accelerate my child's birth. However, the Dao runes, chaotic qi, and immortal qi in my origin sea were almost absorbed completely in only 3 days. My wife's lifespan was forcibly consumed for nearly 10,000 years. The resources in the place where I live are relatively poor. I was afraid that something would go wrong, so I asked eldest senior brother to help me." "Oh?" In the pool, the green lotus and the red lotus swayed. Senior Sister Green Lotus asked in surprise, "Is he so talented?" Senior Sister Red Lotus said, "You said that time can accelerate in your origin sea." Han Fei didn't deny it. Anyway, when he came to the sea realm, it would probably be revealed that he walked the great Dao of time. So he said, "I walk many Daos at the same time, and the great Dao of time is one of my great Daos." Others didn't know this, but eldest senior brother knew. They were all his senior sisters and brothers, so he didn't hide it. This time, before Senior Sister Green Lotus and the others could answer, eldest senior brother asked in person, "The great Dao of time is an extremely powerful Dao. Your son must have inherited this Dao in advance, so the consumption has soared. What great Daos do you have?" Han Fei was stunned. "Is my son so awesome? He's not even born yet, but he's already walking on the great Dao of time?" Senior Sister Red Lotus said, "In the sea realm there are countless kinds of great Daos. You can tell me." "There are many people who walk the great Dao of time." Han Fei thought that this was not the time to hide it, so he said, "I have the great Dao of time, the great Dao of heaven enlightenment, the great Dao of yin-yang, the great Dao of strength, the great Dao of gravity, the great Dao of space, and the great Dao of space. Also, I specialize in body tempering, green lotus, red lotus, all," and Han Fei said a dozen great Daos at once. Even eldest senior brother couldn't help raising his hand. Green Lotus and Red Lotus looked at each other, both speechless. Green Lotus said, "I think you'll have to turn to eldest senior brother for help. Your great Daos are quite strong. If your child inherits them all at once, the vitality and energy that the mother body needs to provide will be an astronomical figure." Even if I give you another chaotic green lotus, I'm afraid it won't help. Han Fei's heart sank. Another chaotic green lotus was useless? Was it so serious? Han Fei couldn't help but look at eldest senior brother and cup his fists. Eldest senior brother, please help me. Okay, eldest senior brother said indifferently, the mother's body is weak. Firstly, because her potential before the Sea Establishment realm wasn't released, and secondly, because her bloodline completely awakened after the Sea Establishment realm, yet she gave birth to a child she shouldn't have given birth to in advance. If you want your child to be born successfully, your wife should at least reach the longevity realm, but she has been pregnant with the child who needs the mother's energy. Before the child is born, it's almost impossible for her to reach the longevity realm. With just resources, your child can't obtain the ultimate inheritance of his mother's talent, which will reduce his talent. I can give you two choices. Han Fei said solemnly, eldest senior brother, please tell me. Eldest senior brother said, the first choice is that I'll give you resources that can ensure the safety of the mother and son, and your children can be born successfully. His aptitude won't be weak, but because he doesn't inherit his mother's true talent, he won't get the best talent he deserves, but he is still a divine child. Secondly, seal your wife's body and your child, and I can cast a spell, take your wife's soul, help her recultivate and reincarnate in the sea realm. When she reaches the longevity realm, your wife's aptitude will be enough to carry the needs of her children. At that time, when the child is born, he will be very talented and have hope of becoming a god. Han Fei swallowed. He was almost shocked by the words have hope of becoming a god. But Han Fei's first reaction was, take away her soul completely? What if she dies halfway? Eldest senior brother said, you can leave a wisp of her soul. Even if it doesn't work, you can still choose the first choice. Han Fei asked, may I ask what it means by help her recultivate and reincarnate in the sea realms? Eldest senior brother said, help her reincarnate and completely recultivate. What she lacked when she was born can also be made up for. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can this be done? Can reincarnation be done like this? But Han Fei still hesitated. Eldest senior brother, what if she falls in love with someone else after she reincarnates and before she reaches the longevity realm? The road to the longevity realm is long. I'm afraid there will be a lot of unexpected things. Eldest senior brother said, by sealing her lust, she can cultivate better. But there are also drawbacks. Even if you find her in the future, how to unlock her lust is a problem. Han Fei's face changed. She won't have memories? Eldest senior brother said, yes. After she embarked on the path of cultivation, she will quickly notice that her soul is lacking. If she is persistent, she will probably search for it her entire life. But it's up to you whether she will accept it and release the memories hidden in the depths of her brain. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. One choice was to forcibly give birth to the child now, but the mother's aptitude limited the upper limit of the child's potential, but the benefit was that the child could be successfully born. The other was to make xuanhuan recultivate and reach the longevity realm, which not only could solve the problem of the mother body's congenital deficiency, but could also solve the upper limit of their child's potential, and the child may have a chance to become a god. However, he had to find a way to awaken xuanhuan's lust. It was definitely not easy to awaken her sealed lust if even eldest senior brother said it was difficult. This was a difficult choice, but Han Fei knew that this choice was not his, but xuanhuan's. If it were him, he would think that sea establishers were already strong enough. Xuanhuan was a divine child after all. Even if her potential didn't reach the peak for various reasons, if she gave birth to the child and recultivated, it wouldn't be a problem for her to open the sky and even reach the longevity realm. If it were him, the first choice was not a bad choice. Just as Han Fei was hesitating, eldest senior brother added, if you choose the first one and nurture your children with resources, it may take 10,000 years for your children to be born. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Wasn't this following Xia Hongju's path? It took Xia Hongju 100,000 years to give birth to xuanhuan with Chunhuangdian's help because she didn't have enough divine blood. Now, because xuanhuan's potential wasn't fully tapped and she was pregnant with a child in advance that could only be born when she reached the longevity realm, it would also cost her 100,000 years. Alas, Green Lotus sighed, I thought a single chaotic Green Lotus could solve it. I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Red Lotus said, the path of the strong is never easy. It's already a blessing to have a child. Junior brother, no matter what you choose, it won't be bad. But what? Han Fei saw that Red Lotus seemed to have something to say. Red Lotus looked at eldest senior brother and said, can we let little junior brother know now? Eldest senior brother thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Han Fei didn't know what was so mysterious that he shouldn't have known it in advance. Red Lotus asked, Junior brother, do you know about the War of the Gods? Han Fei nodded. I know a thing or two, Red Lotus said. Then you should know why the gods died, right? Han Fei said, I know a little bit, but I only know it seems to be related to something ominous. Red Lotus said, there's a reason for the gods to die. Although the sea realm is big, the darkness is restless. As I've said before, the philosophies of the three temples are different. It's about the way to deal with the descent of darkness, or rather, it's a choice. I can only tell you that maybe in 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, the ominous will eventually invade the sea realm and the darkness will descend. There are some things that even the gods can't hide from, let alone sea establishers, sky opener, Tao provers. Our Void Temple is also trying to stop the ominous. I think you may consider the second choice. After all, your son has a chance to become a god. Han Fei's heart stirred. Senior Sister Red Lotus's words were obvious enough. She meant that if the ominous came, even the gods couldn't escape, so how could others? In other words, she was telling him that if there was a god here, he might be able to resist the ominous. She also reminded him that if his child couldn't resist it, everything would be gone. She, xuanhuan, and their child would be eventually annihilated in the ominous. Han Fei was shocked. Thank you for telling me, senior sister, senior brother, can you let me consider it for a few days? Eldest senior brother nodded slightly. This secret can't be spread, nor can the Void Temple. Han Fei nodded. Of course. Chapter 2115, Choice, I choose the second. At this moment, Han Fei and the other four were gathered together, all looking solemn. Although this was Han Fei and xuanhuan's business, they were too familiar with each other, and Han Fei wanted to hear their opinion. After all, this was an extremely difficult choice. Xuanhuan took a few breaths and made a decision. Han Fei's face immediately turned black. Have you thought it through? Be careful about this matter. Xuanhuan said, if I choose the first one, I can't make any progress in 10,000 years. I'll have to spend 10,000 years or even tens of thousands of years to give birth to a child. Has anyone ever spent so long to give birth to a child? Han Fei, yes, your mother, xuanhuan howled. That's a special situation. Han Fei said, you're in a special situation too. Xuanhuan pouted. I want to choose the second one. First of all, I was born with a congenital defect. Even if I recultivate, can I make up for the part I missed in my mother's womb? Secondly, what if my son, who could have become a god, has to end up as only a Tao prover or even worse because of me? How difficult is it to reach the longevity realm? My mother is a real divine child, but she hasn't even reached the longevity realm yet. My son has the chance to become a god. How can I waste this chance? Han Fei asked. The key is, what if you don't recognize me at that time? Xuanhuan said. Well, can't you even handle your own wife? Han Fei. This question made Han Fei speechless. Zhang Xuanyu and Luo were dumbfounded. It was too fucking mysterious. Why was it so mysterious? Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai asked, who gave you these two solutions? This method is strange. Your resources in the Origin Sea can't even last for 3 days, and Xiaochan's lifespan has been swallowed by 10,000 years, but this person can solve it easily. Don't tell me that this is something a sky-opening realm cultivator can do. Han Fei said, he is a monarch. Xuanhuan and the other three gasped. But there aren't any monarchs in the Raging Sea, Luo Xiaobai said. The one in the Monarch Palace is still alive? No, if he can grab Xiaoshan's soul and throw it into the sea realm, why would he be lying low here? Han Fei said. Not the one in the Monarch Palace, but the one behind the Martial Emperor City. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise. Do you even know a monarch? Luo asked. Do you have such a relationship with a monarch? Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Why did he help you? Han Fei said. I can't say who he is, but he's definitely credible. Xuanhuan suddenly said, wait a moment, I have a question. On the day you left, I sensed that you didn't go to Granny Chu, so I went to ask her, but she didn't know about the Green Lotus at all, and you never went to the Medicine King world to ask for medicine. Then where did the Green Lotus you gave me before come from? Is it also from the monarch behind the Martial Emperor City? Han Fei nodded. That Green Lotus is a chaotic spiritual treasure, an existence higher than a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. How can there be such a thing in the Raging Sea? Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't know this, but they immediately thought of what happened when Han Fei fell into the endless void. They wondered if Han Fei was rescued by the monarch behind the Martial Emperor City back then. Luo Xiaobai asked again, why is he so good to you? He doesn't only help you, but also helps Xiaochan. Han Fei pondered and said, I can't tell you. It involves too many secrets. Some names can't be told or remembered. The four of them were stunned. Was it so exaggerated that they couldn't even know his name? Zhang Xuanyu said. Well, then don't say it. As long as he is credible, it'll be fine. However, I think, Fei, if you ask us, it means that it's difficult for you to choose. However, since you've asked, it means that you actually want to choose the second one, right? Luo said. Actually, I think the first one is better. It's safe and easy. Xuanhuan said, shut up. In tens of thousands of years, you'll have already all opened the sky, or even have proved you Tao. But I'll just give birth to the child and still have to recultivate. Then wouldn't I lag behind you a lot? Luo said. That's not true. Won't you be happy to have a group of big shots protect you? Xuanhuan snorted. Forget it. If I choose the second one now, maybe I won't have any lust in the next 10,000 years, but I won't know it, so I won't be in pain. I just need to wait for Han Fei to come to me. Besides, if I can prove my Tao, maybe I can find back my memory or even find you. Wouldn't it just be a matter of sequence? At that time, at least I'll have proven my Tao. Luo choked. That makes sense. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai, who said, "Don't look at me. You know which one I will choose." Xiao Xiao looked at Han Fei seriously this time. "What we need to consider now is not the choice, but that since my body and child are to be sealed, they have to be sealed in the Merman royal family and taken care of by my mother. Although I don't know how much her injuries have been healed, at least I can be sure that her injuries won't heal within 1,000 years. Renkuang asked, "Can't it be in Fei's origin sea?" Zhang Xuanyu kicked Renkuang. "Are you stupid? Jia Xiaoshan has lost her 10,000-year vitality after staying in it for 3 days. If she stays in his origin sea, she will be drained in half a month." "Oh, I forgot about that." Now the 4 people on the opposite side had reached a consensus. This time, Xia Xiaoshan, who had always been a little clingy, was very firm. In fact, with eldest senior brother's help, Han Fei knew that the second choice was quite likely to succeed. After all, Xia Xiaoshan was born with the blood of a god, so her growth must be very fast. If she was reincarnated into the sea realm, eldest senior brother certainly wouldn't choose a random family for her. He would definitely carefully find a reliable family for her. The main reason was that the sea realm was dangerous, and Han Fei was actually afraid that something would happen to him. However, at this moment he had to make a choice. In his heart, he really wanted to choose the second choice. Han Fei made up his mind and looked at Xiao Xiaoshan solemnly. Okay. Now, his child was absorbing Xiao Xiaoshan's lifespan every moment. He had to make a decision now. When Han Fei made this decision, Luo Xiaobai and the others all sighed in their hearts. If possible, they didn't want to see such a scene. Half a day later, in Xia Hongzhu's palace. A divine child? Xia Hongzhu's face changed drastically. She glanced at Xia Xiaoshan, who seemed to have been seen through. When Xia Hongzhu felt the source of power that was slowly absorbing the vitality of Xia Xiaoshan, she couldn't help taking a deep breath. You are indeed a divine child, but you haven't even reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. The price to give birth to a divine child is too high. I'm afraid it won't be any less than the price I paid when I gave birth to you. It took me 100,000 years, although I was in the sky-opening realm and had gone very far. Now, even if I personally protect you, I'm afraid you won't be able to give birth to this child without 30 to 50,000 years. Xia Xiaoshan said, Mom, we already have a solution. Huh? You? What solution can you have? After a while, when Han Fei told her his plan, Xia Hongzhu looked at him deeply for a long time. She didn't doubt Han Fei's purpose. As Han Fei said, if there was such a good thing, why did it fall into his hands? What was his relationship with the monarch? Why did he help him so much? In fact, Han Fei had thought of asking the Beast King to protect Xia Xiaoshan. After all, a monarch was more reliable than the Merman royal family. However, the Beast King was guarding the raging sea. If he had to fight with intruders from time to time, Xia Xiaoshan might as well stay in the Merman royal family. Xia Hongzhu said, Where is the monarch? Can we meet him? Han Fei shook his head. No. Maybe you can feel it when he takes action. Xia Hongzhu asked, Do you know how long it will take from sealing the bodies of Xiaochan and the child to her recultivating to the longevity realm? Han Fei, I don't know, Xia Hongzhu said. I used 50,000 years but haven't proven my Tao. Han Fei said, Mother-in-law, you weren't born in the sea realm. The sea realm is not comparable to the raging sea, Xia Hongzhu said. Even if it doesn't take 50,000 years, even if it only takes 10,000 years, the vitality and energy needed to maintain Xiaochan's body in these 10,000 years are also astronomical. Suddenly, Chun Huangdian's voice sounded leisurely. He chuckled. Even sky openers can only narrowly make ends meet. Can the Emperor give you such vitality and resources? Humph, Han Fei looked at Chun Huangdian coldly. Since I said he can, he can. Why, do you still think I'm an insignificant ant? Believe it or not, I can blow you up with 3 punches. No, I don't believe it. For a moment, the two of them went tit for tat as if they were born incompatible. All right, Xia Xiaoshan said solemnly. Okay, in fact, we all know which to choose. It's not to cultivate a reincarnation body. I'll still be me. Xia Xiaoshan looked at Xia Hongzhu. Mom, I don't want to walk your path again. I want to choose my own path. Chapter 2116, Leaving, Shake the Sea with a Single Finger. Since Han Fei and Xia Xiaoshan had come to the Merman royal family, they were going to let Xia Xiaoshan be sealed in the Merman royal family. In this way, at least they wouldn't have a conflict with the Merman royal family. As for whether Han Fei's words were credible or not in the eyes of Xia Hongzhu and the others, it would be known when they sealed Xia Xiaoshan. If it was really a monarch taking action, how could the commotion be small? If Han Fei did something to harm Xia Xiaoshan in the territory of the Merman royal family, the 3 sky openers of the Merman royal family wouldn't give Han Fei a chance to leave today. Most importantly, Han Fei had no reason to do anything to Xia Xiaoshan. Since he had opened the sky, his bloodline level was not low. After all, gods were humans before they became gods. Han Fei had already opened the sky. The higher he went, the stronger his bloodline would be. Besides, Han Fei was too young to covet other people's so-called divine bloodline. Besides, if what Han Fei said was true that a monarch could help Xia Xiaoshan thoroughly recultivate, this was undoubtedly very beneficial to Xia Xiaoshan. Therefore, Xiahongzhu had no reason to object. After thinking for a long time, Xiahongzhu said, "Okay, since you said that the monarch can do it, seal her in the Merman royal family. I need to see the exact infinite power that can protect her for at least 10,000 years." Han Fei nodded. 10,000 years. At that time, if he didn't die, Han Fei believed that he had a way to protect Xiaoshan without needing eldest senior brother's help. When Xiahongzhu agreed, Han Fei sighed in his heart. This was a good thing for others, but for him and Xiaoshan, only they knew how it felt. Han Fei and Xiaoshan looked at each other. "You have to come to me as soon as possible," Han Fei nodded. "Don't worry, you're recultivating. No matter how talented you are, can you prove your Tao faster than me?" "I'll find you soon." Xiaoshan suddenly cracked a smile. "I'll find you too," Xiahongzhu said. "Okay, there's no time to lose. Although 1 or 2 days are fine, the longer it takes, the worse it will be for you and the child." With that, Xiahongzhu looked at Han Fei. "Are you ready?" Han Fei glanced at Xiahongzhu and then at Xiaoshan. "Wait for me for a moment. I'll be back soon." A moment later, in Han Fei's origin sea, it was rare for Han Fei to use the demon purification pot. This time, he needed the demon purification pot to help him refine a weapon. This was because most of the resources in Han Fei's origin sea had been consumed when he returned to the origin. The resources he seized from He Daoyuan's origin sea were mostly pure resources. The only thing that hadn't been consumed was a piece of gravity origin magnet, which was the stone that suppressed the Kingba crab. Han Fei threw the gravity origin magnet into the demon purification pot. With a thought, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and chaotic qi poured into his origin sea, and in the end, a large amount of yin-yang Dao runes disappeared into it. After about half a day in the origin sea, finally, 2 yin-yang fish jade pendants the size of half a finger appeared, one black and one white. Gravity origin magnet was a material used to refine godly weapons. A single stone could suppress a giant beast, which showed how heavy the stone was. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. 8 Name Yin-Yang Dual Pendant. Introduction. This is a pair of jade fish pendants made of the gravity origin magnet and the yin-yang great Tao. It has the ability to protect its master and can store a certain amount of energy. When in extreme danger, it can protect its master. When the 2 pendants absorb each other, they will sense each other within a certain distance. Quality. Mid-quality godly weapon where attached soul. None effect master protecting. Energy reserve. Recastable. R recastable. R remarks. ER remarks. R remarks. ER remarks. The master protecting ability of the yin-yang dual pendant varies according to the amount of energy it stores. Han Fei's lips curled. How could he make Xiaoshan believe him without evidence if they met again? Han Fei reached out and grabbed almost all the chaotic qi, immortal qi, and a large amount of spiritual energy from the origin sea and poured them into the jade pendants. In the sea realm, there were many dangers. This pendant could store energy, and she should be able to discover this secret. A day in the origin sea was only a short moment in the outside world, so it only took Han Fei half an hour to go back and forth. Because the gravity origin magnet hadn't recognized him as its master yet, it was very heavy. Even if the demon purification pot had basically refined it, the essence was the essence. When Han Fei held the yin-yang dual pendant, the seawater was trembling. Fortunately, Han Fei was a body refiner and had already opened the sky. Otherwise, ordinary kings wouldn't be able to run fast with it. Xiaoshan asked, "What did you do?" Han Fei said, "Take it. Bind it with you." When Han Fei took out the yin-yang dual pendant, Xiaoshan was stunned. "This is," Han Fei said, "I'll find you later. What if you can't remember me? Don't worry, we'll each take one. Then I'm not afraid that you won't admit that you are my wife. Also, I'll ask the monarch to leave a birthmark on you." "It's a double guarantee." Xiaoshan asked, "Can he do that?" Han Fei said, "Come on, he is a monarch." When Xiaoshan dropped her blood on the pendant, Xiahongzhu, Chunhuangdian, and Li Qingdi's pupils were constricted. At that moment, half of the divine blood in Xiaoshan's body was absorbed. Where did this jade pendant come from? Heaven enlightenment, buzz. When the holy pillar of light descended, the divine blood in Xiaoshan's body grew again. After more than 50 seconds, Han Fei spent at least 3,000 years of his life before Xiaoshan finally made the jade pendant acknowledge her as its master. As soon as it was completed, Xiaoshan exclaimed in shock, "A godly weapon?" Han Fei smiled and said, "In the sea realm, you can't survive without a godly weapon. This jade pendant is not of much use, but it's equivalent to an amulet. It can protect you and will be born with you." Xiahongzhu was deep in thought. Where did Han Fei get these divine weapons? In the war with the 100 demons, he took out a lot of godly weapons and even detonated one. Did this guy know how to forge godly weapons? A moment later, only Xiahongzhu, Chunhuangdian, and Li Qingdi were present. They really wanted to see the power of a monarch. Han Fei glanced at Xiaoshan one last time and secretly activated the void temple mark in his mind. "Eldest senior brother, I'm ready. I chose the second one." Immediately afterward, Han Fei heard eldest senior brother's voice in his mind. "Are you ready?" Han Fei said. "Yes, but please leave a mark on her. Also, I just refined a godly weapon. Can she take it with her? Eldest senior brother, okay. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Eldest senior brother, I heard that the sea realm is huge. How can I find her? Eldest senior brother said, I will let her be born in a very powerful force, but I can only do it in secret. Therefore, when the time comes, I can only give you a rough range. Han Fei said, as long as it has a range. Han Fei thought that with the range and his vast ocean navigator, it shouldn't be difficult to find Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei said, eldest senior brother, I'm ready. When Han Fei made up his mind, the forbidden area of the Merman royal family suddenly began to tremble, and an indescribable, terrifying, suppressing pressure descended. Before anyone could see what the power was, golden chains appeared in the sky. They were clearly the divine chains of order that Han Fei had seen before. So many divine chains of order. Xiahongzhu couldn't help being shocked. How could anyone resist the heavenly Tao? Han Fei was surprised. This time there were much more divine chains of order than before. The sky was full of the divine chains of order. Above the divine chains of order, a void storm rolled up, and a huge hand slowly stretched out. Hissay, this was the first time Han Fei had seen his eldest senior brother take action. At that moment, even the sky changed its colors. Humph, with a snort. The divine chains of order that filled the sky shattered one after another. At that moment, the pupils in the sky seemed to be opening, and Han Fei suspected that it was the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. Make way! However, eldest senior brother shouted, and the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye disappeared. It shattered before it condensed. Xia Xiaochan, Xiahongzhu, and the others were dumbfounded. They all wondered how powerful the person behind the martial emperor's city was. Was this the power of a monarch? When a huge hand extended over, there seemed to be a suction force in the palm. Xia Xiaoshan froze, and a complete blue soul body flew into the sky. Han Fei, Xia Xiaoshan's soul, was calling. At this moment she was really reluctant to leave Han Fei, but since eldest senior brother had come, there was nothing she could do. Han Fei shouted, don't worry, wait for me to find you. Senior, remember to leave a mark on her for me. Okay, eldest senior brother played along and then slowly retracted the huge hand. At the same time as eldest senior brother retracted his hand, a piece of dead wood fell. At one end of the wooden stake was a branch with sprouts. Eldest senior brother's voice was as resounding as the voice of the heavenly Tao. The ancient tree of life can protect the body for 100,000 years. Once it closes, only Tao provers can open it. Boom! When the round wooden coffin fell to the bottom of the sea, eldest senior brother had already left. All of this happened extremely quickly. Xiaochan only had time to call Han Fei's name before she appeared in eldest senior brother's palm. When eldest senior brother retracted his palm, the divine chains of order that filled the sky instantly sealed the void storm and didn't disappear for a long time. Han Fei looked at Xiahongzhu and the other two. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. They must be drenched. They could all feel the rich vitality escaping from the ancient tree of life. Seeing it was real, Xiahongzhu and the others had to believe Han Fei. This wooden stake alone was even better than a godly weapon. Now that Xia Xiaoshan's soul had left her body, she stood still. Han Fei murmured solemnly, the mountains are high and the rivers are far away. But wait for me, I'll be there soon. Xiahongzhu was secretly relieved and then her eyes flickered. Can a monarch defy the heavenly Tao? Xuanhuan and Li Qingdi were still immersed in the power just now. Han Fei quietly walked forward, picked Xia Xiaochan up, and gently put her into the ancient tree of life. He said in a low voice, I'm going to seal the coffin. Xiahongzhu took a deep look at the silent Xia Xiaoshan and said slowly, okay, bring it to my palace. With that, Xiahongzhu turned around and left. Booma. Just as Xuanhuan and Li Qingdi were about to leave, the moment the coffin was sealed, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Xuanhuan, it's time to settle the score. Considering your 100,000 years of hard work of protecting Xiaochan, I'll spare your life today, but you owe me a finger. At that moment, Han Fei was full of hostility. He activated his great Tao, opened the invincible eye, and summoned his Dharma idol. The divine chains of order that hadn't dissipated immediately found their target and were about to tie Han Fei up. However, Han Fei pointed his finger at Xuanhuan as if to vent out all his sadness from Xia Xiaoshan's leave. Boom. In an instant, a pillar of water shot across the sky above the entire Merman royal family like a shooting star at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 2117, Out of Seclusion, Leave 5 years later. Han Fei came out of the Origin Sea. During this period, Han Fei had swallowed 70 or 80% of Heidao Yuan's resources. The main use was to practice the void body refining technique and the void sky watching technique. Han Fei was not in a hurry to continue to expand his Origin Sea. In the past 3 years, he was not in the Origin Sea in the first 2 years, but was frantically collecting chaotic chi from the endless void. Every day, while absorbing the chaotic chi, he would use the mystic yellow scripture to absorb the mystic yellow chi. The last year was his real cultivation time. Now, in his Origin Sea, there were as many as 500,000 wisps of chaotic chi, 100,000 wisps of immortal chi, and nearly 30,000 wisps of fiendish chi. These resources were used as basic reserves for the journey to the sea realm. Although he didn't know what kind of place the Sea Realm was, he believed that the Sky Openers couldn't be everywhere. Otherwise, how strong would the Sea Realm be? He looked at his personal information. Owner, Hanfei level, 101, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, 360,201, Evolving, 258, 8,022. Chaotic Chi, 500,000 Spiritual Power, 2,143,656. Perception Range, 2,200,000 kilometers. Strength, 1,000, 2,000, 5,052. Waves: First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish level 93, Second Spiritual Beast Emperor Sparrow level 99. Main Art, Time Fishing Technique, the 8th level of the Void Fishing Technique, Emperor level, Divine Quality. This information matched Hanfei's expectations. After opening the sky, there would be an explosive growth phase, which was the so-called consolidation of strength. Hanfei's hasty consolidation didn't completely exhaust the remaining strength of his sky opening. Now, after consolidating his cultivation for more than 200 years, he had mainly cultivated the void sky watching technique, which made his soul more condensed. Although his soul power only increased by more than 200,000, this number was actually very terrifying, almost twice as strong as before he opened the sky. Of course, because he had only cultivated for a short time, in terms of strength, his soul power was not stronger than some sky-opening realm powerhouses who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Even now, he was probably about the same as the Sword God and the others. However, it was already not bad that he could cultivate his soul to such a level in just a few years. After all, he mainly relied on his strength to make a living. After all, he was a body refiner. Therefore, during this period of time, after he completely consolidated his cultivation, his strength had increased by more than 100,000 waves. Huff, Hanfei was slightly relieved. It's time to go, Thug Academy. When Hanfei appeared here after 5 years, Old Bai and the others narrowed their eyes slightly. Ren Tianfei came out of the palace of the central holy city and sighed slightly. Are you leaving? Hanfei said. The raging sea can no longer help me improve quickly. Ren Tianfei sighed in his heart. This guy was only a fishing master in the beginning. Within hundreds of years, he had reached a level that no one could reach. Such talent naturally shouldn't be wasted in the raging sea. Ren Tianfei said, everyone is actually waiting for you to come out, hoping you can come out quickly and slowly. Fine, I'll go inform them. Hanfei smiled. No need. I think they've already known. In fact, the moment Hanfei came out of the Origin Sea, the Sword God, Wang Yijian, Taiyuan, and the others had all looked over. Hanfei even sensed a special guy from the 100 Flowers world, Li Luoluo. Hanfei looked at the void and said casually, everyone, since you haven't gone to the heavenly realm, it seems that you're all waiting for me. In that case, please come. Old Zheng said. Brat, why don't you stay for 2 more years? It's actually not bad to live a comfortable life for 2 more years. Hanfei said with a smile. Have you forgotten that I've had 200 years of comfort? Too comfortable a life makes one lazy. Old Bai said, that's right. After all, you have to go out sooner or later. However, Hanfei, outside the raging sea, it might really be the legendary infinite land. This world is too vast and dangerous. Even if you have already opened the sky, you still have to be careful. Hanfei cupped his hands. Thank you for your reminder, President. I will. Swish, 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 swish. Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and the Renquang walked out of the void one after another, looking ready. Then, figures walked out of the void one after another. The king of the human race, the kings of the undersea human race, and the representatives of the giant beast race that were his avatar, Taiyuan Old Turtle, and the Snail Emperor. Seeing the Snail Emperor walking over slowly with a walking stick, Hanfei was surprised. Senior Snail Emperor, are you going with me? The Snail Emperor nodded slightly. I've been thinking for a long time whether I should go or not. Logically speaking, it's better to be conservative. However, I've indeed lived too long in the raging sea. It seems that it's time to exercise my body. Hanfei nodded. Then let's go together, but you should take care of your own kings. It's hard to predict what will happen when we go there. Sea establishers are certainly not as strong as sky openers, so those who want to leave with us can enter the origin sea of your sky openers. Luo Xiaobai said, in the past few years of your seclusion, all the kings have discussed. Except for some new kings and Uncle Xuan, the rest will all go. Hanfei couldn't help looking at Han Xuan. Uncle Xuan, you're not going? Han Xuan said, someone has to guard this place. Besides, Yinner has been learning divination and array techniques from me for the past few years. Besides, there are only venerables and some new kings left. What if something happens to her after I leave? Yinner hadn't opened the sky yet, probably to keep releasing her potential. Even his Neza clone had already transcended the tribulation and entered the sea establishment realm. Although his giant beast clone didn't break through, it quickly reached the advanced venerable realm. The main reason was that Hanfei's original body was too powerful. When his consciousness was shared and a massive amount of experience and comprehension fell on these two clones, it helped them solve many problems. Yinner came with Han Xuan. Seeing Hanfei, she couldn't help but say, brother, your avatars, Hanfei said bluntly. I'll take them away together. This time, Xuanhuan didn't stop him. Han Fei had once told him about the outside world. If he had an avatar, he could have a backup plan. Kong Shen said, half of the kings of the undersea human race will go, and the other half will stay. Han Fei nodded. This made sense. With Uncle Xuan here, it should be fine. When he glanced at the crowd, he found that Mu Wuhua had appeared with a little girl who was looking at Han Fei with her head tilted. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Has the water immortal finally transformed into a human shape again? But Han Fei didn't show much. He said, everyone who came today, let me remind you that once you leave the Raging Sea, don't mention the Raging Sea to anyone there. If necessary, even if you have to blow yourself up, don't reveal the existence of the Raging Sea. All the kings looked solemn. They naturally knew the seriousness of this matter. If someone could search their souls, even if they didn't know the way to leave or enter the Raging Sea, so what? They were only kings. How could they know the methods of the stronger? Hong Yue said. Don't worry, human emperor. We all know our limits. This trip to the east may be a great opportunity or a great disaster. Since we're going, we're already prepared. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, do you still need a few days to do anything? I don't know when we can return after we leave. The sword god said, most of the legacies have been left behind. How many strong masters can be born here depends on their opportunities. Even Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei, I've already left my inheritance. But I'm afraid the only person here who can leave something for the world is you, right? When Han Fei heard that, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His gaze fell on the palace plaque of the central holy city. He casually clenched his fist, and the plaque instantly shattered into powder. Han Fei took out a piece of jade essence, which burned in the air and condensed into a plaque in the blink of an eye. He drew in the air with his finger, and wisps of vast Dao runes turned into a knife-light, and he engraved 2 words on the plaque, Dao Heart. When seeing the 2 words, even Wang Yijian, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help having his eyes light up. Not only did these 2 words contain the inheritance of the Dao of Knife, but they also carried powerful Dao runes. Even he felt his heart stirred when he saw them. If it weren't for the fact that he had to leave, Wang Yijin even wanted to spar with Han Fei. The kings didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Yinner and the water immortal who hadn't awakened froze on the spot for a long time, as if they were enchanted by these 2 words. Han Fei took one last look at Yinner, and then looked at Qu Jinan, Yi Xian, and the others who were rushing back hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Yi Xian was rushing back quickly, shouting, wait for me. She knew that Han Fei and the others could definitely hear her. Indeed, Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a playful smile. Zhang Shuyu said with a straight face, wait for me for a moment. Han Fei asked, you are not going to take your little wife? Zhang Shuyu snorted, women will only affect my speed. Chapter 2118, Ice Age? 3 months later. Swish, swish. Many figures stopped on a boundless sea. A trace of mist had already appeared here. However, this was not the Sea of Mist. This was a place that the emperors had never been to in all these years. Han Fei said, everyone, if I've guessed right, we can leave within 5 days. I'll go nearby to explore. This was not the first time Han Fei did this. Even with the vast ocean navigator, he was slowed down by the speed of the snail emperor, so Han Fei would carry out an ultra-long-distance exploration in advance to prevent everyone from only walking a short distance every day. Because he mastered the great Tao of time, he wasn't afraid of getting lost. This day was an exception. When this mist appeared, Han Fei knew that he had arrived. After thousands of kilometers, Han Fei shouted, Teacher, are you there? The figure of the Beast King appeared silently in the void. Even Han Fei only felt the void tremble slightly, like a breeze brushing against his face. Han Fei said, Teacher, I'll go to the sea realm first. Do you have any other warnings? The Beast King said leisurely. Although I encountered the Battle of the Monarchs when I was only at the edge of the sea realm, causing me to obtain an opportunity and not be able to go out, the sea realm is definitely dangerous, and there are many different races. In my opinion, there are no less than 100 races. If you go there, don't show off too much. If possible, try to understand the periphery of where we are and find out who the guy who often attacks the Raging Sea is. When the time comes, let's kill him together and eliminate that person. Only then will the Raging Sea be safe. Otherwise, I will have to guard here all the time. Han Fei nodded solemnly. Got it. This will be the first thing I do after I go to the sea realm. When Han Fei and the others completely entered a misty sea area under Han Fei's lead, they finally saw a dark barrier-like alternate space. Taiyuan sighed. I didn't expect that we actually lived in a small world, Wang Yijian said. I've long guessed that there should be a stronger sword path behind this darkness. Han Fei said, everyone, there's no turning back now. The other side is a greater world, a probably huge world, Kong Shen said. Rather than being trapped in a cage, we might as well die in a greater world. Since we're here, let's go there. Han Fei nodded slightly. In that case, all kings enter the Sky Opener's origin seas. Even Sword Cultivator's Sword Palace could accommodate people. Those who entered Han Fei's origin sea were mostly the heavenly masters of the original 36 mystic worlds. The others were fine, but beside Han Fei there was Li Luoluo, who no one was familiar with. As for Luo Xiaobai and the others, they were even more wary of Li Luo Luo. Luo Xiaobai said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "When we go to the outside world, we have to ask all the kings to erase their memories of the past 3 months." Han Fei nodded imperceptibly. "Let's go, bah, bang, bang, bang." This dark barrier didn't have the effect of a barrier. It was pure darkness, more like a path to light. After Han Fei and the others entered the darkness, they could immediately feel a slight suction force, which seemed to be pulling them out. Even without the vast ocean navigator, they could probably leave the raging sea with this suction force. When they first entered this darkness, Han Fei and the other emperors only felt cold. This coldness was not as simple as the cold itself. It seemed to contain the power of the great Tao. The sword god said, "This kind of cold requires the resistance of the Tao heart. Venerables can't survive here at all." Taiyuan, that's right, we haven't even gone out, but it's already so dangerous. Everyone, get ready. Half a day later, swish, 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 swish. In a dark and cold sea area, there were faint gray clouds like currents all year round. 6 figures walked out of a large gray mist in a row. The moment Han Fei came out, he scanned his surroundings with his perception. He was surrounded by a gray area that was more than 1,000,000 kilometers long. It was like a turbid sea current without any creatures. Directly above, which was above his head, there seemed to be a problem. When his perception reached the sky, it was frozen, almost shattering his perception. Besides, at least in this gray turbid flow, Han Fei and the others didn't perceive a single creature. Since their perception didn't find any creatures, their second reaction was to look back. However, they seemed to have appeared out of thin air and couldn't find the way they came, nor could they travel through space nodes. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and silently asked it to point in the direction of the sea realm. But this time, the vast ocean navigator didn't turn. All the emperors gasped slightly. Kong Shen said, "This is already the sea realm." The snail emperor, on the other hand, laughed out loud. His body suddenly became stronger, and he went from an old man to a brawny man with bulging muscles in the blink of an eye. He said, "This is the sea realm. I feel that my strength can be released, and there is no longer the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Finally, I don't have to walk so slowly. This is definitely the sea realm." They all relaxed their eyebrows, but Han Fei thought that the sea realm shouldn't be like this. He said, "Don't choose a direction. Let's find a random direction and walk around." Everyone nodded. Everything here was unknown, so they could only test it out. However, when they had just passed about 1,000,000 kilometers, their eyes lit up because they could already perceive the outside. Here, except for the space above, their perception was not limited. After a minute, everyone warily left the turbid current. What they saw was a shocking scene. Here, this sea seemed to be a vast undersea iceberg world. At the bottom of the sea, the ice was like cotton wool, superimposed together like huge marshmallows ranging from hundreds to thousands of kilometers high. Among the many irregular cotton-like ice bodies, there would be some gaps, which were flawless and pure ice blue, like the color of pure sapphires. Huff! Han Fei was surprised to find that when he tried to spread his perception out, it seemed to be corroded by some power. The sword god suddenly said, "You can't release your perception all the time. Although the seawater here is not very cold, there is an invisible power that keeps eroding your perception." Taiwan said, "I'm afraid it's because of the rules of the world here. If you release your perception for a long time, your perception will be frozen and you can't take it back at all." The snail emperor, let's shrink it. All the emperors released their perception from 1,000,000 kilometers to 100,000 kilometers and finally to 10,000 kilometers. Soon, Han Fei said, "It's best to release your perception within 50,000 kilometers. This way, if your perception is frozen, you can retract it in time." Han Fei said, "However, even so, it's best not to release your perception for more than 10 seconds. Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. Wang Yijian said stiffly, "My perception can last 8 seconds. Taiyuan, mine about 7 seconds. Everyone was surprised because Han Fei could continuously release his perception for 10 seconds and retract it easily. This made them realize that Han Fei's soul power didn't seem to be weaker than theirs at all. It was hard to imagine that Han Fei's soul power was so powerful given the fact that he was a body refiner. The sword god said, "But it's best to maintain it for about 10,000 kilometers. This way, we can keep releasing our perception and even see through the surroundings with naked eyes. The only place we can't see through is the above." They had long discovered that since it was a sea, there must be a sea surface. Now, they couldn't perceive the sea surface at all. Once their perception reached the sea surface, it would freeze instantly, and they couldn't take it back at all. Buzz. Han Fei activated the twin divine technique, quickly broke through the air, pierced the sea surface with a finger, and rushed up with a swish. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. The twin divine technique was definitely a dream technique. Han Fei covered the hundreds of kilometers in an instant, but the moment he appeared on the surface of the sea, he felt a terrifying ice power freeze his entire black mist body. Even if his blood and chi burst out, he could only resist it for less than 5 seconds. In these 5 seconds, Han Fei couldn't release his perception at all, because if he released his perception here, he would probably be frozen before he could even penetrate half a meter. As far as Han Fei could see, there was only darkness above his head. He felt that one of his feet was on land, and one of his hands had touched the sea of stars. The sky was black and full of stars. Around him was a white glacier, crystal clear like 10,000-year-old ice marrow. He couldn't see a single creature. This made Han Fei think of a word: Ice Age. Buzz. Han Fei's black mist body finally couldn't hold on anymore. The ice cave that had just been penetrated under him had basically been frozen again, leaving a new huge ice pillar. At this moment, Han Fei's twin bodies became one. He snorted and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. The sword god and the others couldn't help but look solemn. It had only been a short time since Han Fei broke the ice and the ice cave was restored. Han Fei was an emperor, and augmented by the Dao runes, the power of this poking would probably have lingered for thousands of years. However, it only lasted a few seconds before the ice cave was restored as if it had never been broken. Han Fei took a breath. The sea is not suitable for survival at all. Even sky openers can't handle it at all. All the emperors couldn't help taking a breath. Was the sea realm so abnormal? They couldn't even adapt to the environment of the sea realm? Chapter 2119, Ominous Life Body, Let's Go. Han Fei recovered and took a long breath. Perhaps it's just because this place is too special. We'd better find an intelligent creature to see what this place is first. Han Fei had a rough guess that this should be a wasteland area. However, if even a wasteland area was so terrifying, how terrifying was the outside world? The icebergs here were extremely large, easily thousands of kilometers underwater. The depth of the sea was extremely deep, completely beyond the knowledge of Han Fei and the others. The sea 10,000 kilometers deep was common here. There was no need to think about the place above the ice. It was a place that no living person could enter. The power of ice there was completely different from at the bottom of the sea. It was hard to imagine what power caused such a huge temperature difference. They kept shoveling through the cracks of the ice sea until they were more than 5,000 kilometers below the sea. Only then did they leave the area covered by the iceberg. Because he had no direction, Han Fei had to use the vast ocean navigator to find the nearest intelligent creature. This time, the vast ocean navigator lived up to expectations and quickly chose a direction. Because the Snail Emperor was no longer limited by speed, they were extremely fast. In a moment, they had traveled millions of kilometers. When the pointing ability of the vast ocean navigator disappeared, they had already traveled 8 million kilometers, and they didn't even travel at full speed so as to deal with any crises around. When the last ability of the vast ocean navigator was used up, they had walked more than 5 million kilometers. Then they suddenly stopped because they encountered the first creature in the sea realm. Although the creature was a strange black-faced fish with fangs, its strength had reached the venerable realm. When it saw Han Fei and the others, it immediately ran. How could Han Fei and the others let it escape? The creatures outside who could appear here probably had some intelligence. Searching a fish's soul was actually not much different from searching a person's soul. Buzz. Wang Yijian had already slashed out, but his sword Qi was too sharp. Han Fei shouted, "Be careful, don't kill it." Wang Yijian turned his sword, and Han Fei took the opportunity to jump over with a golden light. When he was within 1,000 kilometers of the fish, Han Fei saw it through at a glance. Its strength had reached the advanced venerable realm. Seeing this strength, Han Fei was shocked. It was just a fish. Why was it so strong? Han Fei's suppressing pressure descended, thinking that it could directly suppress the strange fish and make it unable to move. However, a large amount of foul air emerged from the strange fish, and it actually ignored Han Fei's suppressing pressure. How was that possible? Taiyuan looked solemn. How could a mere venerable resist the suppressing pressure of a sky opener? Han Fei stomped, and a trapping array appeared. The strange fish crashed into it and was easily trapped in the array. The strange fish turned into a fish tide, trying to break the array. Of course, this was impossible. However, under Han Fei's suppressing pressure, it could still move freely, which shocked Han Fei and the others. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Unname it Dogtooth Black Snapper, filthy introduction. A kind of marine creature contaminated by the ominous tide. Its consciousness is chaotic, so it's bloodthirsty. They evolve by swallowing other contaminated marine creatures. Their bite power is astonishing. 2. Level 87 Quality Ordinary Realm. Advanced Venerable, a dirty chaotic chi contained 77 wisps, a battle technique, Tooth Devour, Night Charge. Tooth Devour, pure energy crystal, absorbable, non-absorbable, a remarks. Don't touch ominous creatures. It's contaminated by the ominous. While Han Fei was muttering, Taiyuan and the others came up to surround him. The sword god said, "I'm afraid this thing has already lost its intelligence." The sword god said, "I'm afraid this thing has already lost its intelligence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to move freely under the suppressing pressure of an emperor. Besides, look, this fish is steaming with a grayish-black foul aura. I don't know what it is." Han Fei nodded. "What a pity. I wanted to search its soul, but since it's in this state, I don't think it's possible." Taiyuan said, "There's no rush. Since there are creatures, it means that we are already close to where the creatures live. There should be more than one." Kong Shen cast a projection that was only in the venerable realm. He was bold and reached out to grab the big fish. He crushed the dog-tooth black snapper, but then the projection was contaminated by a foul aura. Kong Shen didn't deliberately resist it. He just wanted to see what this black mist was. But when the foul mist penetrated the projection's body, Kong Shen waved his hand and cut off the connection with this projection. In the next moment, the projection began to attack the array uncontrollably. Kong Shen said, "We must not touch the black mist. It's similar to soul poison, but it's definitely not just soul poison. Once you touch it, you'll quickly lose your mind. That thing just now tried to penetrate into my soul. Fortunately, I blocked it outside." So far, sky openers can actively avoid the power of pollution, Taiyuan said. "For some reason, I feel that this is not a good place." Everyone was speechless. "Did you just realize it? Shouldn't you feel that as soon as you came out?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Kong Shen hit too hard just now. He might have crushed the pure energy crystal, so I can't see anything now." Although this dog-tooth black snapper had died, a large amount of foul energy was still being released. However, when the foul energy dispersed in the seawater for more than 10 seconds, it slowly melted away. The sword god said, "It seems that this sea area is extremely extraordinary. This foul air was directly purified by the seawater." Suddenly, the snail emperor said, "There seems to be a large group of these fish coming." Huh? Because they knew that their perception would be frozen if they released it too long in this sea area, Han Fei and the others maintained the perception range of about 10,000 kilometers and retracted and released it from time to time. Reminded by the Snail Emperor, they released their perception one after another, only to find that more than 200,000 kilometers away, a group of about 1,000 dog-tooth blacksnappers were rushing over. This group of dog-tooth blacksnappers rushed over, but not at Han Fei and the others. With their strength, they were far from being able to perceive the existence of Han Fei and the others. Han Fei said, "Follow them and see where they are going." The speed of the venerable realm dog-tooth blacksnappers was naturally not fast. Han Fei and the others followed them for about 4 hours. In their perception, more and more creatures began to appear around them. The first thing they saw was a large area of black and gray jellyfish. These jellyfish's flesh was black, but a large area of grayish-white fur was attached to their bodies. Like the dog-tooth blacksnappers, they were also emitting filthy smoke. The school of dog-tooth blacksnappers charged at the filthy jellyfish from 10,000 kilometers away. At first, Han Fei and the others felt that this was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. It would definitely be a great victory. But in fact, the result surprised them. When the jellyfish found the dog-tooth blacksnappers, they all moved horizontally, their tentacles straightened like spears. Puff, puff, puff. Creak. A large number of jellyfish were torn into countless pieces by the impact. However, many of the dog-tooth blacksnappers were pierced through, and their bodies began to dry up and mold at a visible speed. After a round of attacks, nearly half of the dog-tooth blacksnappers were killed, and about 50% of the filthy jellyfish were killed. There were probably 5,000 or 6,000 of them. In the eyes of Han Fei and the others, the filthy black fog was being swallowed crazily. All the dog-tooth blacksnappers and jellyfish that had swallowed the black gas had their strength improving crazily. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. How could these creatures' strength be improved so easily? The Snail Emperor said, "The black mist is a kind of energy for them. Their strength is only increasing and decreasing with the amount of energy. It's not their real realm. Perhaps this is how creatures in this sea area become stronger." Han Fei said, "I feel that something is wrong. If their strength can grow in such a rapid growth, a powerful creature will quickly be born among them. Look." Among the dog-tooth blacksnappers, there was a huge dog-tooth blacksnapper that had obviously swallowed a large amount of filthy air. Its strength quickly became stronger, and he swallowed a jellyfish at a mouthful. When there was less than 20% left of both sides, under the lead of the huge dog-tooth black snapper, the dog-tooth black snappers finally killed all the jellyfish in this area. The largest dog-tooth black snapper spewed out tens of thousands of blackfish eggs. When these fish eggs appeared, the surrounding foul air was quickly swallowed, and the dog-tooth black snapper eggs grew at an unimaginable speed, completing the process of being born into becoming a law enforcer in the blink of an eye. The dog-tooth black snapper leader, whose strength had already reached the half-king realm, had its strength plummeted in the blink of an eye and became a peak-level advanced venerable. Then they continued to search the water unhurriedly, as if looking for their next target. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly expanded his perception and saw 5 young men and women rushing towards this place. Taiyuan and the others were also surprised. Humans? Chapter 2120-089-1, Scavenger Sea Area. Han Fei and the others had never thought that they would meet humans here. They felt that the outside world might be the world of the myriad races, and human beings were only one of the myriad races. How could it be so easy to encounter them? However, in reality, they had just come out of the raging sea when they encountered humans. But Han Fei quickly reacted. Not entirely. There are humanoids. Look. Among the 5 young men and women, there were 2 men who had scales on their bodies. At first, Han Fei thought it was a battlesuit, But when he saw a trace of spiritual energy circulating on the scales, he immediately judged that the other party should only be human-like creatures. Huang Yijian said, "They are hunting these fish." In the eyes of Huang Yijian and the others, the fish were not worth hunting at all. They were too filthy and would damage the soul. Besides, they didn't think that just these 5 young men could hunt these dogtooth black snappers. Even if the tens of thousands of baby dogtooth black snappers were only law enforcers, there were still nearly 100 adult dogtooth black snappers, most of which were venerables. However, the arrival of these people meant that they were confident, so Han Fei and the others were not in a hurry. After all, it was a good thing to discover the existence of humans. When these people were defeated, they could take action. On the other side, the leading woman was a peak-level venerable, and the remaining 4 were all advanced venerables. The woman shouted, "Clean stone water thunder, prepare. Swish, 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 swish." The 5 of them each held a white jade stone that flickered with electric arcs in their hands. After the woman in the lead instantly activated her limit speed, she instantly cut through the seawater and rushed towards the school of dogtooth black snappers. Seeing this, the leading dogtooth black snapper let out a sizzling sound, and then hundreds of adult dogtooth black snappers surged forward, forming a black fish wall. Swish! The woman's body twisted in the air, which made Han Fei's eyes light up. It was a spatial secret technique similar to star teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the woman moved behind the pack of dogtooth black snappers, which was where tens of thousands of small dogtooth black snappers were. As the woman threw out the stone that flickered with electric arcs, sizzle, electricity burst out, and a large number of interconnected electric arcs erupted. The tens of thousands of dogtooth black snappers sizzled like bubbles. Anyone touched by the electric arcs exploded into smoke. However, a large number of thumb-sized crystals were left in the smoke. With just this blow, almost 90% of the tens of thousands of dogtooth black snappers were killed. After all, in the hands of a venerable, a group of law enforcers was nothing. However, this high-efficiency attack did make Han Fei and the others' eyes light up. Taiyuan glanced at Han Fei and said, "There is a very pure power in the milky electric arc. These creatures seem to have been purified." What Taiyuan meant was that if Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique here, it would probably be a great killing weapon. After the woman attacked, a young man had already launched an attack. He also threw out an electric arc weapon, but in front of him, more than 10 charging shadows suddenly erupted. This was the natural ability of the dogtooth black snappers, the night charge. Under the effect of their born ability, 1 fish charging was like 1,000 fish charging. Crack, crack, crack. The dogtooth black snappers that charged out were purified in the blink of an eye, leaving behind fist-sized crystals. The 5 of them were shocked, and the woman shouted, "Not good." This dogtooth black snapper seems to have gained some consciousness, and its instinctive reaction has become stronger. We have to kill it quickly. One of the men controlled the seawater and turned it into countless ice cones. The other woman clenched her fists and tried to break the fish wall in one fell swoop. However, there was a clean stone water thunder hidden in her fist mark. This was clearly discovered by the leading dogtooth black snapper, and another 5 or 6 venerable level dogtooth black snappers rushed in front of it. As for the leader of the dogtooth black snappers, it hid behind and opened its mouth to suck. The other dogtooth black snappers around it emitted strong black fog, which was sucked in by the leading dogtooth black snapper. It was about to make a breakthrough and return to the half-king realm. The leading woman on the human side shouted, "Don't save it, use both." With that, the woman attacked from behind, emitting a bright knife light, trying to cut open the fish wall. However, the pack of dogtooth black snappers formed a ball that enveloped the leading dogtooth black snapper. Boom, boom. The explosion of the 2 clean stone water thunder directly purified nearly 40 dogtooth black snappers in the venerable realm. There were only more than 30 left. However, the 5 of them didn't look good at all, because the leading dogtooth black snapper had recovered to the half-king realm. At that moment, the leading woman on the human side shouted, "Help me take care of my brother. Ye Lan, don't be rash. We can give up this battle." However, the woman didn't waver. She held the knife and slashed straight at the dogtooth black snappers. Seeing that one of them was coming at her, she punched out and the long knife jumped out. When it touched a dogtooth black snapper, it exploded. Taking advantage of the moment of the explosion, the woman teleported and appeared in front of the dogtooth black snapper leader. When a large swath of black fog came at her, she took out another clean stone water thunder. However, as luck would have it, the explosion caused the dogtooth black snappers to charge randomly. Before she could detonate the clean stone water thunder, she was knocked out by a dogtooth black snapper. The clean stone water thunder in her hand missed, only taking away 3 ordinary dogtooth black snappers. The leader of the dogtooth black snappers was naturally furious. He could have created an army of tens of thousands, but 99% of it was destroyed by this woman. He opened his sharp teeth and unleashed the speed of a half-king, about to eat the human woman on the spot. "Sister Lan, Yelan, bang." Just when the woman felt that she was doomed and was about to detonate herself, she saw a stranger suddenly appear in front of her. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 20 or 30 dogtooth black snappers exploded almost instantly. Watch out. The woman didn't know who saved her, but when she saw the black fog coming at this person, she immediately reminded him. However, the man in front of him pointed his finger, and a holy light burst out. All the black fog was instantly purified. Han Fei slowly turned his head and looked at Ye Lan. How dare you hunt so many dog-tooth black snappers with just 5 people? Are you crazy? Ye Lan and the others looked at Han Fei in surprise, then warily and finally bowed. I am Ye Lan, the captain of the hunting team of number 891 Scavenger Sea Area. Nice to meet you, Master Scavenger. Thank you for saving my life. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He was recognized as a scavenger. According to this woman, this was the 8091 sea area. What did this mean? Did it mean that there were more than 8,000 such sea areas? Behind Han Fei, Taiyuan, and the others arrived one after another. However, they all hid their strength and only revealed a little suppressing pressure, which happened to be the strength of someone who had just entered the sea establishment realm. Seeing that Han Fei was hiding his strength, Taiyuan and the others also hid their strength. After all, they were new here, and it might not be a good thing to appear too strong. When Ye Lan and the others saw this, their hearts trembled. It turned out to be all Sea Establishment Realm scavengers. It seemed that this was also a powerful scavenger team. Seeing that Ye Lan was still paying attention to the energy crystals, Han Fei immediately reached out and grabbed one from the void. Information popped up in his eyes. On Nam Nam Energy Crystal. It has a small amount of chaotic chi, a small amount of vitality, a small amount of ownerless souls, and a large amount of spiritual energy. It can be used for cultivation. Level Venerable 1 quality. 1 quality, 1 contained chaotic chi, 8 wisps, a contained ownerless soul 1 2 2. Points it contains spiritual energy, 1 10, 2 3 4 points, absorbable 1, remarks 2 ordinary, venerable. Level crystals can be used for basic cultivation. This thing was actually not bad. With this thing in the raging sea, many people would probably cultivate very quickly. The moment Han Fei grabbed the crystal, he felt that the hearts of Ye Lan and the others were racing, and their breathing became hurried. Obviously, they were afraid that Han Fei and the others would snatch these energy crystals. Han Fei threw the energy crystal to Ye Lan. Well, keep these things for yourselves. Huff, hearing that Han Fei didn't want it, they were secretly relieved and immediately collected all the energy crystals. It had to be said that these people had gained a lot. Han Fei pointed at Ye Lan and said, "Come here, we have something to ask you alone. Sister Lan." Among the remaining people, the woman couldn't help but call her, very worried about Ye Lan's danger. Han Fei didn't care. There were too many things he didn't know about this place. He had to ask someone. Ye Lan motioned for the woman to be silent. She came to Han Fei and the others respectfully, took a breath, bowed to Han Fei and the others, and then said solemnly, "Ye Lan greets you, my lords. I wonder what you have to ask me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." Han Fei nodded and said, "First of all, tell me what this place is. What is the number 891 Scavenger Sea Area? What are these marine creatures that emit black gas?" Hiss! Suddenly, Ye Lan looked at Han Fei and the others, her head exploding. These people knew nothing about the chaotic wasteland? Were they not scavengers? Then, where did they come from? Chapter 2211, Wasteland. Han Fei was not worried that Ye Lan would tell others her doubts, because after asking her, he would cut off Ye Lan's memories about this part. At this moment, Ye Lan was horrified. There were only 2 reasons why Han Fei and the others would ask such a question. The first was that they were outsiders. They might be from the Divine Capital Dynasty or the Fistlight Mountain, and they had barged in by mistake. Because if they hadn't, it was impossible for them not to know where they were. The other possibility was terrifying. They might be from a primitive graveyard. However, what shocked Ye Lan was that so many strong masters could come out of a primitive graveyard at once. Was it still a primitive graveyard? More importantly, these people seemed to be humans. Although she couldn't see through them, if they were not humans, their human forms were too perfect. Looking at these people's bearing, they did seem to be different from scavengers, especially the one with a sword on his back. He didn't look like a simple person. Ye Lan said, "My lord, our entire domain is called the Chaotic Wasteland. It's the most remote, dangerous place under the rule of the Divine Capital Dynasty in the Sea Realm, also called the Ominous Land." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Sure enough, this was the right place. Han Fei said, "Continue. Tell me as much as you can. You should know how much I want to hear." Ye Lan didn't dare to disobey, but she couldn't help asking, "My lord, I only know a little about the situation outside the Chaotic Wasteland. It was all told by others. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm only familiar with the number 8091 Scavenger Sea Area." Han Fei said indifferently, "Tell me as much as you can." Ye Lan thought to herself, "This probably corresponds to my guess. These people don't seem to care that I know their real background. Are they planning to silence me by killing me?" Unfortunately, she couldn't disobey them at this moment. She could only hope that for the sake that they were also human beings, these people wouldn't kill her. Ye Lan said, "My lords, as far as I know, the Sea Realm is divided into 5 major divine realms. In addition to the 4 divine realms in the east, west, south, and north, there is also the Central Sea Divine Realm. We are in the East Sea Divine Realm, where the Divine Capital Dynasty and the Heavenly Race are the strongest forces ruling this divine realm. In this divine realm, the strong and famous forces include the Divine Capital Dynasty, the Gate of Heaven, the Fistlight Mountain, the East Sword Pavilion, the Ghost Strait, the Infinite Mining Area, the Sky Crater World, and our Chaotic Wasteland. When Yelan introduced the East Sword Pavilion, the Sword God and Wang Yijian narrowed their eyes slightly. Sword cultivators were only interested in swords. Therefore, as soon as they heard the name, they knew where their destination was. In Han Fei's mind, the old turtle's voice sounded, "Also, there's another place called the Demon God Sea." When the old turtle spoke, the Sword God and the others all looked at Han Fei. Han Fei's face immediately turned black and his consciousness fell on the Soul Sea. "Old Yuan, you're a fucking soul now, don't you know that? I'm surrounded by emperors. If it weren't for the fact that my soul is strong, your words would have been heard. I know you have something to say now, but no rush. Since we've come out, we have plenty of time for you to say it later." Sure enough, the old snail emperor couldn't help but say, "Han Fei, human hearts are sinister. Will the restless soul body in your body pose a threat to you?" Han Fei replied. Number. At this time, Yelan continued, "It's said that our chaotic wasteland was once the place where the gods fought. There are a large number of primitive graveyards here, which are the origin grounds that have been dug." Tianyuan interjected. "What is the origin ground?" Yelan's heart turned cold. These people were indeed from a primitive graveyard. Han Fei secretly said to them via voice transmission, "Our raging sea belongs to a origin ground, and the origin ground that has been attacked and cleared by strong masters is called the primitive graveyard. Senior Taiyuan, let me ask her." Taiyuan's words were equivalent to admitting their background. Although Yelan might have guessed Han Fei's background, now that Taiyuan confirmed it, she was in danger. Taiyuan nodded quietly. Yes, he was too rash. Then, Yelan continued with an uneasy mood. Perhaps the aftershock of the divine battle caused the chaotic wasteland to be densely covered with ominous aura, causing almost all the marine creatures here to be contaminated by the ominous mist. Ordinary people who touch it will have their souls corroded and go crazy. They don't recognize their loved ones and only want to swallow the ominous aura. They are unconscious. But fortunately, these ominous creatures have pure crystals in their bodies. These are their life crystals and won't be contaminated. Han Fei keenly noticed a problem. "Why is that fish just now conscious and able to organize defenses?" Yelan said. "A small number of creatures that are contaminated by the ominous aura will produce some intelligence, but it won't be very high. Most of the time, it's the instinctive behavior of marine creatures. For example, the dog-tooth black snapper just now, in fact, they will have a leader in the first place. Sacrificing themselves to protect the leader is normal for them. If they want to have some intelligence, they have to at least reach the sea establishment realm, but even so, their intelligence won't be high." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, go on." Yelan said, "For everyone living in the wasteland, the sea surface is an unreachable place. No one can return from the sea surface alive. I don't know why. My lords, don't go there easily." Han Fei thought to himself, "I've already been there," but he certainly wouldn't tell Yelan, so he just nodded slightly. Yelan said, "In the chaotic wasteland, there are 3 major forces, which are also the 3 main cities, namely the City of Scavengers, the City of Wanderers, and the City of Origin. Among them, the City of Origin is a very ancient main city in the chaotic wasteland. I don't know when it was established. As for the City of Scavengers, after the War of Gods, there were too many primitive graveyards here, and a large number of sea realm powerhouses came to scavenge and then formed a city. As for the City of Wanderers, it's because the chaotic wasteland is remote and extremely dangerous, but it's liked by some wanderers, so they built a city here. These 3 big cities all have monarch-level powerhouses, and there is more than one." Han Fei said, "Tell me about the City of Scavengers." Yelan nodded. "The City of Scavengers has 13,000 domains. Our city belongs to the number 89-1 Scavenger Sea area. I don't know its range, but if you want to go from one domain to another, you may need to be a sea establisher." "It's difficult for venerables to go from one domain to another alone," Han Fei asked. "Do you have a sea chart?" Yelan shook her head. "Even our village leader might not have a precious thing like a sea chart. At most, we have a sea chart of the mountain city where we are. The mountain city is a small city that governs nearly 100 villages, including mine. It has a sky-opening realm lord guarding it." "Oh? A sky-opening realm cultivator only governs more than 100 villages? How many people does your village have?" Yelan said. "Our village has more than 300,000 people. It's said that the higher the ranking of the villages, the larger the population, and the more strong masters there are." Han Fei nodded. "Are they all humans and humanoids?" Yelan shook her head. "There are also some from other races, but humans account for the majority, at least 60%. Han Fei asked, "Do you know the history of the human race?" Yelan shook her head. "Perhaps only the village leader knows." Han Fei continued, "Then why do you have to cultivate by killing these marine creatures contaminated by the ominous? Although this place is a wasteland, I find the spiritual energy here is actually not weak." Why do you have to take such a big risk to hunt these ominous creatures? Yilan shook her head slightly. Our cultivation conditions are relatively difficult. It's very difficult for us to have enough resources to cultivate. Most of the resources have actually been handed over, not only our village, but also other villages. Oh? You can get a lot of resources, and you have to hand them over? Yilan shook her head again. Actually, there are very few. Apart from cultivating, we just dig mines. When we have some free time, we'll come out to hunt. The rise and fall of a village depends on the joint efforts of many people. In the chaotic wasteland, every once in a while, which is usually 100 years, there will be a tide wave. We need to dig out the clean stone, cast a defensive array, and resist the tide wave. Only then can we survive and think about cultivation and growth. However, we can't dig enough clean stones. In addition, every 10 years, the Lord will send tax emissaries to collect the clean stone and some resources. Therefore, if we want to survive, we have to go out to hunt and grow up quickly. Han Fei couldn't help being moved. It sounded that their lives were even more miserable than the people in the raging sea. After tens of thousands of years, many people would probably collapse. These people were not strong enough. First of all, they couldn't walk out of the chaotic wasteland at all. Even if they had established the sea, the resources they consumed might carry the hope of many people, and their lives still might not be good. Although Han Fei could tell that Yelan was deliberately pretending to be pitiful, she was probably afraid that he would kill her. Han Fei said, "Okay, one last question. Have you heard of the An family?" Han Fei didn't expect Yelan to know the existence of the An family. In fact, as he expected, Yelan shook her head in confusion. Obviously, with Yelan's strength, what she knew was limited. Han Fei said, "I'm going to cut off this part of your memory. Don't resist." When Yelan heard that, she immediately relaxed. She would rather not remember anything. Sometimes, knowing too much was a sin. Chapter 2122. Little Sea Village. Han Fei exchanged a glance with Yelan and entered Yelan's sea of consciousness to intercept this part of her memory. At the same time, he used the time reversal technique to completely destroy this part of her memory. Yelan was stunned for a moment and completely forgot what had just happened. Thinking that she had just been called over by Han Fei, she cupped her hands at Han Fei and the others again and said, "Yelan greets you, my lords. I wonder what you have to ask me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." Han Fei thought that he had to ask something, so he asked casually, "Have any scavengers stayed in your village recently?" Yelan was secretly relieved. It seemed that these people were not here to cause trouble, so she immediately said respectfully, "My lord, in the past 100 years, scavengers have come to our number 891 Scavenger Sea area a total of 6 times. The most recent time should be more than 20 years ago." Han Fei nodded slightly. "In addition, have there been any big events in the past hundreds of years near the number 891 sea area?" Yelan said, "There have been 2 tide waves in the past 300 years. There are already signs of the 3rd tide wave because the number of ominous creatures around is increasing. You may need to go to the mountain city early. In addition, more than 200 years ago, there was a violent earthquake near the number 891 sea area which caused the iceberg to collapse once and a cold tide to erupt. Nothing else happened." Han Fei nodded. "The tide wave may erupt at any time. The mountain city is too far away. To avoid unnecessary trouble on the way, we need to go to your village to rest for a few days. Lead the way." Yelan was briefly stunned, but this time she didn't think too much about it. When a tide wave came, even a lord-level powerhouse couldn't stay outside, let alone ordinary scavengers. Once one was hit by the continuous tide waves and ominous life bodies, it was not unheard of for a lord to die, and it happened more than once. Therefore, Yelan said respectfully, "Master scavengers, please follow me." Han Fei said to the others, "We'd better make ourselves look more like scavengers. Also, Wang Yijian, you'd better put away the sword on your back. It's too high profile." These venerables are ignorant, but it doesn't mean that the people in their village are ignorant. The floating sword behind Wang Yijian instantly disappeared into his body. They already had a little understanding of this place. Wang Yijian said, "We have to get the sea chart of this place as soon as possible so that we can leave." He meant that he had to get the sea chart as soon as possible so that he could go to the East Sword Pavilion. Taiyuan said, "There's no rush. When we reach the village, let's see how strong their village leader is. Then we'll ask them for a small-range sea chart to get to know about the surrounding area first. At least, we have to know the route to Mountain City. I don't think their small village has a large-range sea chart." The Snail Emperor said, "I'm a little interested in that tide wave." From what this girl said, it seems that this tide wave is the main reason why these creatures are contaminated by the ominous. To be so feared, how can there be no secret behind it? Everyone agreed with the Snail Emperor. A tide wave every 100 years had almost contaminated the entire chaotic wasteland. Logically speaking, how could a small village resist it? However, it seemed that as long as they mined, they could create a defensive array to resist the tide wave. This was interesting. Anyway, the tide wave was coming. As the saying went, it was better to see it than to hear it. On this side, when Yelan returned to her team, she couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. Her 4 teammates immediately surrounded her. "Sister Lan, what's going on?" "Did they?" Yelan winked at the man, indicating for him to keep quiet. It was easy for a sea establisher to hear them. Ye Lan was afraid that if they angered Han Fei and the others, they would be doomed. Since Han Fei and the others were going to the village with her, this was a good thing. At least in the village, with the village leader, they didn't have to be too afraid of them. As long as the two parties were at peace, they could stay for a few days. If the tide wave really came early, they might have a few more powerful helpers. After all, these people were all sea establishers. Unfortunately, Ye Lan couldn't see the real strength of Han Fei and the others at all. Otherwise, if she knew that Han Fei and the others were actually all Lord-level powerhouses, she might be scared to death. The small village in the number 891 Scavenger Sea area was called Little Sea Village and was beside a mountain. When Han Fei and the others came here, they scanned around with their perception and found that many tunnels and caves had been dug out in the depths of the mountain. Obviously, this was a mine. The ores were mostly milky white stones that looked like soft jade, but the stones dug out were not pure. Therefore, in this small sea village, there was a container specially used to temper these white jade stones, on which were various arrays. Judging from the level of the arrays, they shouldn't be difficult, but the way the arrays were engraved was a little strange. There was no telling if it was because of the tide wave, but most of the buildings in Little Sea Village were built with this kind of white jade. Perhaps these people built their house like this in case the tide wave would break through the arrays. It was understandable, but if even the arrays had been broken, it was unlikely that a house could withstand the tide waves. The Snail Emperor said, "The companion ores of those white jade ores have powerful rebound abilities. It's not easy to dig them. In some areas, only venerables can dig them. Most people can only find places with fewer companion ores to dig." Taiyuan also said, "At least from this mine, it can be seen that even the mines in the sea realm are not simple, unlike the spiritual stone mine, which a venerable can finish digging with some time." As soon as Ye Lan and the others reached the village entrance, they saw a group of youths running around and shouting, "Sister Lan has returned safely. Sister Lan has returned safely." A group of youths also rushed over. Ye Lan casually waved her hand and hundreds of small energy crystals were sprinkled over, which were crazily snatched by the youths. These were the energy crystals of the law enforcer realm Dogtooth Black Snappers. They didn't contain much energy, but it was enough for these youths to use in their cultivation. Han Fei and the others finally understood why Ye Lan and the others waited until the leader gave birth to the babies. It turned out that it was for these youths. The sword god said, "These youths are not weak. They are only in their teens and have basically reached the hidden fisher level. Even in this chaotic wasteland, their spiritual heritage has reached level 5 or 6. Whether it's the strength of their bodies or the potential of their spiritual heritage, they are not weak." Han Fei nodded. Although the environment is harsh, relatively speaking, if it weren't for the high danger here, their growth speed would have been faster. Ye Lan and the others said, "Go find the village leader. Our village has guests." Guest? Many youths looked around, searching for their guests. Han Fei and the others appeared quietly outside the village in an instant. Many people exclaimed, "Master Scavengers?" As soon as Han Fei and the others appeared, the strong masters who were originally guarding the village were all tense. It might not be a good thing for the scavengers to come. Only the strong could become scavengers. There were very few venerable level scavengers. Now that 6 scavengers appeared at the same time, it meant that there were 6 sea establishers. There weren't so many sea establishers in the entire Little Sea Village, so these people naturally acted as if they were facing a great enemy. However, since Ye Lan had brought them back, firstly, the other party was definitely powerful, and secondly, these people should be easy to talk to and not evil. However, human hearts were sinister. How could they be seen through after 1 or 2 interactions? Therefore, everyone was still very afraid. However, the people of the Little Sea Village seemed to have entertained the scavengers more than once, so when Han Fei and the others appeared, the captain of the guards of the village immediately stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, "My fellow cultivators, I am Zhou Hai, the captain of the guards of the Little Sea Village. Welcome to our Little Sea Village. The tide wave may be coming soon. If you don't mind, can you stay in our Little Sea Village for a while?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "That's why I'm here." This was Zhou Hai's test. He wanted to know if Han Fei and the others were here to avoid the tide wave. Hearing Han Fei's confirmation, he was relieved. Because the Little Sea Village was very small, when Han Fei and the others arrived, the village leader soon discovered them. Without any notice, she immediately rushed over from the direction of the underground mine. The village leader was actually a woman. Although she looked a little dirty, she cupped her hands at Han Fei and the others from far away. "Welcome, fellow scavengers. I am Zhao Jing, the village leader of Little Sea Village. Nice to meet you." Han Fei bowed slightly. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. We passed by the number 8091C area. Because we estimated that the tide wave might erupt at any time, we came to your village to avoid it." Zhao Jing smiled and said, "No problem. Please," Kang Shen said to everyone via voice transmission, "they are very nervous. They are just pretending to be polite." Han Fei said, "This is just a small village. 6 scavengers came at once who can almost wipe out their village. How can they not be nervous? Since we're out, we don't have to care about this little time. Since they are so afraid of the tide wave, and it's not appropriate for us to walk outside now, why don't we stay here for the time being and learn more about the sea realm?" Chapter 223, The Status of the Human Race. The arrival of the scavengers attracted many people to secretly watch. Although everyone knew that the scavengers were very strong, who didn't want to see what a real powerhouse looked like? Han Fei walked on the way and found that about 60% of the people in the Little Sea village were human beings, and about 20% were humanoids. Some of them were blue and looked a bit like miniature avatars. There were also some brawny men who might have the bloodline of giants. These people had big heads, thick bodies, and muscular limbs. It was obvious that they were good at mining. In addition, there were some humanoids with fish scales on their bodies. The lines on their faces were a little stiff. Anyway, Han Fei and company couldn't appreciate their appearance. As for the remaining 20% of people, there were a small number of stonemen and a small number of spidermen. In any case, there weren't many of such people. Han Fei and company were a bit surprised to see these people, but not much. The village leader's residence was actually no different from that of ordinary people. It was just a small courtyard built with white jade stones. Han Fei said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao Jing, I heard that some human history can only be heard among the humans in remote places. Do you know anything about the ancient history of our human race?" Zhao Jing didn't expect Han Fei to start the conversation with this topic. Now that Han Fei asked this question, it was obvious that he was not from an ordinary small place. This made Zhao Jing immediately wonder if Han Fei and the others were from a powerful lord's land or even the city of scavengers. But Zhao Jing smiled bitterly at this topic. "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" Han Fei said. "Well, my name is Ren Tianfei." Tai Yuan and the others were speechless. What did you lie without the slightest hesitation? "Your name is Ren Tianfen," Zhao Jing said. "Fellow Taoist Ren, in remote villages like ours, there are actually very few people who know the ancient history of the human race. If you really want to know this knowledge, I'm afraid you'll need some historical information from the big cities. Of course, it might also be destroyed. After all, the city of scavengers is not the main city of human beings." Han Fei's heart did a flip. The city of scavengers was not a main city of humans, which meant that there were other races in this main city. Zhao Jing said, "It's already good enough that a small village like ours can survive. Even if we know that kind of information, it might have been lost after the older generation died." Han Fei asked, "Oh, is life in the Little Sea village so difficult?" Zhao Jing smiled bitterly. "We have to pay clean stones and resources every 10 years with the tax rate of 50%. All the strong masters in the village who have entered the venerable realm can't cultivate in the village at will. They have to join the hunting team and hunt for resources themselves. Under such circumstances, it's actually not easy for us to survive. The city of scavengers is known as ruling 13,000 domains, but in fact, up to now, there are only at most 10,000 domains left. Many villages have become history under the tide waves and such high taxes, quietly disappearing in the chaotic wasteland. Our Little Sea village is not bad. We happen to have a huge, clean stone mine, so the village can be relatively peaceful." Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Has human life reached this level? Zhao Jing shook her head secretly, thinking that these people had probably never been to such a remote place. She didn't know why they thought of coming here to scavenge. After muttering, Han Fei immediately said, "Leader Zhao, although there is no ancient historical information here, there should be the information of the last tens of thousands of years, right? In addition, I hope you can give me a map of the sea area of Mountain City. We don't have a map of the sea area here." Zhao Jing immediately said, "No problem. I'll arrange for Zhou Hai to send it to you later." "My lords, this is my residence. If you don't mind, you can stay here for the time being." Han Fei asked in confusion, "What about you?" Zhao Jing looked at the mining area and said, "The tide wave is coming, and the tax collector of Mountain City should be coming soon. The cultivation of the entire village in the past 100 years has consumed a lot of clean stones. I have to dig clean stones quickly, so I can't accompany you." "Thank you." The so-called clean stone was the white jade mine, which was the kind of thing that could release pure electric arcs and Yelan used to hunt dog-tooth blacksnappers. In this village of only 300,000 people, there were as many as 300 venerables. There might be some who hadn't returned. The clean stone might be very useful, which was why it was so scarce. Although the arrival of Han Fei and the others caused a stir, no one dared to come to watch. Only the captain of the guards, Zhou Hai, quickly brought a bunch of jade slips over. Zhou Hai said, "This is all the historical records of our village. If you need anything, you can tell Zhou Lan, she lives next door." After Zhou Hai left, the sword god said, "It can be seen that they are very afraid of us, but they can't do anything about it. It can be seen that the humans in the sea realm have been facing all kinds of dangers, so they have to tolerate a lot of things." Kong Shen said, "That clean stone seems to be very important. Should we dig some of it?" Han Fei said, "No, even the village leader is digging. I don't know if they can survive the so-called tide wave after paying the tax. Even if we need it, we shouldn't dig it now." Tai Yuan said, "That's right. Once we take away their clean stones, the entire Little Sea village might disappear under the tide waves. More than 300,000 people, most of whom are human beings, will die." Quan Fei separated the pile of jade slips. "Take a look and see if there's any useful information." Quan Fei picked up the sea chart of Mountain City. Little Sea Village was certainly not their destination, nor was Mountain City. However, they had to reach Mountain City first, then get the sea chart of the entire city of scavengers, or even the entire chaotic wasteland. This was their final goal. Unlike the Sword God and the others who wanted to go to the East Sword Pavilion, Han Fei had two things to do first. The first was to find the An family. This family probably knew the location of the Raging Sea. If the An family wasn't eliminated, there would be endless trouble. The other was to find Old Yuan's body. Old Yuan was also in the sky-opening realm. If he really returned to his body, his strength would be extraordinary. However, this was another matter. As for why Old Yuan was sealed, where he was sealed, and whether it was easy to find his body again, he still had to consider. When Han Fei scanned around with his perception, he immediately imprinted the huge sea map in his heart. Although the sea map was not very complete, Mountain City was the center of the sea map, which was about 300 million kilometers away from the Little Sea Village. For Han Fei and the others, this was not a long distance. Since the location had been confirmed, if nothing happened along the way, they would arrive in a day. Even for sea establishers, it wouldn't take them more than a few days. Around the Little Sea Village, there were about 40 villages marked out. Most of these villages lived by mines, and their lifestyle was probably similar to the Little Sea Village. The proportion of humans should be similar. Half a day later. After they finished reading all the historical records of Little Sea Village, they had a basic understanding of the chaotic wasteland. There were no records of the origin and development of the human race in these historical records. The human race's history could only be traced back by about 30,000 years. When Little Sea Village was established, there were actually as many as 1 million humans here. However, in such an environment, on the one hand, they needed to dig ores. On the other hand, they needed to build the village and deal with ominous creatures. With so many difficulties, when the Little Sea Village was completed, the population had been reduced by more than half. Later, after the village was built, more humanoids of other races joined in. After tens of thousands of years of recuperation, there were 7 or 8 sea establishers. Unfortunately, the conditions were difficult in the past, and many of them died resisting the tide waves. As for the tide wave, it was a dark tide. When the tide wave came, the entire chaotic wasteland would fall into darkness. They had to resist it with clean stones and fight ominous creatures, which required a lot of clean stones. Of course, there was no absolute good or bad. If a village could hold on, the harvest after the battle would be a large number of energy crystals, enough for a village to digest for decades or even decades. If they were lucky, it might even be 100 years. Secondly, in the sea area under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers, the human race didn't have a high status and could be directly understood as miners. In these 10,000 domains, there were not many people who could walk from the villages to the Lord's small cities, and there were even fewer who could walk from the Lord's small cities to the main city. However, many people worked hard for this. In their opinion, in the main city, there was a possibility of becoming a strong master, and then they could better protect their village. And the strong people they thought were actually mostly scavengers. In fact, Han Fei knew this way of growth very well. He had walked all the way from the Heavenly Water Village to the Raging Sea, so did those people from the villages. As for the City of Scavengers, it was said that it was controlled by a human-like race called the 10,000 Scale Clan. The city lord was called the 10,000 Scale Emperor, the ruler of the City of Scavengers, and also the strongest person. The city lord controlled 132 small cities, and the masters of the small cities were lords. Every lord controlled 100 domains, and it was recorded that their strength was all in the sky-opening realm. After reading the information, Han Fei and the others' expressions changed. This meant that there were monarchs in the City of Scavengers, and there were as many as 132 sky-opening realm powerhouses. This number really stunned Han Fei and the others. This was just the fucking City of Scavengers. There were 3 such huge cities in the chaotic wasteland. Didn't it mean that even the most remote chaotic wasteland of the East Sea Divine Realm had 3 monarchs? Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the Sea Realm is a real great world. Chapter 2244, Collect Tax. Even if Han Fei and the others were together, they didn't disturb each other in cultivation. Han Fei pretended to enter a cultivation state, but in fact he was immersed in his thoughts. After sealing his soul, he asked the old turtle, "Okay, tell me what you want to say." The old turtle immediately said, "I know a little about the East Sea Divine Realm. My original body is sealed in the Godfiend Sea, not far from the chaotic wasteland." Han Fei said, "The Godfiend Sea? It doesn't sound like a good place. It's probably no better than the chaotic wasteland." "Tell me, how far is the Godfiend Sea from the chaotic wasteland?" The old turtle said, "Not far, not far. The Godfiend Sea and the chaotic wasteland are adjacent. No wonder I was summoned there by you. It turns out that we are next door." Han Fei was lost for words. Who's next door to you? We're separated by the entire chaotic wasteland. However, since your sealed place is next to the chaotic wasteland, you should know the surrounding environment, right? The first thing I'll do is not to find your original body. You've waited for so many years. Why don't you wait a few more years? Wait for me to settle down in this chaotic wasteland first. Huh? You want to settle down in the chaotic wasteland? This is not a good place. The border of the East Sea Divine Realm, the chaotic wasteland, the Godfiend Sea, and the infinite mining area are all better than this place. My suggestion is that you can go directly to the Divine Capital Dynasty that is the most prosperous. Han Fei said leisurely, "If I don't solve the An family and protect the Raging Sea first, how can I go to the Divine Capital Dynasty? the old turtle said. You want to solve the An family? It's a big family with monarchs. If the An family is a power in the chaotic wasteland and has at least 2 monarchs, it must be one of the 3 major cities. It's very likely to be a city lord. Although I don't know much about the situation in the chaotic wasteland, I know that a city lord level powerhouse is not someone you can fight easily. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Why? You live next to the chaotic wasteland, but you don't even know the situation in the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei now understood that old Yuan was actually only at the level of a small lord. He used to think that old Yuan was very strong, but now it seemed that old Yuan's status wasn't very high. Old Yuan even said that he had a great opportunity for him. What great opportunity could a small lord have? Even if he wanted to go to the God-Fiend Sea, he couldn't rush in without knowing anything. Instead, he should understand that place first before entering it. Old Yuan's voice was excited. We turtles usually don't move. Before the God-Fiend Sea was sealed, we rarely came to the chaotic wasteland. This place is very strange. You should take that tide wave seriously. In fact, this thing wasn't caused by the War of Gods. And the chaotic wasteland isn't a place that appeared after the War of Gods. Oh, tell me about it? Han Fei was immediately interested. This was different from what Yilan said. However, Yilan was only in the venerable realm. She didn't know much. What she knew was either what others wanted them to know or hearsay. It was impossible for her to compare to a native of the sea realm like Old Yuan. Old Yuan said, the chaotic wasteland has existed for millions of years. The history of the tide wave is as long as the chaotic wasteland. However, the frequency of the tide wave outbreak was very low in the past. Later, strong masters chased in to find the source of the tide wave. As far as I know, in the depths of the chaotic wasteland, the source of the tide wave should be extremely terrifying. This is why a god battle broke out here. Of course, the so-called god battle is not the battle where the gods died. That battle is not here at all, nor can it be here. Otherwise, the entire East Sea Divine Realm would have been destroyed. Han Fei was lost for words. Are you serious? This chaotic wasteland is not small. How vast is the territory of a main city? Can it be destroyed? Old Yuan said. It can afford a war of gods, but it's definitely not enough to afford a war with so many creatures involved. Anyway, just listen to me. If you're not strong enough, don't trace the source of the tide wave. Look at the 3 big cities in the chaotic wasteland now. Even the monarchs can't solve the tide wave. You know how terrifying the source of this thing is. Han Fei nodded slightly. He believed the old turtle's hint. If the chaotic wasteland had such a long history, it would be a decent history. And what Yilan said was that after the War of Gods, the origin ground that had been explored formed primitive tombs and fell here. That didn't seem right. After all, it was said that the origin grounds were in the Sea of Stars, so the chaotic wasteland should be a strange space that could connect to the Sea of Stars. This place should be more like a teleportation door. However, for some reason, this space was invaded and enveloped by tide waves, which resulted in its current appearance. Of course, this was just Han Fei's own guess. The real answer might not be clear even to the old turtle, but the history of the chaotic wasteland that the old turtle mentioned was definitely more accurate than Yilan's. Han Fei said, I won't care about the tide wave for the time being, and I don't have the ability to explore the secrets of its source. However, I'm not in a hurry to go to the God-Fiend Sea. Although the chaotic wasteland is not suitable for survival, it's only relative. The tide wave only comes once every 100 years. It's coming soon. After this time, I'll be like a fish in water here. Even if the ominous creature's strength exceeds mine, it's nothing to me. Perhaps this place is more suitable for me. Knowing that he couldn't convince Han Fei for the time being, the old turtle reminded him in the end, in that case, you have to be careful not to provoke a monarch. That's a realm that neither of us has experienced. The means of a monarch might exceed our imagination. Han Fei said, I'm not stupid. Don't you know anything else about the chaotic wasteland? For example, about the human race. When Han Fei asked this question, his heart suddenly stirred. Someone came from outside. Where is the leader of the Little Sea Village, Zhao Jing? Outside Little Sea Village, 3 sea establishers descended with a dignified look. On closer inspection, these 3 people were covered in dark green scales, including their faces, but the scales on their faces were more exquisite. These 3 people also had tails. There was no telling what they evolved from. Their tails looked a bit like dragon tails. Han Fei suspected that they had dragon bloodline. In short, one could see with the naked eye that their bodies contained extremely terrifying energy. They must be members of the 10,000 scale race. Their characteristics completely matched the description of the 10,000 scale race in the historical records of Little Sea Village. Swished Zhao Jing stepped to the entrance of Little Sea Village and said respectfully, Zhao Jing greets the 3 envoys. Clean stones have been prepared. Please take a look. At this moment, Han Fei and the others stopped cultivating and looked at the 3 powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race with interest. Because Han Fei and the others were of a high level, the 3 of them couldn't discover them at all. At the entrance of the village, Zhou Hai and the others' eyes turned red when they saw Zhao Jing take out a huge amount of clean stones. They dug them out day after day, but half of them were taken away in one go. Anyway, every time the tax envoys came, they would be depressed for a while. Zhao Jing didn't look like a king at all. With her personally mining, they finally dug enough clean stones. However, when the three 10,000 scale race powerhouses saw the clean stones given by Zhao Jing, they couldn't help but frown. The leader shouted, "Why is there still 30% of the original ores? Are you trying to trick me?" Zhao Jing hurriedly said, "I dare not, Master Tax Envoy. Although there are 30% of the original ores, after refining them, the number will definitely not be reduced at all. Please make an exception, Master Tax Envoy. Many strong masters of our village died in the last tide wave, which reduced our mining speed. Besides, the cultivation of the villagers of Little Sea Village also needs—" "That's enough. I don't want to listen to your explanation. Anyway, the original ores just won't do. Either bring me the refined clean stone, or Little Sea Village will pay 10% more tax this time." "What? 10% more?" Zhou Hai's expression changed drastically. "Master Tax Envoy, the tide wave is coming. We haven't had the time to temper our own original ores. If you tax us additionally, our Little Sea Village will be doomed." The 10,000 scale race powerhouse's eyes turned cold. "That's just your excuse. Every village said so to me, but which of you is really destroyed? Also, don't challenge my decision again. Otherwise, 70%. Zhou Hai was furious and was about to say something when Zhao Jing shouted, "Zhou Hai, shut up." Zhao Jing's pupils were constricted. After a few seconds of silence, she ordered the entire village, "Everyone, bring out all the clear stones you have, as well as the energy crystals." The 10,000 scale race powerhouse said indifferently, "You only have half an hour. After collecting your tax, I have to go to the next village. There's still at least half a month before the next tide wave. You still have time to dig." Zhao Jing gritted her teeth and shouted again, "Hurry up, give them all to me within half an hour." Zhou Hai was furious and almost went crazy. Zhao Jing was gambling with the lives of the entire village. Even if they didn't sleep or rest, they might not be able to make it in half a month. At this moment, the 10,000 scale race tax envoy looked at Zhou Hai. "Are you very angry?" "I felt killing intent. You lowly human, how dare you have killing intent on me?" With that, the man punched horizontally, and the entrance of Little Sea Village instantly exploded and was flattened. Zhou Hai was shocked, and his chi and blood erupted. He only dared to resist, but didn't dare to fight back. Bang! His figure flew thousands of kilometers away in an instant, and blood splashed across the sky. During the whole process, although Zhao Jing wanted to attack, she held it back. Otherwise, if the 10,000 scale race's tax envoys asked for more taxes, it would be over. The 10,000 scale race's tax envoy snorted coldly. "This is the result of offending me." Just as the 10,000 scale race's tax envoy stopped, a voice sounded leisurely. "Hey, what did you just say?" "Say it again." Chapter 225, Human Race Never Submit. Since he was the human emperor, the human race was Han Fei's Dao heart. How could Han Fei sit idle when someone from another race belittled the human race like this? The crowd that gathered up holding the clean stones in their hands all made way for him. Han Fei came to the village entrance in a few steps. Han Fei asked, "Are you belittling the human race?" Zhao Jing's face changed greatly. Han Fei was a scavenger from outside. She knew that Han Fei and the others were definitely not afraid of the tax envoy. However, the tax envoy represented Mountain City. Behind Mountain City, there was also the City of Scavengers. If Han Fei provoked the tax envoys, they could leave, but not the Little Sea Village. Otherwise, how could she bear the humiliation? Zhao Jing was about to speak and dismiss Han Fei when Han Fei glanced at her. Zhao Jing was dumbstruck and couldn't speak. Zhao Jing swore that she had never seen such a gaze in her life. Those eyes were like abysses, impossible to see clearly. She even had the urge to kneel at him. "Oh, so your Little Sea Village has a new sea establisher. No wonder you can't even pay this year's tax." "Humph, kid, do you know who you were talking to?" Han Fei asked. "Do you know who you were talking to?" In Han Fei's eyes, this person was already dead. Little Sea Village might suffer if he killed this guy, but he could just kill his way through Mountain City. He wouldn't hesitate to slaughter a city to save a village. Anyway, those who bullied the human race deserved to die. The tax envoy's eyes turned cold. Was this person not from the Little Sea Village? It seemed to make sense. In a mere 100 years, if the Little Sea Village had a new king, they would definitely know. The tax envoy said, "Boy, I don't know where you are from, but I am the tax envoy of the 10,000 scale race. How dare you provoke us? Do you want this Little Sea Village to be destroyed with you?" The tax envoy was not stupid. There were only 3 of him. He didn't know who this person was or if he should beat him. However, since this person was a human and would fight him because of a word, it meant that he cared a lot about the bloodline of the human race. However, Han Fei snorted. "How dare you threaten me?" This person was speechless. "Why are you, a mere sea establisher, so arrogant? As long as this matter is settled today, I'll immediately bring people to wipe out this Little Sea Village." At this time, Zhou Hai came back, but he was injured because he didn't dare to fight back. At this moment, he saw Han Fei looking at the 3 tax envoys aggressively. Han Fei said, "You deserve to die for humiliating the human race. Do you want to kill yourselves as an apology, or do you want me to kill you and reduce you to ashes?" At this time, because of Zhao Jing's words, every family in Little Sea Village came to pay taxes with the clean stones they had saved, only to see such a domineering scene. This scavenger was actually threatening the tax envoy. Although they were also worried that this would put the little sea village in danger, why did they feel so good? A tax envoy shouted, "How dare you threaten the tax envoy? Do you want to die? No matter who you are, can you be stronger than our 10,000 scale emperor?" Han Fei reached out and grabbed in the air. The person who spoke froze, his flesh and blood tightened, and his soul seemed to be held by someone. His body flew into the air uncontrollably. Han Fei's voice was cold. "Who allowed you to interrupt me?" Bang! The man's body exploded, and a void array instantly condensed. His body and soul exploded in that little array, but the surrounding seawater didn't even move. Husser. At that moment, Zhao Jing and Zhou Hai were both dumbfounded. Was this guy really a sea establisher? With a wave of his hand, a sea establishment realm cultivator died on the spot. Who was Han Fei and company? Wow, the tax envoy is dead? The boys, youths, and adults of the little sea village were all dumbfounded. This was a tax envoy, a super powerhouse in the sea establishment realm, but this human scavenger killed him just by clenching his fist? Behind him, Taiyuan said indifferently, "Han Fei is a little too impulsive and used to being domineering. Now Mountain City has to be slaughtered." Wang Yijian said, "Very good. The 10,000 scale race made the human race work like cows and horses. They should be executed." The Snail Emperor said, "After all, this is their territory. If we raise Mountain City, how could the monarch of the City of Scavengers not know?" The Sword God said, "Therefore, we need to be fast." Kong Shen narrowed his eyes and said, "Since these tax envoys said that there is still half a month before the next tide wave, it means that we can actually take action in this half a month. As long as we get the sea chart of the chaotic wasteland, we can leave here." They could only think so. It seemed that they had to leave today. The remaining two tax envoys were dumbfounded. The tax envoy leader looked at Han Fei in shock, his body trembling slightly. You are not in the sea establishment realm." Buzz. When Han Fei's terrifying suppressing pressure and murderous intent descended, the two tax envoys lost their balance. No matter how hard they tried, in the end, they still fell to their knees. Han Fei extended his hand and walked towards the two of them step by step. "If you commit suicide, you might have a better death. I've given you a chance, but unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. Remember to watch your mouth in your next life." Seeing Han Fei extend his hand and press it on the heads of the two of them, the tax envoy leader was horrified and roared, "If you kill the tax envoys, Mountain City will not let you off. Shut up." Who the fuck cares about the 10,000 scales emperor? Is the fucking emperor your father? Bang! Han Fei pressed both hands down, and the two sea establishers, like the man just now, exploded in an instant. Even the surrounding seawater didn't shake. Several star shells flew out of the void, and Han Fei threw one to Zhao Jing and said casually, "The human race will never surrender to other races. I will solve Mountain City. As for you, forget everything that happened today. Got it?" Zhao Jing's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. This was the only human emperor she had seen in her life. She knew that to save the little sea village, the 10,000 scale race's powerhouse in Mountain City had to die. Therefore, at this moment, Zhao Jing bowed deeply to Han Fei. "From today on, everyone in Little Sea Village will forget what happened today. Thank you for your help, my lord. The human race will never surrender to other races." Zhou Hai, Ye Lan, and the others were also shocked and felt complicated. Ye Lan felt as if she were in a dream. She never expected that she would bring back an emperor of the human race. Buzz. Zhao Jing and the others saw a golden light flash, and then Han Fei disappeared into thin air, and they didn't even notice any void fluctuations. When Zhao Jing came back to herself and looked at her residence again, there was no one there. Han Fei and the other five had all disappeared. At this moment, Zhao Jing was shocked. If they were kings, it was impossible for them to leave so quietly. Therefore, not only Han Fei, but all 6 of them were emperors. Zhao Jing held the star shell in her hand, a little at a loss. 6 emperors had suddenly appeared in the human race? Were they hiding their strength before, or something else? She seemed to see a glimmer of hope for the rise of the human race. There were already strong masters rising and resisting in the dark. Perhaps one day he could see that the rule of the 10,000 scale race would be overthrown by the human race. Even if this hope was small, there was still hope. Zhao Jing took a deep breath, turned around, and shouted coldly, "From now on, everyone in Little Sea Village, forget what happened today. No talking, no voice transmission, and don't even think about it. There were no outsiders in Little Sea Village recently. Otherwise, if anyone leaks it, everyone in Little Sea Village will have to die." A million kilometers away, Han Fei and the others stopped. Taiyuan said, "The 3 of them died at the same time. I'm afraid the Lord of Mountain City has already noticed it. We have to rush over at full speed and quickly kill the Lord of Mountain City. Otherwise, once the news spreads to the City of Scavengers, the consequences will be disastrous. We don't know the strength of the monarch." However, Han Fei opened his hands and 3 drops of essence blood appeared in his hands. The Snail Emperor, huh? "These 3 people are still alive?" Han Fei said. "Now is not the time for us to take action. The methods of a monarch are indeed unpredictable. I'm not sure if he has the ability to see through the entire Scavenger Sea area. Therefore, I'll keep these 3 people for now. We'll talk about it when we reach Mountain City." The sword god said, but the Lord of Mountain City must be killed sooner or later. Otherwise, if these tax envoys don't return, he will still discover something. Han Fei nodded. So we have to go to Mountain City now. Isn't it said that the tide wave will arrive in half a month? Even if we want to kill him, we have to take advantage of the time. Of course, we don't have to kill him. If we make him into a puppet, the eyes of Taiyuan and the others lit up. Yes, if they were made into puppets, not only could they not alarm the city of scavengers, but they could also occupy a place in the chaotic wasteland first. Then they would have a great room to maneuver. Besides, there happened to be a corpse refining expert in Han Fei's Origin Sea. He didn't expect Hong Yue's Great Tao to be useful at this moment. Chapter 226, Encounter 3 days later. Han Fei and the others set off from the Little Sea village. If they traveled at full speed, it would only take them about a day to reach Mountain City. However, this was a world they were not familiar with after all, and to observe the ominous creatures along the way, they did not walk so fast. Today, even though they were not fast, they were not far from Mountain City. It would only take them half a day at most. At this moment, in the perception of Han Fei and the others, a group of big fish appeared. There were at least 10,000 of them, a kind of blue sea snake. In the sea, there were too many groups of 10,000 sea creatures, but such a group of 10,000 venerables was rarely seen. If this were in the raging sea, wouldn't it be a disaster? It would be a superforce. However, there were still people hunting such a group of sea snakes in the venerable realm. They were 5 frogmen powerhouses. Han Fei had once killed frogmen, so he recognized them at a glance. At this moment, the 5 of them quickly swam around the snakes and kept throwing clean stone water thunder. It was as if electric nets had erupted at the bottom of the sea one after another, purifying dozens of sea snakes with each blow. Judging from the usage of the clean stone water thunder, they were far wealthier than Ye Lan and the others. When they first met Yilan, they might only have 6 clean stone water thunder in total. Yilan even secretly hid one as a trump card and was almost killed in that battle. The Snail Emperor asked, "What race is this? It looks very similar to a human, except that its eyes are slightly bigger and it looks a little ugly. Its transformation ability is much worse than mine." Han Fei thought to himself, "You're just a snail. Why do you care if a person is ugly or not?" Han Fei said, "These should be the so-called scavengers. We encountered many ominous creatures along the way, but we didn't see any scavengers. This place is close to Mountain City. These scavengers are probably going to Mountain City to avoid the tide waves." Kong Shen asked, "Should we treat them as enemies or ignore them?" Han Fei smiled, "I think they have already discovered us." Huh? Kong Shen and the others frowned. They were just kings and still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, but they had already discovered them? However, the attacks of those people did slow down, as if to prevent someone from appearing. Han Fei thought that it was necessary to let Taiyuan and the others know that the people from the Sea Realm were actually not weak. Their perception, soul power, and resistance to the suppressing pressure of the strong were all stronger than the people from the Raging Sea. Of course, this was only because the environment they lived in was different from the Raging Sea. If the humans in the Raging Sea moved to the chaotic wasteland, they would probably become like them soon. Sure enough, the frogmen scavengers stopped attacking and let the ominous creatures escape. They quickly collected about 3,000 energy crystals and looked in the direction of Han Fei and the others. Who dares to ruin our plan? Han Fei and the others no longer hid. In fact, they didn't deliberately hide just now. They were too confident and thought that they wouldn't be discovered. When Han Fei and the others appeared opposite the 5 frogmen, the frogmen narrowed their eyes slightly. Human scavengers? Interesting. According to the rules of scavengers, if you take a fancy to our things, you can either fight us or leave. You actually wanted to attack us just now? Why, now even humans dare to attack us. Han Fei shrugged slightly. "Are you looking down on us humans?" the frogman leader sneered. "This is not the Wanderer Sea. How dare a mere human be so arrogant?" Then, the frogman suddenly rose. A spiral appeared in his eyes, and a soul gaze that had been accumulated for a long time attacked the souls of Han Fei and the others. At the moment the frogman attacked, the other 4 frogmen also jumped up. The long thorn knife in their hands swept across the sky, and the knives were actually full of black ominous aura. This time, Han Fei didn't even need to do anything. Kong Shen held the abyss scepter and pointed at the void. Then these frogmen's minds seemed to be swallowed by the abyss, and half of their attack power was instantly absorbed. Then they saw the shadow of a centipede crawling in the void. The centipede's sharp claws hooked onto these people, producing piercing sounds. Just when Kong Shen felt that he could easily sweep these 5 people, the leading frogman suddenly opened his mouth and a strange frog cry sounded. The phantom of the great sky centipede was shattered by this voice. These frogmen took the opportunity to detonate their weapons and retreat. Boom, 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 boom. Even Kong Shen was shaken by the explosion of the 5 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. However, Kong Shen was a sky opener. If he couldn't even take down 5 sea establishers, how embarrassing would it be? On the abyssal scepter, a dark green pillar of light erupted, blasting open a passage in the terrifying weapon explosion. Kong Shen took a step forward and grabbed at these people with a huge hand. The frogman exclaimed, "Not good, he's a sky opener," and he used his trump card secret technique. These people were shocked. They didn't expect to meet an emperor here. Why would such a person come out to scavenge? Was there anything attracting him here? However, even so, why did they target us? However, these frogmen couldn't care less. Almost at the same time, the 5 of them removed a layer of flesh on their bodies, which exploded in midair, and a large amount of white pulp directly froze the sea area within 10,000 kilometers. Then, the 5 of them accelerated to their fastest speed, trying to escape through the void in an instant. However, how could Kong Shen be blocked by such a secret technique? With a bang, the ice shattered, forming a huge vortex behind the 5 of them. The terrifying spinning power directly sealed the void entrance that had just opened. The 5 frogmen kings were sucked back at the same time. Kong Shen extended his hand, intending to capture the 5 of them. At this moment, he wasn't ready to kill them yet. However, when he slapped down, 3 frogmen suddenly spat out a bottle. As the bottle exploded, a large area of ominous aura erupted. Axhole. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time as the 3 of them exploded, Kong Shen's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect to be tricked by a few mere kings. This ominous aura couldn't be casually touched. Kong Shen intended to suppress the remaining 2 with his suppressing pressure while preparing to cut off his hand. But in the next moment, a holy pillar of light descended, and the heaven enlightenment divine technique instantly purified the so-called ominous aura. Taiyuan and the others couldn't help but exclaim, the heaven enlightenment divine technique was simply a great killing weapon in the chaotic wasteland. At this moment, Kong Shen's face was black as he saw the 2 frogmen break through his suppressing pressure. Fortunately, Han Fei had already expected this situation, so he jumped over with a sword light and slashed out, directly killing one of them. Then, he reached out and grabbed the last person. Bam, bam, bam. At this moment, in the chaotic wasteland, above the seabed, 4 red lights burst out like fireworks, and 4 frogmen died. However, the astronomical phenomenon here was much simpler. It was like a firework exploding in the sky. With a flash of red light, the astronomical phenomenon ended without even a rain of blood. Kong Shen looked at Han Fei and the others awkwardly. Well, I didn't expect these mere sea establishers to have so many tricks, Taiyuan said thoughtfully. It's a little strange. These people are actually like that ominous creature, able to easily resist the suppressing pressure of an emperor. Their methods and combat skills are clean and neat. They're like kings who have been at war for a long time and are not weak. Taiyuan nodded slightly. That's right. From the combat skills they used just now, their explosive power and the strength of their trump cards are a level higher than those in the Raging Sea. This should be related to the combat skills they practice. This means that the combat skills in the Sea Realm are much stronger than those in the Raging Sea. The Sword God said, the astronomical phenomenon is too weak. It only covers a radius of 10,000 kilometers. The space in the Sea Realm is tougher than the Raging Sea. The Snail Emperor said, I know why. It's mainly because the upper limit of the heavenly Tao here is extremely high. The fact that I can use my full strength here is good proof. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator and sent 3 projections into the origin sea of 3 frogmen to plunder their resources. As for the other person, Han Fei activated the soul-searching technique with the void lines. After a while, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Everyone, there's good news. We already have a sea chart of the City of Scavengers. But the bad news is that this sea chart only records most of the sea area of the City of Scavengers, but I'm afraid it's not enough for us to leave the chaotic wasteland. The Snail Emperor, what good news is that? Han Fei asked. If we can find the sea chart of the City of Scavengers from these scavengers, what about those in the sky-opening realm? Wang Yijian asked. The Lord of Mountain City? Sea establishers might not be powerful in the sea realm, but there weren't that many sky-openers even in the entire chaotic sea. There might only be a few hundred sky-opening realm powerhouses on the surface in the 3 main cities, and lords probably had a sea chart of the chaotic wasteland. Chapter 227, Mountain City. After killing the last frogman scavenger, Han Fei and the others quickly left. Han Fei said, from the information obtained from the Soul Search, it's very difficult for the human race to rise under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers. So in the Scavenger Sea area, the possibility of the human race rising is extremely small. However, in the City of Scavengers there are also human powerhouses, but most of them are enslaved by the 10,000 scale race. Also, the remoter a city of the City of Scavengers is, the smaller and weaker it will be. Mountain City is remote, so the strength of the Lord shouldn't be strong. However, there is a problem. What question? Han Fei said. We are humans. Even Senior Snail Emperor has an extremely high degree of transformation. However, I found that it's not that the creatures in the sea realm can't transform, but that they like to keep the characteristics of their race so that it's easier to distinguish them. Especially in the Scavenger Sea, humans are regarded as the bottom of society, so no one will completely transform into a human form, which will be despised by other races. Wang Yijian snorted as if he was very unhappy with this situation. Han Fei said, therefore, in view of this situation, if we want to successfully enter Mountain City and control it, it's naturally impossible in our human forms. Kong Shen said, I should be recognized as a humanoid. Han Fei nodded, but then said, but I'm afraid Senior Snail Emperor can't. There is no snail race in Mountain City at all, so even if the Snail Emperor shows some of his race's characteristics, he will also be regarded as an anomaly. Taiyuan asked, "Do you mean that we'd better imitate a humanoid creature?" Han Fei grinned. "I think the frogmen are good. The Snail Emperor, so ugly." Han Fei said, "You're already an emperor. Why do you care about whether it's ugly or not? Anyway, as long as we control the Lord of Mountain City, everything will be under our control." The sword god said, "Han Fei is right. After all, this is the outside world, a territory with a monarch guarding it. That's a living monarch. Its strength is immeasurable." Wang Yijian nodded slightly and had no objection. "Taiyuan, there are only 5 people in this frogman scavenger team. We have 1 more. Han Fei said, "I don't need it." "Have you forgotten my twin divine technique?" With this in mind, everyone was relieved. With Han Fei's current strength, even they wouldn't be able to detect him if he used the twin divine technique, let alone that there was only one sky-opening realm powerhouse in Mountain City. Half a day later, a small city surrounded by mountains spanning about 3,000 kilometers appeared in front of Han Fei and the others. The architectural style of Mountain City was actually not much different from that of the small village. It was mainly built from the pure stone original ores. However, the shape and luxury of the building far exceeded that of the village. In Mountain City, there were all kinds of businesses. There was even a large number of clean stones sold in shops. Han Fei and the others saw a large number of clean stone water thunder, or weapons like sabers, longswords, spears, and scimitars. Swish, 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 swish. When Han Fei and the others arrived at Mountain City, a sea establishment realm powerhouse immediately appeared at the city gate. This was another king of the frogmen race. When this person appeared and saw Taiyuan and the others who had turned into frogmen, he immediately complained, "Old Yang, you're really good at timing. The tide wave will come in 10 days. I'm afraid you won't come back. How was the harvest this time?" Han Fei and the others didn't expect that this frogman scavenger team had an acquaintance in Mountain City. Taiyuan hadn't searched the soul of this frogman leader, so he didn't know this person at all. At this moment, he secretly said to Han Fei, "This person may ruin our plan." Han Fei, who was attached to Taiyuan, was also dumbfounded, but he quickly decided, "Leave this person to me." Taiyuan smiled at the frogman. "The harvest is not bad. If it weren't for the approaching tide waves, we might have to stay outside for a while." As they spoke, Taiyuan and the others walked towards the frogman king. However, when they walked towards the frogman, the man looked at Wang Yijian. Because Wang Yijian was too stiff, his acting skills might not be up to standard, or maybe the temperament of a sword cultivator was too outstanding and too fierce. The Frogman King couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Ba Lin? He doesn't seem right." The more the Frogman King looked at him, the more he felt that something was wrong. His temperament didn't seem right. However, just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. At that moment, a terrifying power drilled into his soul. At that moment, he wanted to resist, but a strange sound suddenly exploded in his mind. He couldn't even make a sound before he felt that he was losing control of his body. After dozens of seconds, Han Fei quickly searched the frogman's soul and then said to Taiyuan and the others via voice transmission, "It's done." This frogman is one of the guard leaders of Mountain City. He doesn't know the team you turned into very well. He only knew them for nearly 100 years. Because this frogman team often hunts here, he's familiar with them. Han Fei had already had the experience of controlling the king of the frogman race. At that time, he underestimated his opponent, so that frogman broke free from the void lines. However, how could Han Fei make the same mistake twice? Besides, he was now in the sky-opening realm. It was impossible for a king of the frogman race to break free from his hands. Han Fei had thought that it was common for scavengers to enter the city, but he didn't expect that they were almost exposed by a frogman. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and controlled this person. As soon as he controlled this person, Han Fei said, "Give me some energy crystals." Seeing that the frogman was controlled by Han Fei, Taiyuan smiled ambiguously and handed a sun moon shell to Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and said pretentiously, "Old Yang, let's go. Are you going to your own yard or my place?" "Taiyuan, we're quite tired." "Let's go back and rest for a few days." Han Fei said, "That's good." At this moment, whether it was Han Fei, Taiyuan, or the others, they all knew that a sky-opening realm perception was sweeping over. They didn't know if Han Fei had controlled this frogman and was noticed by the Lord of Mountain City, so they acted a little. Fortunately, the perception came and went quickly. Seeing that Han Fei had accepted the benefits, the perception retreated. Huff, Han Fei said via voice transmission, "It's in the city. I'll guide you there. Rest for a few days. I'll investigate the Lord of this mountain city first." In the Lord's residence in Mountain City, a 10,000 scale clan powerhouse retracted his gaze from the city gate. He chuckled. "Such a petty favor. You frogmen want to compete with us?" In your next life," the man said. "Guards." Immediately, a sea establishment realm 10,000 scale race powerhouse walked in. He said, "From today on, Seal Mountain City, prepare to resist the tide waves. Only entry is allowed, and no exit is allowed. There are only 2 teams of tax envoys that haven't returned, right?" The man said, "Yes, only Air King and He Yang's teams haven't returned yet. It'll probably be in 2 or 3 days. Okay, go. Begin to build a city defense. Everyone must participate in the battle." "Yes, my lord." Then this year's harvest, the Lord of Mountain City smiled. Confiscate 40% of the proceeds. Yes, my lord. The so-called confiscation was actually to take the money into the Lord's mansion and make it the personal resources of the Lord of this mountain city. At that time, he would take out 10% to reward some capable subordinates, and the remaining 30% would go into his own pocket. It had to be known that under the tide wave, there were countless ominous creatures invading. 30% was already a terrifying number. Of course, he couldn't take more. After all, this was a matter concerning the whole city. The people in the city needed some resources for cultivation. If he took too much, it would suppress the overall strength of Mountain City, and the power to resist the tide wave 100 years later would weaken. After guiding them to the resting place of the frogmen scavengers, Han Fei had already used the twin divine technique and sneaked towards the Lord's mansion. Because the Lord of this mountain city was also a sky-opening realm powerhouse, and the sensitivity of the sea realm powerhouses was not low, it could be seen from them being watched at the city gate just now. Therefore, along the way, Han Fei didn't release his perception. But even so, Han Fei saw some aliens in the city. Some had 2 big horns on their heads, some had a green face and sharp teeth, some had perfect human forms but had a tail, and some had hands like blades. Anyway, Han Fei discovered a feature. In Mountain City, most of the residents were human-like creatures. Perhaps because human forms were more suitable for fighting, there were very few pure mutants. From the soul-searching technique, Han Fei knew that in a few days, everyone in Mountain City would participate in the battle to resist the tide waves, but this didn't matter. In any case, during the tide wave period, the city would definitely be in a sealed state. As long as he could control the Lord of Mountain City during this period of time, it would be fine. However, he didn't know what the current strength of the Lord of the City was. In the sky-opening realm, it wouldn't be easy for him to quietly control the Lord of this mountain city. On this trip, he had to figure out the Lord's approximate strength. Chapter 2128, Farm in the Lord's Mansion. When Han Fei quietly floated over, he saw a 10,000 scale race sea establisher speaking to 2 10,000 scale race powerhouses who had just entered the sea establishment realm. The man said, "The deduction criteria for this year have been set." Sure enough, just like last time, the Lord wants 40%. In a while, you will preside over the southwest side and start to arrange the city defense. Although the Lord wants 40%, the wartime situation is complicated. You can at least get some. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, other people in the city will have objections. One of them complained, when it came to the tide wave, all kinds of monsters came. Today, 5 frogmen scavengers came, as well as 3 scavengers from the Blade clan in the east of our city. Including those who stayed long in the city, there were 17 sea establishers from outside. I hope these people can be more sensible. Otherwise, I'll definitely make them hand over what they get. Another person said, "Okay, stop complaining. I heard that there was a problem with the number 101 farm. Someone killed the tax envoys." None of the tax envoys escaped, causing the lack of clean stones in Black Hot City. Yesterday, they came to borrow clean stones from us. How could our Lord agree? He rejected them on the spot. I heard that those Blade Clan scavengers are from the Black Hot City farm. Brother Dong, Erking, and his team haven't returned from collecting taxes. Did something happen to them? Cough, cough. The 10,000 scale clan powerhouse named Brother Dong said with a sullen face, "Don't think or ask around. I heard that something happened in Black Hot City because they wanted to climb up. They might have had conflicts with other lords. Don't tell anyone about this. Okay, go about your business." Farm? Hearing this word, Han Fei's heart sank. So the 10,000 scale race called the Scavenger Sea a farm. The 10,000 scale race controlled this land and collected resources crazily. Therefore, villages like the Little Sea Village were actually labor tools. They harvested resources once every 10 years. After 100 years, how many resources had they collected from the hundreds of villages? Han Fei's heart turned cold. These 10,000 scale race people really deserved to die. After the 3 of them left, Han Fei continued to float slowly to the Lord's mansion. Perhaps because there was only one sky-opening realm cultivator in this mountain city, who was the Lord of this mountain city, he didn't set up any defenses on the Lord's residence because no one dared to pry into an emperor's privacy. Han Fei quietly entered the Lord's residence and saw that the Lord was counting star shells. On the table in front of him, there were a total of 78 star shells. When he saw the star shell, Han Fei couldn't help but feel shocked. Was this the tax he collected? 78 pieces? How many clean stones were there here? It wasn't until Mountain City Lord finished counting all the star shells that he frowned slightly. There are generally more original ores this year. It seems that the tax is slightly higher. It seems that after this tide wave, I have to reduce the tax by half so that the villages can produce more strong masters. After that, the Lord of Mountain City hesitated for a moment and put 30 of the star shells into his bag. Then he hesitated again and took another one. Then he put the remaining star shells into a box with multiple seals and put it away. Suddenly, the Lord of Mountain City looked up at the door. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Could he be discovered? Am I too sensitive? Mountain City Lord only took a look and found nothing. He shook his head slightly. It seemed that he still felt a little guilty when he embezzled resources. Seeing that Mountain City Lord didn't find him, Han Fei looked at this person up and down again. The scales on this Mountain City Lord's body were more dense and strong than those 10,000 scale race sea establishers. Judging from the qi and blood that he unconsciously emitted and his invisible majesty, this person shouldn't be weak, but he shouldn't be very strong either. At least his physique was definitely not comparable to his. It was just that the physique of the 10,000 scale race was better, and their bloodline level might be relatively higher, so their foundation would be stronger. However, in the sky-opening realm, as long as the bloodline of the 10,000 scale race didn't reach the top million among all the races in the infinite ocean, it wouldn't be a problem. So far, Hanfei didn't feel any threat from this person, which meant that this person shouldn't be stronger than him. Hanfei thought it made sense. The city of scavengers controlled 130 domains. If this person was very strong, why would he be ranked after the 80th? In terms of bloodline, potential, strength, physique, and soul, he was no weaker than this person. At most, his origin C might be smaller than this person's, but it might not be. In this case, it wouldn't be a problem to take this person down. All that was left was the right time to take him down, in the evening. Mountain City was sealed. Only entry was allowed, and no one was allowed to leave. In Mountain City, all powerhouses above the Venerable Realm were already in position. They were divided into the South Gate, East Gate, and the other gates. The clean stone mine was on the north, and it covered a large area. Therefore, when the tide wave came, the pressure on the north was the least, so the manpower here was the least. Below the Venerable level, explorers were also called up. Below the Explorer realm, there were very few people, only about 20% of the total population of Mountain City. This was because Mountain City only accepted strong masters. People below the Venerable level could stay in Mountain City only because in their family or in the history of their family, there were at least Venerables or these people had high spiritual heritage and strong potential. Otherwise, they would have been exiled to the villages and towns below and wouldn't have been allowed to stay in Mountain City. It was precisely because of this system that even though Mountain City ruled 100 domains, the total population was less than 3 million. Firstly, it fully explained the barrenness of the chaotic wasteland, and secondly, it showed that the people in the sea realm were elite-centered. Among the less than 3 million people, only 20% were explorers, and less than 50% were explorers. Therefore, an extremely terrifying number appeared here, which was that almost 30% of them were venerables. In other words, there were 900,000 venerables in this mere mountain city. When Taiyuan and the others learned this news, they were speechless for a long time. 900,000 venerables, this was more than the venerables in the entire raging sea. And this was only one of the 100 small cities under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers. This mountain city was only ranked 80th in the City of Scavengers. This was hard for them to imagine. Then what about the main city of the City of Scavengers? A whole city of venerables. Han Fei's black mist body returned while Taiyuan and the others were digesting the news. Han Fei controlled the frogman captain leader to come with him. It was only natural that the frogmen were close. Even the Lord of Mountain City wouldn't doubt it. He wasn't afraid that Mountain City Lord would eavesdrop. After all, Han Fei and the others were all emperors. Therefore, after Han Fei arrived, he said, "Mountain City Lord's strength is average. I estimate that any of us here can beat him. It's just a matter of time." Taiyuan said, "Han Fei, we found that the strength of the sea realm is too high." "Do you know how many venerables there are in this city?" Han Fei said casually. "Isn't it just 900,000? Taiyuan was speechless. "Why, 900,000 is too little?" Han Fei said. "We're in a big world now. There are many strong masters here. Look at the number of sky openers here. There are more than 100 lords in the entire city of scavengers who are all sky openers, and we don't know how many more sky openers there are in the main city. I think there are at least 500 or 600 sky openers in the entire chaotic wasteland. Think about it. How many sky openers are there in the raging sea?" What Han Fei said seemed to make sense. The number of sky openers in the chaotic wasteland was dozens of times more than in the raging sea. If they underestimated the number of sky openers in the main cities, it might be 100 times more than the raging sea. With this in mind, it seemed normal that there were more venerables here. Han Fei said with a smile, "Look at their environment. As long as there is mining, the tide wave that comes once 100 years will send them countless resources. It would be strange if these resources cannot nurture strong masters over the years. Here, those aren't strong can't survive," the sword god said. "That makes sense. In the chaotic wasteland, there are countless primitive tombs. Our raging sea is too small for such a big world." Han Fei said, "Give me some time. I have to find out how to refine corpses from Hong Yue. Before the tide wave comes, we have to find a way to control the lord of this mountain city. At that time, we might need Senior Snail Emperor to release the void, Senior Kong Shen to seal the surroundings, and Senior Yijian destroy his body with a slash, but don't really kill him. I want to control his soul." Wang Yijian nodded slightly. "Okay." Okay. Chapter 21-9, Living Dead Puppet. In Han Fei's Origin Sea, there was no time acceleration in the place Luo Xiaobai and the others stayed, so they only stayed in Han Fei's Origin Sea for 10 days. Back in the Little Sea Village, Han Fei had already told them that they had safely entered the Sea Realm, but it was not suitable for them to come out now. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang were muttering about why Han Fei's origin sea had turned from a paradise into a wasteland of high quality. Lu Renkuang said, "You might not believe it, but I think the earth here is edible." Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "Are you dizzy with hunger?" Lu Renkuang smacked his lips and said, "I wonder if there are any specialties in the sea realm." "Hey, we have nothing to do anyway. Shall we make barbecue?" Luo Xiaobai said. "Stop it. It might be dangerous outside. We have to be prepared to fight at any time." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Don't mention food to me now. I'm scared when I see Li Luo's insects and Hong Yue's corpses." "Look, Hong Yue even stroked the corpses." Hong Yue gave Zhang Xuanyu a look. "This is called corpse nurturing. It's just like nurturing swords and sabers. The Tao of corpse puppets are profound." "Hee, you just don't know much about this Tao," Zhang Xuanyu said. "I might as well rely on the spear in my hand." Buzz! At this moment, Han Fei suddenly appeared. Instantly, everyone stopped their cultivation and stood up. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "How is it?" "Have you settled down?" Lu Renkuang asked. "Can we go out now?" Luo Xiaobai asked. "What's the situation in the sea realm? Is it still dangerous?" Han Fei said. "You can't go out yet. You'll have to stay here for a while." "Hong Yue, let me ask you something. Come with me." Hong Yue was stunned. Han Fei was much stronger than him now. What could he ask him? The void twisted, and in the next moment, Hong Yue had already moved. Han Fei didn't give him a chance to choose at all. Hong Yue asked, "Master Human Emperor, what's the matter? How can I help?" Han Fei asked. "Can you refine an emperor into a corpse puppet?" Hong Yu was dumbfounded. What did Han Fei mean? To refine an emperor into a corpse puppet? Was the outside world already so dangerous? He had just gone out and killed an emperor? Han Fei said, "It's too dangerous outside, so it's not the time to let you out yet. But now I need you to tell me about the Tao of corpse puppets. Can you refine an emperor into a corpse puppet without killing him?" "Without killing him?" Han Fei said, "or rather, seal his soul." Hong Ye thought to himself that this was serious. He said solemnly, "Logically speaking, a sky opener walking the Tao of corpse puppet is completely able to refine an emperor into a corpse puppet. However, if you want to capture his soul and seal him, it's actually not the best choice. The soul can drive the corpse puppet and allow him to have the combat power when he is alive. If we have to preserve the soul and refine this emperor into a corpse puppet without killing him, the best way is to destroy his soul and completely mess it up, which means to shatter his soul." Han Fei couldn't help but remember the time when his soul was messed up in the ideal palace and he lost his memory. This method seemed to work. In fact, Han Fei could choose to suppress Mountain City Lord in his origin sea. He could completely simulate Mountain City Lord with the technique of infinite transformations, just like when he turned into the Fish Dragon King and sneaked into the White Shell Royal City. However, at the critical moment, he might still have to use the Lord of this mountain city. After all, he could only transform into his appearance. But to really become him, it required a long time of simulation, learning this person's combat skills, expression, way of speaking, the memories in his sea of consciousness, and so on. Besides, he might be able to become the Lord of Mountain City, but there were many sea establishers in Mountain City. He could transform into one, but not 1,000. It would be strange if all the powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race in Mountain City disappeared. Therefore, even if Han Fei didn't refine the Mountain Lord into a corpse puppet, he would have to refine those 10,000 scale race powerhouses into corpse puppets. Han Fei asked, "Can you refine an emperor corpse puppet now?" Hong Ye immediately shook his head. "It's almost impossible. I can only refine sea establishment realm corpse puppets at most. My Tao of corpse puppets is mainly composed of two parts. One is the puppet divine technique, and the other is the pure corpse refining technique. The puppet divine technique can form a large number of great Tao threads and directly control the enemy in a living state. Of course, even if the other party is dead, the puppet divine technique can still control him, but it can't use the other party's soul." Puppet divine technique? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was similar to his void lines. However, when his void lines controlled the other party, he could control the other party to fight and use the other party's soul. But the puppet divine technique couldn't, so the puppet divine technique was one level lower than his void lines. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about pure corpse refinement?" Hong Ye continued, "The pure Tao of corpse refinement is to destroy the other party's soul. There are two states of destruction. One is to kill the other party, refine a wisp of the other party's soul, and inject it into the corpse puppet. The other is to shatter the other party's soul, fuse it into the body, and then refine it. However, as long as you split a wisp of your soul, you can control everything of the other party, including his memories. It's just that he can't continue to cultivate and grow. Of course, if carrying the other party's memories, the wisp of soul that you split off might not be able to be taken back, because it carries the memories of others. If you take it back, it's easy to cause abnormalities in your soul. However, although this wisp of soul can't be taken back, it will be absolutely loyal to the main soul body." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was interesting. The lost soul could be cultivated back. According to Hong Ye, as long as he split a part of his soul, he should be able to completely control all the venerables and kings in Mountain City and even completely become them. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The Tao of corpse puppets seemed to be very strong. If Hong Yu was strong enough and had the conditions to refine more corpse puppets of the same level as him and completely become these corpse puppets, his combat power would be greatly increased. It was just that the conditions of the raging sea were not suitable for Hong Yue. He didn't have the ability to kill other sea establishers, so he had never used this advantage. Han Fei immediately said, "Well, teach me the pure corpse refinement technique. I'll use it soon." Hong Ye couldn't help but say, "Well, it takes a long time to walk on this great Tao." Han Fei smiled. "It doesn't matter, just give it to me." Hong Ye was not reluctant. In the sea realm, he definitely had to rely on Han Fei. He was certainly willing to give the technique to Han Fei. Therefore, Hong Ye gave Han Fei all his great Tao insights, corpse refinement techniques, control techniques, and soul-shattering techniques. Han Fei said, "Don't tell others about this for now. I'll tell them when necessary." Yes, I definitely won't tell anyone unless Master Human Emperor allows it." After sending Hong Yue back, Han Fei smiled. It was just a great Tao. Was his green jade bridge just for show? Although his understanding of the Green Jade Bridge was problematic at first, he could use that problematic path to create the Great Tao of Corpse Puppet out of thin air. Just like when he embarked on the Great Tao of Time, as long as he was willing, he could embark on that path. In a sense, his initial understanding was not wrong. The him and the projection seemed illusory. Anything seemed to be possible. Therefore, when Han Fei finished understanding Hong Yue's Great Tao and walked to the Green Jade Bridge, countless understandings popped up in his heart. He had already stepped into the path of corpse puppets. When Han Fei flipped through the corpse refining technique, information popped up in his eyes. Corpse refining soul fusion technique, sea establishment, high quality introduction. This is a corpse puppet refining method. With the ability to seize the power of nature, before the creature completely dies, shatter the soul and fuse it in the flesh and blood of the body. With the refining method and taking the Great Tao as the source, fuse a wisp of your soul with the corpse puppet and create a spiritless body. After the corpse puppet is refined, the wisp of soul will carry the memories and soul Tao runes of the corpse puppet. After the corpse puppet is refined, it can be taken as your clone. Deduced art, living dead puppet deduction cost, 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi remarks. The corpse puppet needs to be refined before the body decays and the soul is completely scattered. When Han Fei saw this technique, he gasped. He was stunned, feeling that he had missed a treasure. This was because this corpse refining soul fusion technique was too similar to the grand puppet technique he had obtained from the ruins of Heavenly Desolate City. It was completely an upgraded version of the grand puppet technique. At that time, he didn't think about deducing it at all because it required an astronomical figure of resources. If he had worked hard to collect enough resources to deduce it, he might have already embarked on the Tao of corpse puppets. He could do what Hong Yue couldn't. He had killed dozens of kings. In fact, they could totally become his corpse puppets. At this moment, when Han Fei saw that this thing could still be deduced and only needed 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi, he immediately decided to deduce it. A moment later, information popped up in his eyes. Living dead puppet emperor level, mid-quality, with the ability to seize the power of nature before the creature completely dies, with the refining method and taking the Great Tao as the source, fuse a wisp of your soul with the dead and transform his soul and turn him into an avatar puppet. After the puppet is refined, you can use a wisp of your soul to control the other party's memories. It can be taken as an avatar of yours. Deduced art, life-devouring puppet scripture deduction cost, 10,000 wisps of immortal chi remarks 1, the corpse puppet needs to be refined before the body decays. Note 2. It has reached the current deduction limit of the demon purification pot. If it is deduced again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the demon purification pot. Chapter 2130, Puppet Plan. Han Fei didn't expect the great puppet technique he accidentally obtained to have such a high growth limit. He was only in the sky-opening realm, but if he continued to deduce it, it would damage the demon purification pot. It could be seen that this Tao still had a great space to explore. It should be able to reach the monarch level. In the origin sea, time accelerated. The 3 drops of essence blood of the 10,000 scale race's tax envoys that Han Fei grabbed were unsealed, and the 3 drops of blood spewed out a large amount of resources and energy. Even venerables could conduct blood rebirth. Han Fei only left them a drop of essence blood, so the 3 tax envoys could only be reborn with this drop of essence blood. However, the moment the 3 of them were reborn, they saw Han Fei standing in front of them. Hiss, the 3 of them changed their expressions at the same time. They wanted to run, but they couldn't move. It was as if the world was crushing them with infinite gravity. They couldn't even blow themselves up because their bloodlines seemed to be controlled by this space. Origin Sea? The 3 of them realized almost at the same time that this was Han Fei's Origin Sea. Here, Han Fei could mobilize all powers at will. The leading 10,000 scale race tax envoy struggled and roared, "You don't dare to kill us. Once we die, the Lord will definitely sense it. At that time, the entire mountain city, or even the entire city of scavengers, will hunt you down." Han Fei smiled and gently moved 2 fingers, and the man's mouth was sealed. "Shut up. How many days do you think your lord can live?" The 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. Does this person want to snipe the lord? Is he crazy? With a thought from Han Fei, 3 wisps of blue soul fire floated out of his glabella. He needed to try to use this living dead puppet to see how much soul power it would take to refine a king puppet. Han Fei waved his hand, and a large amount of chaotic chi and the corpse puppet Dao runes wrapped a wisp of his soul and surged into the body of the tax envoy. Although the tax envoy didn't know what Han Fei was doing, he was sure it was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, when Han Fei's power fused into his body, he felt as if his mind exploded and a cone-like pain stabbed into his soul. At the same time, he felt that for some reason, his flesh and blood were losing contact with his consciousness, as if they were sealed by a terrifying Dao rune. Boom. In the depths of the tax envoy's soul, Han Fei's wisp of soul fire exploded with a bang, forming a soul vortex, causing the soul of the tax envoy to be constantly absorbed. When this vortex swept across the entire soul of the tax envoy, Han Fei's wisp of soul gradually fused with this person's soul. 300 points of soul don't seem to be enough. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Logically speaking, with this living dead puppet technique, it only needed a few soul points to control a king. But it seemed that there were more than he expected. Therefore, Han Fei threw another 200 points of soul into it. A moment later, when these souls fused with the soul of the tax envoy, he felt that it was enough. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It required 500 points of soul power to completely control a sea establisher. It wasn't much, but once the number of people controlled increased, it wouldn't be a small number. Besides, controlling a sky opener was at least 10 times more the consumption than controlling a sea establisher. However, it wasn't a big problem. He had more than 2 million points of soul power now, and he just needed to control some strong masters in Mountain City. After all, the entrance to the Raging Sea was within the range of Mountain City. If he wanted to control more lords, it might attract attention. Even if the living dead puppet technique could control the lives, opportunities, and great Daos of others with a wisp of his soul, these people couldn't continue to cultivate. As time passed, problems would definitely arise. In order to avoid being discovered by the monarch of the City of Scavengers, his main task was not to secretly slowly control the City of Scavengers, but to try his best to come into contact with the cultivation methods of the Sea Realm and seize more opportunities to grow up. Only by killing the city lord of the City of Scavengers could he be safe. At this moment, this corpse puppet had actually been refined. Han Fei released the pressure on this person, and he bowed to Han Fei. Master. Han Fei looked at him up and down. Well, the eyes are not glassy. Not bad. The other 2 tax envoys were shocked. What was going on? Was Erking being controlled? Seeing this situation, they immediately tried to blow themselves up. Unfortunately, no matter how they mobilized their strength, it was useless. Han Fei slowly moved his eyes to them and chuckled. Now, it's your turn. Not long after Han Fei controlled the Frogman Guard leader to return, this person was also refined into a puppet, and Han Fei no longer had to hold them with the void lines. Then Han Fei quickly made a list through the memories of the Frogman Guard leader. Blade Scavengers? These are outsiders. They're useless to me. I can ignore them. There are as many as 18 more 10,000 scale race tax envoys and a law enforcer named Yan Dong, and there are actually 190,000 kings and 1 emperor in this small city. Han Fei grinned. Then I'll refine them all into my corpse puppets. There are also 2 human sea establishers here? After entering Mountain City, Han Fei didn't perceive the entire city. Therefore, when Han Fei found 2 human sea establishers from the memories of the Frogman captain, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. According to the 10,000 scale race's attitude towards the human race, theoretically speaking, the human sea establishers would be thrown into the villages. Why were they here? Han Fei's heart stirred and he controlled the Frogman captain to go straight to them. Chen Qing and Shu Mao were sitting cross-legged in a house in the East District. Shu Mao said, "We've been out for 200 years, including this time. This is already the second tide wave we experienced in Mountain City. I don't know when we can leave Mountain City and go to the City of Scavengers." Chen Qing shook his head slightly. "Unfortunately, the Lord won't let us go. What can we do? I think when this tide wave ends, we should apply to return to the village." "Return to the village? Then why did we come out?" Shu Mao looked surprised. He didn't expect Chen Qing to want to return to the village after only 200 years. Chen Qing glanced at Shu Mao with a complicated expression. "I thought you should understand. You should have returned to the village long ago." At this moment, the Frogman captain who had become Han Fei's puppet arrived leisurely and said, "You 2 humans are only in the sea establishment realm. Do you want to go to the City of Scavengers to pursue a career? If you want to bet on your luck, you might as well go to a primitive graveyard to scavenge," Han Fei said sarcastically as if he despised the 2 of them. Shu Mao and Chen Qing's faces changed slightly when they saw the guard captain. Chen Qing said, "Master Captain, why did you come to us at night?" Even though Han Fei felt the anger of these 2 people, their words were still so soft and powerless. However, this was understandable. It was fine to swallow their anger for the time being. However, after Han Fei saw the memories of the 3 10,000 scale race powerhouses, he already knew that the human race would have no future in the City of Scavengers. A race wouldn't tolerate another strong race appearing under his rule, and the 10,000 scale race wouldn't give the human race a chance to rise at all. Even this frogman race was only a subordinate race of the 10,000 scale race, at most a little better than the human race, but not much better. Han Fei said, I'm here to inform you that the tide wave is coming, and you two need to guard the East District. Remember not to embezzle energy crystals, or else TSK Xu Mao and Chen Qing's faces were black. They thought to themselves, if it weren't for the decline of the human race, we would have killed you long ago. But Han Fei suddenly said, oh, your human race is weak, so I won't make things difficult for you. I can tell you a piece of news in advance. In the next 100 years, the tax may be reduced. I think you might as well go back to the village to take care of your people. Huh? Will the tax be reduced? Xu Mao and Chen Qing both looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei's face immediately turned black, and he couldn't help but say, what are you shouting for? Just remember it in your hearts. Don't say that I said it. After this, you'd better go back. Han Fei came to remind the two of them that there was no such thing as a good future in the city of scavengers. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, they had to become the lackeys of the 10,000 scale race. As the human emperor, how could Han Fei just watch the two human sea establishers become the lackeys of another race? Therefore, he lured them to return with the excuse of tax deduction. As for the city of scavengers, he would go there himself. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. He had thought that once he came out, he would just have to find the An family and deal with them. Who would have expected that as soon as he came out, he would find that a large number of humans were suffering in misery? As the human emperor, how could he turn a blind eye to it? Chapter 213:1 Ominous creatures attack the city 3 days later. Han Fei's frogmen puppet had been guarding the east side of the city. Together with him, there were the 2 kings of the human race, 3 kings of the Blade clan, and the 5 scavengers that Taiyuan and the others had transformed into. There were a total of 11 sea establishers. There was not a single king of the 10,000 scale race in the entire east side. Almost all of them were outsiders. Han Fei could completely understand it. Even if he arranged it, he would arrange for the 6 sea establishers of the Frogmen clan to stay together. On this day, Han Fei occasionally perceived outside with the perception range of a normal king. Suddenly, he found a dense mass of ominous creatures more than 500,000 kilometers away. Then, Han Fei's face changed drastically, and he roared at the sky, the ominous creatures are coming, prepare for battle. All kings, return to your positions. As Han Fei shouted, he felt the perception of the Lord of Mountain City sweep here. Then, on the south and west sides, they also found traces of ominous creatures and began to shout. In Mountain City, all the venerables quickly returned to their positions. Among them, Han Fei's side had the worst manpower. There were only more than 200,000 venerables, and the rest were all explorers. It could be seen that there was a reason for so many kings in the east side. Anyway, they were all kings of other races. In the eyes of the 10,000 scale race powerhouses, it was already not bad to give them these. However, Han Fei didn't care. It was just 3,000 kilometers. If he really wanted to do something, it would only take him an instant. In the past few days, Han Fei had seen all the memories of the Frogman captain. These ominous creatures were just foreplay and not tide waves. The tide wave was a large black fog shockwave. When the tide wave came, the entire sea area would be enveloped in darkness. At that time, Mountain City would activate the Great Purification Array. Now, these ominous creatures that came to attack them didn't need Han Fei and the others to do anything at all. This was all the Venerable's business. The kings only needed to guard here. Han Fei shouted, Clear stone arrow rain, get ready. Wall of purification, listen to my command. Be ready to activate at any time. The city wall was already full of venerables. These people all knew how to use bow techniques, which were free of charge in Mountain City. Of course, the real powerful bow techniques were not something ordinary people could get. Everyone held their breath. Only Han Fei and the others were quite curious about the ominous creatures' attack on the city. Every time those ominous creatures approached 10,000 kilometers, Han Fei would announce it. 100,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers. When these ominous creatures were 2,000 kilometers away, Han Fei shouted, Shoot! Swish! 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 Holy white light filled the sky, densely packed, and hundreds of thousands of them swept across the sky like fireworks. In Han Fei's vision, the massive number of ominous creatures exploded like bubbles under the purification of the clean stone arrow rain, turning into black mist that was quickly swallowed by the nearby ominous creatures. Even the clean stone arrows that didn't hit the ominous creatures would explode when they were about to fall to the ground, forming a lightning net made of clean stones. This lightning net might not be able to kill an ominous creature in the Venerable Realm with one blow, but when the number increased, the ominous creatures in the Venerable Realm were still all purified. This wave killed at least 50,000 ominous creatures. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Were there so many powerful creatures in the chaotic wasteland? However, this rain of arrows didn't stop the ominous creatures from attacking the city. Han Fei and the others could only defend the east side, but the ominous creatures came from above, front, and even above their heads. Therefore, at the same time as the rain of arrows burst out, Han Fei shouted again, Above our heads, the wall of purification. Straight ahead, rotating wings of light. Some venerables who had already been prepared held shields made of clean stone in their hands and rushed into the sky, and the clear stone shields in their hands formed a holy barrier that was 100 meters wide. After the barrier was formed, there was lightning flashing. Any ominous creatures that collided with it would be purified by the lightning released. In front of him, the so-called rotating wings of light were like a spinning fan pushing out horizontally. Wherever the fan passed, it would kill a large number of ominous creatures. It could be said that at least hundreds of thousands of ominous creatures had been purified. Of course, not all of these ominous creatures were venerables. It could be seen that ominous creatures were actually afraid of the power of the clean stone. Therefore, after a round of attacks, their attacks slowed down. A large number of explorer and venerable realm ominous creatures paused for a moment before continuing to attack. At this time, Han Fei shouted, "Attack freely in half an hour. You can keep all the benefits gained here. Roar, kill." Many people were waiting for this moment. This was the time for them to make a fortune. In fact, in the past, every time the tide wave came, the ominous creatures would attack the city like today. The Lord and the others didn't care about this wave of resource income that was mainly used to reward the people of the city and stimulate their fighting spirit. As the saying went, humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. Cultivators could also risk their lives for resources. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of people rushing out together, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. This scene was indeed spectacular. This was because the weapons in these people's hands were basically forged from clean stones, so the combat effect of an entire army attacking was actually very good. At least, in the face of these ominous creatures, the effect was quite good. In this first wave of battle, less than half of the people in Mountain City died. It could even be said that the number of casualties was only about 1 in 1,000. After all, this city had been preparing for the once-in-a-100-year tide wave for so long. How could the army be destroyed in the very beginning? If that was the case, the city would have long been gone. While Han Fei was fighting, Tai Yuan and the others were watching not far away. The Snail Emperor couldn't help but discuss via voice transmission. Han Fei adapted quite fast. He can command the battle in the blink of an eye. Tai Yuan, how do you think the title of Human Emperor comes about? Do you remember the human race's expeditions in the Raging Sea? The sword god said. I'm just curious. Has he completely controlled that frogman captain? I can't see anything wrong with that person at all, Kongshen said. Maybe he has already entered the Tao of corpse puppets. Everyone couldn't help but nod secretly. This kind of thing was very likely to happen to Han Fei. After knowing him for so long, who didn't know that Han Fei walked many great Daos? He had walked through so many great Daos, so a mere corpse puppet great Dao shouldn't be a problem for him. Not only were Tai Yuan and the others looking at Han Fei, but even the Lord of Mountain City couldn't help but nod at Han Fei's command. Back then, it was because of this guy's good fighting skills that he left the position of captain of the city guards to him. This person had completely surrendered to him and only wanted to get more benefits. He didn't have any ambition, but he was good at fighting. It would be stupid not to keep such a talent. After half an hour, a massive number of ominous creatures were killed, which consumed a wave of the city's clean stone reserve. However, the more ominous creatures died, the more black fog dissipated. In the end, this black fog was swallowed by a powerful black shark, causing him to directly grow into an ominous creature in the sea establishment realm. Seeing that the ominous creature had been formed, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, retreat." Shu Mao, Chen Qing, killed this ferocious creature quickly. Seeing that Han Fei had no intention of taking action at all but was directing the human kings to do this, the 3 members of the Blade clan couldn't help shaking their heads slightly, thinking that the human race was indeed the lowest race in the Scavenger Sea. Even the frogmen dared to command them at will. While everyone was thinking this, in fact, Chen Qing and Shu Mao didn't really hate Han Fei. This was because they had always been treated as the bottom, so the amount of resources they obtained was small. By killing this sea establisher ominous creature, they could get its energy crystal, which was actually a good chance. This was what Han Fei thought of. If he didn't give such a large energy crystal to the human race, should he give it to the Blade clan? The newly produced ominous sea establishment realm creature tried to swallow these 2 human kings. However, all the human kings who could leave the villages and come to Mountain City were brave and good at fighting. If they could have gained enough opportunities to grow in the village, how could they have come out so easily? Therefore, Shu Mao and Chen Qing only fought for 10 seconds before purifying the ominous creature. At this point, the ominous creatures retreated. It was up to the city guards to count how many people of Mountain City had lost. Han Fei was only responsible for mobilizing them in battle. The death of this sea establishment realm ominous creature meant the end of the first wave of attack on the city. Han Fei shouted, "Clear the battlefield in half an hour and return to the city quickly." On the other side, after the army of ominous creatures was wiped out, behind them, 3 miserable kings of the 10,000 scale race appeared in front of the Lord of Mountain City. They were the 3 10,000 scale race tax envoys who went to the little sea village to collect taxes. Of course, they were now Han Fei's puppets. But others didn't know. Many kings of the 10,000 scale race exclaimed, "Erking, why are you back so late? You just made it in time for this wave of attack." Chapter 232, You Can Call Me Human Emperor. The The reason why Han Fei asked the three puppets to put on an act was naturally that he wanted to completely take this city. These 10,000 scale race powerhouses had been in Mountain City for countless years and knew this place like the back of their hand. Similarly, many people in Mountain City knew them. If the three of them didn't return before the tide wave but returned after it, there would obviously be a problem. They might be suspected. Even if he refined the Lord of Mountain City and all the other kings of the 10,000 scale race into puppets, there might be other spies in the city. After experiencing so many things, he knew that there were all kinds of people in such a big city. Besides, he had other purposes for bringing the three puppets back. Come to see me. These words fell into Erking's ears. A moment later, in the Lord's residence, the Lord of Mountain City was sitting on his throne waiting for Erking's explanation. My lord, there is a problem with the tax collection this time. It forced us to come back slowly and the tax is not fully collected. Oh, what happened? Tell me about it. Erking said, My lord, there seems to be something wrong in the space around the Little Sea Village. 6 human kings have come. Although they tried to hide themselves, I noticed them. I suspect that they are from a primitive graveyard. Oh! The Lord of Mountain City, who looked lazy, suddenly became serious. He narrowed his eyes and said, Are you sure they're from a primitive graveyard? 6 kings. How can a primitive graveyard have so many strong cultivators? Erking said. I suspected that too, so I searched nearby, only to find an ice-sealed barrier. I wanted to go check it, but I was trapped in a mist and didn't come out for several days. Considering that the tide wave was coming, I didn't alert the enemy, but came back quickly to report. The Lord of Mountain City narrowed his eyes as if recalling something. After a long time, he said, Are you saying that all the people who came are human powerhouses? Erking, yes. Mountain City Lord's heart stirred. Others might not know, but he knew what happened before. Although he hadn't entered the sky-opening realm at that time, he remembered that a human giant boat had once appeared in the Scavenger Sea. It was only then that the number of humans in the land of scavengers increased. At that time, humans tried to use the city of scavengers as a springboard to leave the chaotic wasteland. However, they were discovered by the 10,000 scales monarch and intercepted. If it weren't for the fact that there seemed to be a strong master on the human side, the people on that ship would have been wiped out. This matter happened near the 80th domain, so he chose this place when he chose territory. However, after so many years, he hadn't found any origin ground nearby. What Erking said made him excited. If it was really an origin ground and he could enjoy the resources there alone, maybe, he could become one of the top 10 powerhouses under the command of the 10,000 scale monarch. Mountain City Lord asked, Are you sure those humans didn't discover you? Erking said firmly, Absolutely not. With that said, Erking took out the tax money he had collected. My lord, I was really lost in that barrier for a few days this time. After this tide wave, I will definitely go to the remaining villages to collect the uncollected tax. Mountain City Lord said, Well, there's no rush. It's just the taxes of a few villages. Tell me about the barrier in detail. Erking immediately took out a jade slip and said, My lord, that place is extremely close to the sea, among countless icebergs. This is the map of that place. As for the barrier, it's just a white mist. I walked out along a dark barrier in the end. The Lord's eyelids twitched. Okay, thank you. Don't tell anyone else about this. What I'm saying is that only I know about this, except for the 3 of you. Erking, yes, my lord. Holding the map given by Erking, Mountain City Lord glanced at it and couldn't help but grin. Sure enough, my choice was right. There is indeed something wrong with the 80th domain. If it's really an origin ground, after this tide wave, it will be the time for me, Shui Fei, to rise. Only a minute after Erking left the mansion, on the battlefield in the east side, Taiyuan and the others had quietly disappeared, leaving only a puppet frogman guarding there. In a courtyard in the city, Wang Yijian, my sword is ready. Kongshen said, I can turn the city lord's mansion into an abyss, waiting for the moment the poison takes effect. The Snail Emperor said, When you attack, the void above the entire city lord's mansion will freeze. He won't be able to leave the city lord's mansion. Because Han Fei didn't appear, he only said to them via voice transmission, Listen to my order. Prepare to attack in 100 seconds. Han Fei had always been decisive. When he learned the living dead puppet technique, he had already begun to plan. He was waiting for the first wave of ominous creatures to attack the city. At this time, the ominous creatures had just retreated. The people of the city were busy cleaning up the battlefield while clearing the remaining ominous power. The city was the emptiest, so no one would discover the problem with the Lord's mansion. Shui Fei, the Lord of Mountain City, was fumbling with the jade slip in his hand, wishing the tide wave would end immediately. An origin ground could bring far more benefits than a tide wave. However, as he rubbed it, Shui Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was not that something was wrong with Erking, but that something was wrong with him. Why was the blood in his body surging uncontrollably? Was it because he had been waiting too long for this day? At first, he didn't think much of it. However, when he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart, he felt that something was wrong. Why was he a little tired? Immediately, Shui Fei felt that something was wrong. He was a sky-opening realm powerhouse. How could he be unwell? Oh no, only at this moment did he look at the map given to him by Erking. At this moment, Han Fei said, Attack. Buzz. In an instant, the void above the entire City Lord Mansion became abnormally viscous, as if it was filled with glue water. And inside the City Lord Mansion, a dark curtain suddenly descended, like a bottomless abyss, directly enveloping the City Lord Mansion. Outside, everything in the City Lord Mansion seemed normal, but inside, it was already empty. Irking Xuefei shouted and wanted to attack, but a blue halo twisted and time slowed down. Xuefei was shocked. The Great Tao of Time? How could there be a Great Tao as advanced as the Great Tao of Time in the entire mountain city? Time deceleration was not a big deal, but the problem was that Xuefei saw a blue halo bloom, and then, as if an invisible barrier was broken, he fell into the river of time. At this moment, a sharp sword shadow appeared. When he found it, he had already touched the river of time. When the sword shadow hacked at him, Xuefei wanted to block it, but he couldn't control his body because time had seriously slowed him down. Puffa. As the sword slashed across, Xuefei's scales turned into nothingness and his body was instantly destroyed. At this moment, a big hand reached out from the river of time and grabbed a crystal-clear, ruby-like scale. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei extended the void lines and grabbed Xuefei's soul. With a soul-slaying strike, he destroyed a large number of souls in this scale in one fell swoop. Roar, who are you? Although Han Fei's speed was already extremely fast, 2 of the void lines still exploded in a row. However, when Xuefei frantically activated his soul, a dark green poison instantly swept across his entire soul. Puff! A blue light flashed in the Lord's mansion, and everything here returned to normal, and Xuefei only had a faint blue soul fire left. At this moment, the vast ocean navigator in Han Fei's hand revolved. In the next moment, Han Fei broke through the void and entered Xuefei's origin sea. How dare you enter my origin sea? Xuefei instantly mobilized almost all the power in his origin sea to crush Han Fei. However, Han Fei opened his arms, and between his eyebrows a small vine extended out, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy, chaotic chi, and immortal chi in Xuefei's origin sea like a bottomless hole. Ah, who are you? Xuefei was horrified. This wasn't just one person attacking him. Just now, in total, there were at least 4 sky-opening realm cultivators attacking him. Among them, the sword cultivator's sword Dao was too terrifying, and he couldn't even block his single slash. And this person not only knew the Great Tao of Time, but also could enter his origin sea and forcibly take all his power. How could he not be horrified? However, nothing was more important than his life. Xuefei roared, "Who are you? You can't kill me." 10,000 scale monarch won't let you go, Han Fei grinned. I've already told you. 6 strong masters came to the little sea village. We're from an origin ground. Oh, I lied to you about one thing. We're not in the sea establishment realm. You can call me Human Emperor. Chapter 233, Remove Out. The source of the trouble. Xuefei lived in the sea realm since he was young, which was a great world, and there was a super powerhouse like the 10,000 scale monarch in his clan. But so what? He had never seen a crazy, fearless, and bold person like Han Fei. A few days ago, he said that he would kill him, and a few days later, he did kill him. Therefore, no matter what race you were from, and no matter how strong this race was, you yourself being strong was what really mattered. However, Xuefei couldn't be blamed. Even if it were another sky-opening realm powerhouse, he wouldn't be able to survive Han Fei's trick today. Of course, there were definitely some particularly abnormal sky-opening realm powerhouses. Perhaps they could even fight 5 alone. However, such a strong master wouldn't be in a remote place like the 80th Scavenger Sea area. When Han Fei came out of Xuefei's origin sea, the chaotic chi and immortal chi in his origin sea had almost been emptied by Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care about the rest. Anyway, this guy would be his puppet later. Xuefei's soul was seriously injured. Part of his soul was shattered by Han Fei, and his origin sea was crazily absorbed. At this point, it was impossible for him to fight back. In the Lord's residence, Han Fei forcibly appeared with the red scale. He said, Senior Snail Emperor, Senior Taiyuan, from now on, detain all the sea establishers who come to the Lord's residence. I'll deal with them after I refine the Lord of Mountain City. With that, Han Fei dove into his origin sea. At this point, he didn't have to guard against Xuefei anymore. When the full power of his origin sea pressed on Xuefei, this guy, who was already weak, couldn't resist Han Fei's suppressing pressure. As the saying went, the winner takes it all. Xuefei still had some backbone. He said, Human, even if you trap me and kill me, so what? As long as the 10,000 scale monarch is here, you humans will never be able to make a comeback. Humans will forever be like ants, unable to walk out of here. Bang. In Han Fei's origin sea, the Great Tao of Time drew 7 time spears and nailed them to Xuefei's soul. Ahaha. Feeling the pain of his soul, Xuefei roared, Kill me if you have the ability. Do you dare, you coward human? How dare you call yourself the Human Emperor? Han Fei chuckled. You know what? I will refine you into a corpse puppet and all the kings of the 10,000 scale race in the city into corpse puppets. I will use your resources and sit on your throne and rise step by step. Perhaps one day I will step into the city of scavengers and kill your 10,000 scale monarch in the same way. At that time, I will trample the 10,000 scale race under my feet and return the favor. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will let your remnant soul witness this scene. Don't even think about it. While Shuifei roared, Hanfei performed the refining technique of the living dead puppet step by step. This time, Hanfei didn't hesitate to invest 10,000 points of soul power. When the soul vortex in Shuifei's soul stirred the souls of the two, Shuifei gradually lost himself. Hanfei was surprised to find that it only took him 8,500 points of soul power to control a sky-opening realm powerhouse like Shuifei. Although it was 17 times higher than controlling a sea establishment realm powerhouse, this number was completely acceptable to him. Hanfei was even prepared to invest another 10,000 points of soul power. It only took Hanfei half a day to refine the lord of this mountain city in his origin sea, which was only dozens of seconds outside. After the corpse puppet was refined, Hanfei immediately began to plunder Shuifei's origin sea. With a thought, Hanfei obtained as many as 29 star shells. In the sea realm, no one used the sun moon shells. Among the 29 star shells, 142 of them stored clean stones. Each star shell had 10 million clean stones. It was not hard to imagine what it meant. Although Hanfei didn't know how much Zhao Jing and the others could dig out in a year, according to the difficulty of mining in the clean stone mine and the refinement of the clean stone, it was hard to say if they could dig out 10 million in 100 years. Among the 42 star shells that stored the clean stones, 52 were Shuifei's personal belongings. Hanfei took out 12 star shells from them for the city defense. He estimated that Shuifei must be giving out as few clean stones as possible, which would inevitably increase the mortality rate of the people in the city. Although there were less than 30% of the human race in Mountain City, there were still 800,000 to 900,000 humans. Therefore, he couldn't be careless about this. In addition to the star shell, Hanfei calculated the chaotic chi and immortal chi he had absorbed. For Hanfei, obtaining the chaotic chi was not difficult, so he stuffed another 300,000 of the 800,000 wisps he got from Shuifei's origin sea back. Anyway, Shuifei had already become his puppet. As for the immortal chi, Hanfei had absorbed a total of 100,000 wisps. However, Hanfei found that Shuifei's immortal chi was not as pure as the immortal chi he refined, so he didn't take any of them and stuffed them back. In the end, Hanfei kept 40 star shells of clean stones, 500,000 wisps of chaotic chi, half of the refining materials, as many as 30 million energy crystals, and a sea chart of the chaotic wasteland. Hanfei and the others had guessed right about this sea chart. As a lord-level powerhouse, Shuifei did have all the sea maps of the city of scavengers. Not only that, but he also had a map of the location of primitive graveyards. Of course, there was definitely no entrance to the raging sea on it. However, Hanfei discovered that Shuifei's sea chart only included the sea area of the city of scavengers and the simple sea area layout of the city of origin. However, the sea area map of the City of Wanderers was missing. Shuifei didn't know the sea area of the City of Wanderers at all. However, Shuifei knew it or not, with this sea chart he could already leave the chaotic wasteland. After collecting the things, the second thing Hanfei wanted to do was to search Shuifei's soul and dig out his memories. In Shuifei's memory, Hanfei saw the so-called City of Scavengers, a magnificent city built under an undersea waterfall. Hanfei saw the 10,000 scale monarch from a distance because Shuifei wasn't qualified to meet him yet. In the City of Scavengers, there were venerable level powerhouses almost everywhere. Although there weren't that many sea establishers, there were definitely a lot of them. This was because only when one's strength reached a certain level would they be sent to the City of Scavengers. Not everyone could enter the main city. In Shuifei's memory, Hanfei found that there were many human beings in the City of Scavengers. However, this human race had completely submitted to the 10,000 scale race. Seeing this, Hanfei's heart sank. Sure enough, under the oppression of the 10,000 scale race, there was no lack of human powerhouses who surrendered to the 10,000 scale race. Hanfei couldn't judge these people easily. Perhaps these people had lost the honor of a great race, but they had saved their own lives. In the sense of living, they were not wrong. Hanfei couldn't help but think of Xu Mao and Chen Qing in Mountain City. Shuifei must have neglected them for 200 years to wear down their will and make them completely surrender to the 10,000 scale race and become their slaves. Hanfei's eyes turned cold. He had thought that the first enemy he would face after leaving the raging sea would be the An family, but he didn't expect it to be the 10,000 scale race he was completely unfamiliar with. However, as for the 10,000 scale race enslaving the human race, this grudge had been formed. Only then did Hanfei understand that the number of strong masters in the City of Scavengers far exceeded his imagination. There were more than 100 sky-opening realm powerhouses in the City of Scavengers. In fact, the lords who could control the domains alone had all made contributions in the past, which was why they were conferred the title of lord. In the City of Scavengers, there were at least twice as many emperors. They seemed to have some conflicts with the City of Wanderers and the City of Origin, mostly because of the primitive graveyards. Therefore, the three main cities in the chaotic wasteland were actually not on good terms. Shuifei was conferred the title of lord because he had once killed a sky-opening realm powerhouse from the City of Wanderers alone. According to Shuifei's memories, the status of the human race in the City of Wanderers didn't seem to be bad. The person he killed back then was from the human race. Hanfei couldn't help being tempted. Being able to open the sky in the City of Wanderers meant that the human race's status in the City of Wanderers was much higher than in the City of Scavengers. Because there was too little information, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. In the end, he estimated that in addition to hundreds of lords, there were hundreds of sky openers left in the City of Scavengers. In addition, in the City of Scavengers, there were at least hundreds of sky-opening realm powerhouses, but these people were not in the chaotic wasteland. These people crossed the Godfiend Sea and went to a place called the Infinite Mining Area to become mine owners. Unfortunately, Shui Fei had never been to the Infinite Mining Area, so he didn't have any memories of that place. 3 days later. Buzz. In the Lord's residence, when Han Fei came out, he saw the Lord of Mountain City with a complete body appear in front of Wang Yijin and the others. However, when the Lord faced Han Fei and the others, he still had the same momentum as before, but he ignored Han Fei and the others. The Snail Emperor exclaimed, "Your puppet doesn't look like a puppet at all. Why does it feel much more agile than Hong Yue's puppet?" Han Fei said with a smile. In a sense, he's not a puppet. He preserved his soul, great Tao, and combat skills. The only difference is that his soul is controlled by me and won't betray him. Okay, we have to remove the source of the trouble. The Lord of Mountain City has already become a puppet. We don't have to worry about being discovered anymore. Chapter 213.4.4, Meeting All the Emperors. The Lord of Mountain City, Shui Fei, was controlled by Han Fei, which meant that Mountain City had changed hands. With the way the 10,000 scale race treated the human race, how could Han Fei let the kings of the 10,000 scale race off? At this moment, the battlefield outside had just been cleaned up, and Yan Dong came to report the results of the battle with the city guards. "My lord, come in." Shui Fei was still Shui Fei, but he had become a puppet. Han Fei also wanted to test if this puppet could really deceive everyone, and not even the people closest to him could discover it. Yan Dong entered, followed by the captains of the guards guarding the 4 city gates. Of course, the frogman captain Han Fei controlled was also among them. Shui Fei sat on the throne and said coldly, "Speak." Yan Dong seemed to have long been used to Shui Fei's attitude. Although the Lord was dignified, he was actually relatively easy to talk to, so he said bluntly, "The results of this battle have been announced, and there are basically no injuries. A total of 109 venerables and 1,012 explorers have died in our mountain city. More than 520,000 clean stones have been consumed, accounting for 5% of the current reserve of clean stones. The energy crystals obtained are all obtained by the people in the city. It is estimated that more than 2 million energy crystals will be produced." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This battle record was indeed good. He had nothing to say. There were so many ominous creatures, including many powerful ones. Under the effect of the clean stones, the threat they posed was pitifully small. Han Fei once again felt that the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was too suitable for the chaotic wasteland. It was simply a cultivation place specially prepared for him. 520,000 clean stones accounted for 5% of the usage, which meant that Mountain City had a reserve of more than 100 million clean stones. Han Fei thought to himself, even I have had more than 1 billion. According to the memories Han Fei obtained from Shui Fei, the total investment for each tide wave was at least between 600 million and 800 million. Before, Han Fei didn't quite understand. When the tide wave came, the city had the ability to gather the clear stones, but those small villages didn't have the ability to gather so many clear stones. However, after this impact of the ominous creatures, Han Fei discovered that, in fact, to resist the ominous creatures, only the city-protecting array needed to be shown. The ominous creatures were afraid of the clean stones. After the array was activated, the entire city was like a light shield. The ominous creatures wouldn't rush over like moths to a flame. However, in order to obtain more energy crystals, the city would usually set up a 3-layered city protection array. The first and second barriers at the periphery would be opened intermittently so as to lure a large number of ominous creatures into this place and then activate the last city protection array, which could have a stifling effect. By repeating this, a single tide wave could obtain a large number of energy crystals. And the way the villages operated was actually the same as Mountain City. However, the villages and towns didn't have so many clean stones. Therefore, when they killed the ominous creatures, there wouldn't be many clean stones for them to use, because the number of clean stones was limited, so naturally there wouldn't be too many ominous creatures killed. Listening to Yan Dong's report, in fact, the result of this wave of attacks on the city was not good. It was equivalent to exchanging clean stones for resources. In the entire mountain city, on average, no one could even get one. Therefore, it was obviously unrealistic to expect that this wave of ominous creatures could improve the overall cultivation strength of Mountain City in the next 100 years. This was probably the main reason why Mountain City kept looting clean stones from the villages. Yan Dong continued, "Since the first wave of ominous creatures has appeared, the tide wave may come a few days in advance. We'll welcome the tide wave in 3 days. My lord, the stone of purification." What Yan Dong wanted to say was that the clean stone reserves in the city were definitely not enough. This time, the ominous creatures were only on a small scale. Since the first time had begun, from today on, there would be more and more of them, more and more frequently. With the current reserve of clean stones in the city, they could barely hold on until the tide wave came. Therefore, Yandong was asking Mountain City Lord for resources. At this moment, Han Fei had a good understanding of the resources required in Mountain City. He grunted. When you become my puppets, I'll give them to you. Huh? Yandong and the others were stunned. In the next moment, beside Yandong, the frogman puppet suddenly attacked. Yandong had no time to react because the surrounding void had been locked down. A terrifying suppressing pressure descended, and a terrifying roar erupted in his mind. At that moment, his soul trembled as if it was about to be shattered. Before the three of them could react, Mountain City Lord had already appeared in front of them. Yandong immediately shouted, "Run!" At this moment, he would be a fool if he didn't run. Something was clearly wrong with his lord. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to run. The surrounding void became extremely sticky. Even if they ignited their blood, they couldn't move at all. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Han Fei appeared and slapped each of them on the head. The slap almost shattered their souls. His fate had been decided the moment he entered the Lord's residence. Of course, even if they didn't enter the Lord's residence, they couldn't escape the fate of becoming puppets. After a while, Yandong and the others also became Han Fei's puppets. Since then, this mountain city had been completely taken by Han Fei. After only 4 hours, Han Fei refined all the kings of the 10,000 scale race in Mountain City into his puppets. In total, there were 1 sky opener and 21 sea establishers. The rest were not kings of the 10,000 scale race. Most of them came to Mountain City to avoid the tide wave, so Han Fei didn't attack them. The 10,000 scale kings controlled by Han Fei were quickly arranged to return to their posts. Therefore, no one noticed anything unusual. After all, it was normal for a king and a lord to disappear for a moment. At this moment, Han Fei didn't release the kings from his origin sea. At this moment, in the Lord's residence, Taiyuan and the others were waiting for the result of Han Fei's soul search. Han Fei said, "We have the sea chart to leave the chaotic wasteland. However, there is only the sea chart of the chaotic wasteland. The Lord doesn't have any sea chart of other places in the East Sea Divine Realm." Wang Yijian said, "That's enough. As long as we leave the chaotic wasteland, we can do whatever we want. At that time, it's up to us where we go." Han Fei nodded slightly and took out a jade slip. "This is the sea chart of the chaotic wasteland. The part of the city of wanderers is missing." "Senior Sword God, Senior Yijian, I guess you must be going to the Eastern Sword Pavilion, right? Senior Snail Emperor, what do you think?" The Snail Emperor smiled. "I haven't decided yet. I'll go out and take a look first." "Taiyuan, Han Fei, what do you think?" Han Fei said, "I will stay in the chaotic wasteland." Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they understood. Han Fei was the human emperor and walked the great Tao of the human emperor. In the chaotic wasteland, countless humans were still suffering. It was unrealistic for Han Fei to leave now. Han Fei said, "According to my soul-searching results, in the East Sea Divine Realm, except for the chaotic wasteland, the Godfiend Sea, and the infinite mining area, you should be able to go to all other places. Besides, all races can go there, and there are no special restrictions on races. For example, the East Sword Pavilion is where countless sword cultivators from all races gather. There's also the Fist Light Mountain. Senior Taiyuan, you walk the path of body refinement, so that place should be more suitable for you. Senior Kong Shen, your path is different. The capital of horror of the East Sea Divine Realm should be your best choice." Senior Snail Emperor, I really don't have any idea where you should go, but if you really don't have a place to go, the Divine Capital Dynasty is where all races in the East Sea Divine Realm gather. It's said that the system there is strict. You can consider that place. The Snail Emperor nodded and said, "No one wants to kill a snail for treasure, right?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Among the myriad of races, there are many strong masters who have treasures all over their bodies. If the Divine Capital Dynasty can't even protect the guests in the city, how can it rule the East Sea Divine Realm?" The Sword God nodded slightly. "In that case, it seems that the chaotic wasteland where you are is the most dangerous. The burden of protecting the raging sea will be on you." Han Fei grinned. "The chaotic wasteland might be the most suitable place for me in the entire East Sea Divine Realm. At least, for now, it seems that there are still a lot of things for me to do here." The Sword God asked, "Should we release the kings in our origin seas?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Not for now. I'll ask them for their choice after the tide wave. Only you know that I control Mountain City. It's best that others don't know. However, I still want to ask you to do something." "Taiyuan, tell me," Han Fei said. "I want to ask you to erase your memories about coming out of the raging sea and coming to Mountain City before leaving here." The Snail Emperor, "Doesn't that mean we don't even know how to return to the raging sea?" Han Fei said with a smile. "You don't know it now, right? As long as I don't die, this path will always exist. Even if I die, I still have an avatar. I won't let this path completely disappear." The Sword God and the others nodded slightly. "Okay, that's good. In case something really happens to us, it will implicate the raging sea." Chapter 213.5 Tide Wave came. Han Fei, the Sword God, and the others all made their own choices. For Han Fei, the benefits of staying in the chaotic wasteland were far greater than leaving it. He was different from the Sword God and the others. The sword god and the others had already lived for tens of thousands of years. Their sword palaces and their origin seas were already big enough. What they lacked was to confirm their great Tao and seek a breakthrough. However, it was not the time for Han Fei to seek a breakthrough yet. He was now building a foundation. Filling resources, expanding the origin sea, and improving his strength were what he needed to do most at the moment. As for the chaotic wasteland, there were a massive number of resources hidden here. Han Fei could ignore 1 energy crystal, and even 10,000 energy crystals were dispensable to him, but what about 1,000,000, 10 million, or even 1,000,000,000? A mere lord had provided him with 30 million energy crystals in the blink of an eye. In addition, he had looted about 40 million energy crystals from the origin seas of those kings of the 10,000 scale race. Although there was a difference in the level of energy crystals, the ownerless souls in the energy crystals was already a shocking number. In the little sea village, a venerable level energy crystal contained 8 wisps of chaotic chi, 102 ownerless souls, and 102 ownerless souls, and 110,000 points of spiritual energy. Then, what about 40 million of energy crystals? Therefore, before the tide wave came, Han Fei directly entered his origin sea to expand it. When the infinite chaotic chi was extracted from the energy crystal, there were as many as 200 million wisps. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. If he opened the endless void every day to absorb it, how long would it take? Therefore, Han Fei refined the chaotic chi with the yin-yang millstone every day in his origin sea and transformed it into immortal chi. It took him 2 years, but he still failed to completely transform this part of the chaotic chi into immortal chi. Before the resources were converted, Mountain City had already welcomed the 11th attack of the ominous creatures. Furthermore, the scale of the attack was gradually increasing. According to the tradition of Mountain City, for all the ominous creatures that came to attack before the tide wave, it was on a first-come, first-served basis, and resources belonged to those who grabbed them. It was precisely this that consolidated the rule of the 10,000 scale race. Before the tide wave, there were usually about 10 waves of ominous creatures attacking the city. It was uncertain, but there were 20 waves at most. For ordinary people, they only hoped that this kind of siege would happen as many times as possible. The more times it happened, the more benefits they would get. This time, Mountain City only welcomed a total of 11 attacks on the city. Although many people felt it was a pity, this was also within their calculations. 11 times was already not bad. The worst situation in history only had 5 attacks, so the gains were pitifully small. Today was the 8th day since Han Fei and the others came to Mountain City. Before the 9th day arrived, the tide wave came. The arrival of this tide wave was about 5 days earlier than expected. The speed of the tide wave was not very fast, like a sandstorm or a sea wave tide. It would take some time to arrive from being discovered. This time could be as slow as half a day, so there was enough time for the strong masters in the city to prepare. Those who came earlier than the tide waves were naturally ominous creatures. This should be the most powerful attack of the ominous creatures in the early stage. The siege this time would last for at least 6 to 8 hours. Of course, not every moment there were countless ominous creatures rushing into the city. The number wouldn't be more than the previous few times, or even less. But the persistence was far from what the previous few times could compare. On the city wall, Han Fei's puppets were shouting, "All explorers and above, go to the city gate to collect the clean stones. Each person is limited to 300 pieces. After the battle, each person needs to pay 120 energy crystals of the corresponding level according to your strength. Hurry up, all of you shall go to the battlefield within half an hour." Such roars rose and fell. The power of one person was limited in the end. However, if millions of people participated in the battle, the energy crystals they could obtain in the end would be a terrifying number. And each person received 300 clean stones first. This was not a gift, but a loan. If there was a loan, they naturally had to return it. According to Mountain City's usual practice, if they gave out 300 clean stones, they had to collect 120 energy crystals back. According to the 1-to-1 ratio, it was equivalent to Mountain City Lord collecting 40% of the harvest. Of course, in a battle, there would inevitably be losses. 300 clean stones couldn't be exchanged for 300 energy crystals for everyone. Under normal circumstances, it was already not bad if they could get 200 energy crystals back. Apart from the losses in battle and the number of energy crystals that had to be handed over, the average number of energy crystals obtained might be between 180 and 220, so they could keep about 60 to 100 energy crystals for themselves. If the first 11 waves of ominous creatures attacked the city, the people could actually obtain a lot of energy crystals. Of course, compared to the ruler, they naturally obtained too little. More than 2 million people took action, and the total gains after the battle were actually only about 50% more than what the Lord of Mountain City took. Of course, there was no lack of strong masters who could increase the usage rate of the clean stones to more than 90% in the Battle of the Tide Waves. Generally speaking, these people were all extremely talented. After every tide wave, some outstanding talents would be selected from these people and sent to the city of scavengers. Of course, there usually wouldn't be more than 1,000 people sent to the city of scavengers each time. This could be decided according to the will of each lord. When the battle began, the people in Mountain City heard that there were about 300 clean stones that could be collected this year, which was 30 higher than the previous year. This made many people happy. Someone said, this time, the number of clean stones has increased, but the number of stones submitted has also increased. We must pay attention to the efficiency of using the clean stones. Don't use them blindly. Otherwise, if we participate in the battle but end up gaining nothing, it won't be worthwhile. Someone said solemnly, as if a father was warning his son, my son, listen up. Under the tide wave, the probability of death is greatly increased. Remember, don't take risks or be greedy. Once you encounter danger, even if you have to use a few more stones, you must protect yourself. A wife said to her husband, if you and I join forces, it's equivalent to 600 clean stones. We have to take out 100 as a guarantee. When we reach the 100-piece warning line, we must be more careful. Otherwise, if you die, I can't live alone. When the tide wave came, the entire mountain city fell into an inexplicable nervousness. However, in Han Fei's opinion, this was nothing. In the face of such an impact, the probability of death was less than 10%. This was actually not bad. Compared to the heavenly desolate city, the island-guarding war of the Scattered Stars Island, and the wars in the 36 mystic worlds he had once seen, this was nothing. As soon as Han Fei came out of the Origin Sea, he heard the Sword God say, Han Fei, you should let the kings come out to take a look at such a scene, right? Otherwise, if they miss this chance, they might never see it again. Taiyuan said, you have to keep the matter of you controlling Mountain City a secret. Why don't you trap them in the Lord's mansion? They can only watch, not hear, and not obtain any information about their surroundings. What do you think? Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay, but I have to let them watch in a proper way. Buzz, swish, 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 swish. In the Lord's mansion, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared in an array barrier, except for Li Luoluo. Han Fei couldn't see through Li Luoluo. He guessed that this woman couldn't be so simple. Therefore, others might be able to see the tide wave, but not Li Luoluo. At least, he could more or less believe the others, who were all from the 36 mystic worlds. Only Li Luoluo and her background were unknown. The moment everyone left, Han Fei said to Li Luoluo in the Origin Sea, I'll only tell you a simple outline of the outside world, but I don't believe you, so there are some things I won't let you participate in. Can you understand? Li Luoluo curled her lips slightly. Am I so untrustworthy? I don't know much about the sea realm, Han Fei chuckled. Don't try that on me. You'll have plenty of time to find out when you get out. Han Fei didn't talk much to Li Luoluo. His distrust of her was obvious. Outside, when Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared and found that they were trapped in a barrier, they were all stunned. Luo Xiaobai asked, Han Fei, what do you mean? Zhang Xuanyu asked, Fei Fei. Why are we trapped in this barrier? Han Fei said. There are some things that I can only show you, but I can't let you participate. I can't tell you where this place is because I fear that if anything happens in the future, my plan here will be exposed. However, I want you to see this world, so I can only let you see it through the sky curtain. Luo Xiaobai and the other two immediately understood. They didn't expect Han Fei to start to carry out his plan in the sea realm so soon. Since it was important and there were so many kings here, they certainly had to be careful. The Snow Lady said, we should consider the big picture. Human Emperor, you don't have to worry about us. Hong Yu said, we're all at your beck and call, Master Human Emperor. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei, just do it. It's not bad to watch the sky curtain. Chapter 236, Clash of Light and Darkness. Originally, if Taiyuan and the others hadn't said anything, Han Fei didn't intend to let the kings witness this battle. This scene might be grand, but the kings could still know the basic situation of the chaotic wasteland from others' description. The reason why he agreed was that Han Fei felt that seeing it with their own eyes might be more shocking and remind them how dangerous the sea realm was. Han Fei had controlled the sky-hanging mirror for so many years, so it wasn't difficult for him to create a sky curtain. The sky curtain bloomed, showing the real-time situation inside and outside of the city walls. Except for the fact that there was no voice, it was almost no different from watching a movie. For a moment, someone was surprised. Is this the sea realm? Someone has a tail and a horn on his head, Zhang Xuanyu said. There are a few people in the city. When they stand up, they are like knives. What weird creatures, Han Fei said. They are not creatures, but the Blade Clan. They were born with 4 bodies like knives, but after they transformed, they kept 2 hands in the shape of knives. Lu Renkuang asked, what race is the one covered in scales? Han Fei said, that's the 10,000 Scale Clan, the ruling race in the super-large sea area where we are. They have monarchs. Hiss? Monarchs? All the kings gasped. Did they encounter such a powerful race the moment they came out? Lu Renkuang was dumbfounded. Living monarchs? Han Fei said. Of course, Luo Xiaobai asked. Are they fighting? There are 3 lines of defense inside and outside, and why are their weapons emitting a milky luster? Han Fei said. You need to know this place. It's called the Chaotic Wasteland. Outside, while the entire city was preparing for battle, Han Fei was teaching Luo Xiaobai and the others about the Chaotic Wasteland. The kings exclaimed in shock from time to time. What? A village of only 300,000 people has a sea establisher? What? People here can easily encounter a group of ominous creatures with thousands of venerables? How is it possible? 30% of the people in a city are venerables, and dozens are in the sea establishment realm? How can there be so many strong masters? What? A city with millions of people has a sky-opening realm powerhouse guard ire? For a moment, all the kings were dumbfounded. If what Han Fei said was true, then the sea realm was too terrifying. This was the most remote place in the East Sea Divine Realm. Then what kind of place was the Divine Capital Dynasty? However, when Han Fei finished explaining everything, everyone's heart did a flip. Since there was a sky opener in this city, what did it mean that Han Fei could still release all of them? It meant that while they were in the Origin Seas, Han Fei had already fucking killed a sky-opening realm powerhouse. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Hong Ye and seemed to have guessed something. Luo Xiaobai and the others had known that Han Fei could control others. A few days ago, Han Fei specially went to Hong Yue, but what did Hong Yue do? He was a corpse refiner. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai was almost sure that since Han Fei dared to let them out, the Lord must have been controlled by him. As for whether he had become a refined corpse, she didn't know, but he was definitely not dead. And among everyone, the most excited one, who was so excited that his body was trembling slightly, was Hong Yu. Hong Yu thought that the world that Han Fei described was simply prepared for him. In the past, in the 36 mystic worlds, there were only civil wars between humans and the wars between humans and sea demons. In a situation where everyone's strength was about the same, it was very difficult to kill a sea establisher. They needed a complete corpse to refine a corpse puppet. Even if he was confident of killing a king, he wasn't confident of leaving a complete corpse of that person. However, in this chaotic wasteland, there were actually other races who enslaved humans. Thinking of how Han Fei asked him for corpse refining techniques a few days ago, Hong Yu had already guessed 70% of what had happened. He estimated that the kings and even the sky-opening realm lord in this city might have already become living corpses. Although he didn't know how Han Fei embarked on this great Tao, it turned out that Han Fei had succeeded. Hong Yu knew very well that this place was very suitable for refining corpses. Besides, from the perspective of human Emperor Han Fei, this 10,000 scale clan dared to enslave humans, so they were definitely mortal enemies. In this way, he immediately became the most likely to help Han Fei among the kings. As long as he refined corpses well, he could help Han Fei conquer a few more cities in the future. Not only would he be a hero of the human race, but he could also quickly improve his strength. How could he not be excited? Han Fei glanced at Hong Yue and didn't say anything, because this guy's guess was right. He did have to put this guy in an important position. This guy was really the only one who could refine corpses. Han Fei said, okay, take your time to digest the information about the sea realm. Next, it's the tide wave I mentioned. You just need to watch here. Letting them see it was already Han Fei's bottom line. Without absolute confidence, Han Fei would never let them know what a place Mountain City was. And most of these kings would leave with Taiyuan, leave the chaotic wasteland, and go to a great world. No matter what their relationship was before, now, these people were all human beings. About an hour later, the ominous creatures at the front had already appeared in the sight of the city guards. On the city gate, the kings all shouted, "Attack freely," because the ominous creatures coming were not so dense. If they shot them from a distance, they would waste a lot of clean stone resources. The ordinary people were only assigned 300 clean stones. How could they bear to spend them here? Therefore, on the opposite side of the south gate of Mountain City, more than 300,000 venerables and countless explorers poured out. This was the time for them to harvest, because once the ominous creatures became dense and the guard captain ordered a retreat, this wave of resources would have nothing to do with them. Kill in an orderly manner, don't scramble. Pew, 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 pew. Puh. When people rushed out of the city gates, the nearly million venerables attacked at the same time. The sky was full of light and shadows, erupting with a gorgeous and holy brilliance in the depths of the sea. The first wave of ominous creatures was slaughtered almost in an instant. Venerables generally wouldn't attack explorer-level ominous creatures because it wasn't worth wasting the clean stones in their hands. Therefore, explorer-level ominous creatures fell into the hands of explorers. At this moment, the people in Mountain City were like swallowing machines. No matter how many ominous creatures came, they would be gone in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't dare to attack too far away, they might have already run 10,000 kilometers away. In the Lord's mansion, Zhang Xuanyu and the others were shocked to see this scene. Someone exclaimed, "There are really millions of venerables?" Someone was stunned. "With such combat power, how can the intruders break through?" the Snow Lady said. "The ominous creatures are afraid of the white light. That stone should be a good thing that can cleanse the ominous." Liang Yin said, "However, with so many people using it, the consumption of this thing is astonishing. There are endless ominous creatures." "No matter how many stones there are, I'm afraid they won't be enough," Zhang Xuanyu asked. Why do you think so much? If they didn't have any means, how could they have survived here for hundreds of thousands of years? This battle lasted for 4 hours. 4 hours later, when a group of demon flagfish rushed over like rays of light, for the first time, many strong masters on the mountain city's side died. This flagfish was like a sharp sword piercing through the sea. Even ordinary venerables didn't dare to resist them easily. The moment hundreds of venerables were stabbed by the flagfish, sounds of retreat came from the city. A king shouted, "Retreat to the city." A venerable had just used his ultimate move and wasted 5 or 6 clean stones to purify a dozen ominous creatures. Although he knew that the demon flagfish had come, he couldn't bear the loss of 5 or 6 clean stones. Seeing that the dozen energy crystals were right in front of him, he gritted his teeth and was about to snatch them back before retreating. But in an instant, a dense swarm of demon flagfish had arrived. When he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Even if the man regretted and detonated dozens of clean stones at once, at that moment, he had already been pierced and shattered, only leaving some clean stones on the ground. There were many people like this. At least at that moment, nearly 1,000 people died like this. Venerables could be reborn with blood, but under such circumstances, it was meaningless. Therefore, someone chose to self-destruct. Bang, bang, bang. When one explosion after another occurred, Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't help being shocked. Thousands of strong masters had died just like that? If the dead were mostly explorers, they could understand. However, the dead were mostly venerables. This shocked them. It was like that an entire 36 mystic worlds were gone in a moment. Chapter 213.7, Battle to Defend the City. At this time, there were only less than 4 hours left before the arrival of the tide wave. The density of the ominous creatures had greatly increased, and the price of fighting freely was rapidly increasing. Most people knew that something was wrong and shouted, "Retreat! Don't be stingy with those energy crystals." When the defending army returned to their positions, the defending army that had already been prepared began the cleansing stone arrow rain attack like in the previous battles. The sky was full of holy light arrows that cut through the sky, blocking the enemies to facilitate retreat of the army. At this time, these city guards consumed war supplies, which didn't belong to them. This was because they couldn't participate in free hunting, so after the battle, as long as they didn't die, they could get additional energy crystals. Of course, not everyone could join the city guards. These people were all in the venerable realm. Without exception, the selection was very strict, so the others could only be jealous. Swish, 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 round after round of arrows swept across. From a third perspective, the scene was like a meteorite explosion. The holy arrows never stopped. In just half an hour, the number of stones consumed reached an astonishing 5 million. Of course, outside Mountain City, there were also a large number of energy crystals. In the Lord's mansion, xuanhuan and the others were surprised. Is that the so-called clean stone? This is a battle of attrition. The battle strategy is not good at all. Luo Xiaobai said, "You can't say that. This might be the uniqueness of the chaotic wasteland. What they used are resources, but what they gain back is also resources. It's equivalent to exchanging resources with these ominous creatures. But the resources exchanged can greatly help cultivators grow quickly." Le Renquang said, "I'm thinking, what if they finish this kind of stone? They have to have a war like this every 100 years, and this is just one city." Someone said, "We haven't even dug up all the resources in the raging sea. Besides, the outside world is so vast. There must be many such clean stone mineral veins." Not to mention Zhang Xuanyu and the others, even Han Fei and the others were shocked. Every second, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of clean stones were consumed. At this speed, when the tide wave came, it would consume at least hundreds of millions of clean stones, or even more. About an hour later, the clean stone arrow couldn't completely resist the impact of these ominous creatures. However, the city guards had already made preparations. They had set up a large number of clean stone water thunder for thousands of kilometers outside the city. Above the city, the clean stone shield was also ready. Bang, 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 bang. When a massive number of ominous creatures rushed over, the clean stone water thunder that burst out illuminated the entire mountain city, like holy light enveloping the land. Most people's vision was only filled with white, and they couldn't tell how many ominous creatures were coming from ahead. However, the guards at the periphery were all prepared for battle, waiting for the commander's order. As large swaths of lightning flashed, when the first ominous creature rushed within 100 kilometers of Mountain City, with a buzz, a holy light barrier suddenly rose 2,000 kilometers away. This holy light barrier enveloped the entire Mountain City in order. Mountain City's defensive array had been activated an hour in advance. The king shouted, "All soldiers, attack. The battle will only last for half an hour." Roar. Kill. Ripples kept appearing on the city protecting array. Countless ominous creatures collided with the array. However, the collisions and vibrations were rapidly decreasing. Han Fei and the others could perceive that the moment the city protecting array was activated, a large number of ominous creatures took the initiative to avoid it. They stopped attacking the city and rushed somewhere. Seeing this scene, Han Fei and the others couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the ominous creatures were afraid of the power of the clean stone. When the entire city was enveloped by the light of the clean stone, they lost interest in Mountain City. But Han Fei knew that in the 10 years after the tide wave, it was also the peak of hunting. Although the tide wave had passed, a large number of ominous creatures would stay in the sea area of the chaotic wasteland. These creatures would occasionally attack the city, but at that time, the number wouldn't be as dense as now. Therefore, the 10 years after this battle would be the fastest 10 years for the people in the city to cultivate. Some people would even save some clean stones for hunting. Of course, those 10 years were also the most dangerous 10 years. During and in the 10 years after the tide waves, it was very easy for powerful creatures to be born among the ominous creatures, and even creatures in the sky-opening realm would be born. After all, a massive number of ominous creatures were not the same species. They would also devour each other. Therefore, in the 10 years after the battle, it could be said that only a small number of ominous creatures were killed, and most of them were swallowed by each other. In the end, these ominous creatures would form stronger races, and strong masters would be born. The 2,000 kilometers outside the city were blocked, and the venerables rushed over crazily. They couldn't wait to kill these ominous creatures, because the more they killed, the more resources they would get. It was simple like that. If you didn't want resources, there would be others who wanted them. When nearly 1,000,000 venerables charged forward, this scene was like steel torrents colliding. Someone used a great technique to trap an ominous creature and then purified it with a clean stone. Someone was pierced by a thorn out of nowhere, and a large amount of black fog entered his body. In the blink of an eye, he fell into madness and attacked his companions. Someone killed an ominous creature but died in the hands of others. Someone attacked bravely 3 times in a row. A mere 2,000 kilometers couldn't trap many ominous creatures. After a few rounds of killing, all the ominous creatures were slaughtered. When the army retreated, the city guard set up the clean stone water thunder again, and Han Fei reactivated the array and trapped a large number of ominous creatures again. After only 2 tries, with a bang, the tide wave finally crashed over. A large amount of black fog directly enveloped the entire mountain city. The guard captains all shouted, "No one is allowed to attack." The city protecting array was divided into 3 levels. The first level was 2,000 kilometers away. This level was bound to be broken because the coverage was too large. The larger the coverage, the more clean stones it would consume. Therefore, the outermost array would only last for 4 hours, and the tide wave would last for as long as 2 days. 2 hours passed. Puh, 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 puh. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, the first array has opened." The guard leader shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Prepare to charge." When a crack appeared on the first layer of the city protection array, it meant that this major array was not far from collapse. And as more and more cracks appeared, more and more ominous creatures would rush out of the cracks. Of course, this time, there was also an ominous aura rushing in. However, there was not much ominous aura. They could use the first layer of the city protection array to launch the last round of attacks before the first level array was broken. In the array, the army was charging. Outside the array, Han Fei tried to release his perception, only to find that once his soul touched the overwhelming ominous aura, it would be melted. An hour later, just as the first layer of the array was almost riddled with holes, suddenly, with a bang, the array exploded and cracked. Something broke through the array, which was a head more than 300 meters long. In the city, the kings who weren't controlled by Han Fei were all shocked. Not good. There are powerful, ominous creatures in this round. Their birth speed is too fast. Han Fei's puppets all shouted, "Retreat, crack." The first major array was rapidly cracking. The city protecting array was about to collapse faster. If they were not careful, the city would suffer heavy losses. Han Fei estimated that at least 10% of the population would die. But the sword god and the others were still disguised as frogmen, and it was not suitable for Han Fei to attack either. Beside Shui Fei, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Knock it out of the array." Bang! In the blink of an eye, Shui Fei charged forward with a mighty might. He held 1,000 clean stones in his hand and blasted the snakehead away. At the same time, Shui Fei also rushed out of the array and fell into the black ominous aura. Han Fei also wanted to take the opportunity to experience the strangeness of the ominous aura, so he appeared outside the array. However, Shui Fei relied on the clean stones to resist the ominous aura. Holy light enveloped Han Fei as the heaven enlightenment divine technique was activated. Countless strong masters in Mountain City were shocked. Why did the Lord attack personally? Could it be an ominous creature in the sky-opening realm? Chapter 2:1388, Take Care. Han Fei wanted to enter the ominous mist in person just to confirm his situation in the ominous mist. He needed to prove that the great Tao of heaven enlightenment was completely suitable for the chaotic wasteland. In the ominous mist, people's perception couldn't penetrate, because once their perception touched the mist, it would melt and even affect them. Therefore, even the emperors could only see a faint light in the dark mist. When Han Fei stepped into the ominous mist, he found that the visibility was at most 10 meters, and it was full of black mist here. Shui Fei used the clean stones to illuminate the surroundings. Han Fei's body glowed like a bright moon in the darkness. At this moment, Han Fei saw the dragon snake that was thousands of meters long. At that moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Aname Ultimate Dark Yin Snake, Filthy. Introduction. A marine creature contaminated by the ominous tide. Because it has swallowed endless ominous creatures, it has already developed consciousness and has an extremely strong desire to grow. It can swallow other people's negative emotions and influence other people's emotions, stimulating the darkness in their hearts. A level 100, 100 quality. Primordial Mutant, a realm, sky, opening 100, battle technique, supreme yin, turbid water, indestructible demon body, dark tide, roar of losing control, quo collectible, 4c6 stream, 4c6 stream, soar clo clo quoque, 4c6 streams, quo clo 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 quo clo co. First, don't touch ominous creatures, roar. As soon as Han Fei saw the information, he felt that his eardrums were shaking. This ultimate dark yin snake had launched the roar of losing control at him. Han Fei felt his heart sink and suddenly had an urge to wipe out the 10,000 scale race. He even wanted to swallow all the gains from this battle in Mountain City. However, Han Fei was new here. His purpose for the chaotic wasteland was very simple, which was to solve the 10,000 scale clan and save the suffering humans from fire and water. Also, he wanted to destroy the An family and protect the raging sea. Therefore, there was really nothing dark in Han Fei's heart now. He just snorted and activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Boom. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was like an indelible dazzling light in the boundless black fog. The pillar of light descended in an instant. When the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique blasted onto the ultimate dark yin snake, it actually turned into a mass of black water, with a black water pillar blocking the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. This should be the supreme yin turbid water body of the ultimate dark yin snake, which seemed to be erupting with evil power. Of course, the supreme yin turbid water was constantly being purified. Obviously, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique had an absolute suppressing effect on even ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm. However, Han Fei also discovered another thing, which was that the ultimate dark yin snake could absorb a large amount of ominous energy from this massive amount of ominous energy to replenish itself. Of course, this replenishment speed was not as fast as it was purified by him. However, Han Fei discovered that if he wanted to completely purify this thing in the tide wave, he would probably have to consume at least 10,000 years of his lifespan. After all, the snake was also a sky opener and could absorb ominous aura from the tide waves. Han Fei didn't fight it head-on but asked Shui Fei to form a barrier with the clean stone array, trying to wrap this place up. Clatter when one black water ripple after another, one stronger than the previous one, erupted in the void, a large number of clean stones lost their luster and instantly shattered. Han Fei saw that as each layer of ripples overlapped, the speed at which the clean stones shattered became faster and faster. 10,000 clean stones couldn't even withstand a single ripple. Besides, when the second wave of ripples stacked up, 10,000 clean stones were not enough to resist it at all. Seeing that the barrier of the clean stone was almost broken, Han Fei added millions of clean stones with a flip of his hand, forming a super barrier in the tide wave. A massive amount of clean stones plus Han Fei's Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique finally suppressed this ultimate dark yin snake in the sky opening realm. Millions of clean stones were almost exhausted. After Han Fei used 5 Heaven Enlightenment Divine Techniques in a row, this ultimate dark yin snake was finally purified. After killing this ultimate dark yin snake, Han Fei was shocked. 1,000,000 clean stones and a few Heaven Enlightenment Divine Techniques were actually not much at all. Mountain City could easily resist hundreds of thousands or even millions of ominous creatures. With the same consumption, how great an achievement would it be to kill an ominous creature in the sky-opening realm? This was much easier than killing a normal sky-opening realm powerhouse. So as long as he had enough clean stones, he could kill many ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm alone, like this ultimate dark yin snake. The death of the ultimate dark yin snake didn't cause any astronomical phenomenon. There was no telling if it was because of the tide waves, so the astronomical phenomenon couldn't be shown. However, the energy crystals Han Fei got were not ordinary. They contained 180,000 wisps of chaotic chi, more than 100,000 ownerless souls, more than 30,000 wisps of fiendish chi, and 10 million levels of spiritual energy. If such an energy crystal was given to ordinary people, they could use it until he became a venerable or even a king. This was the horror of a sky-opening realm energy crystal. When Shui Fei and Han Fei returned to Mountain City, the first layer of the city-protecting array had been riddled with holes and was shattered. When the ominous creatures in the tide wave almost reached the city wall, the guard captains roared, "Open the second layer of the city protection array." It was the same as the first layer of the city protection array. Just like just now, they trapped a group of ominous creatures and then began to kill them freely. Compared to the first-level city-protecting array that only lasted for 4 hours, the second-level city-protecting array lasted for a full 16 hours, and the number of clean stones burnt was also an astronomical figure. 1,000 kilometers outside the city was covered with energy crystals. The third-level array was the main city array. Unlike the first 2 arrays, the main city array was invested with the most stones, but it still applied the same trapping trick as the first 2 arrays. This battle lasted for 2 days and 2 hours before the tide wave slowly disappeared. During this period, Han Fei attacked 6 times and killed 6 ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm. However, after the tide wave, the battle didn't end. Although the tide wave disappeared for some reason, there were still a few ominous auras left and some ominous creatures fighting tens of thousands of miles away or further. This was a time of free hunting for the entire city. People were free to hunt ominous creatures. Anyway, no matter how they hunted, the number of resources they needed to hand over wouldn't change. During this period, the layer of energy crystals on the ground were left behind by the ominous creatures purified by the city protecting array when it resisted the tide. Ordinary people couldn't collect them. In the Lord's mansion, Han Fei said, "This is the tide wave of the chaotic wasteland erupting once every 100 years. When it comes, the ominous creatures would attack the city. The tide wave this time is over, so it's time for you to leave." Han Fei said solemnly, "The chaotic wasteland is only a part of the East Sea Divine Realm, and the East Sea Divine Realm is only a part of the Sea Realm. To put it bluntly, in the Sea Realm, the Sea Establishers are as many as the ominous creatures in the tide wave. In the Sea Realm, the Sea Establishment is just the beginning. It's up to you how you walk your way. But you have an advantage, because you have lived for a long time and have a deep heritage, which is not something ordinary Sea Establishers in the Sea Realm can compare to," Hong Yu said. "I'm willing to follow you, Master Human Emperor. I, Hong Yue, don't want to leave you." Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. "Don't cause trouble. The chaotic wasteland may be suitable for a small number of people, but it's definitely not suitable for most people." Then, Han Fei said, "Those who want to leave, enter Senior Taiyuan's Origin Sea later. As long as you leave the chaotic wasteland, you will be free." At this moment, Taiyuan also said leisurely, "There are very few people here who can adapt to the chaotic wasteland. Besides, the city of scavengers has been suppressing the human race. If you stay here, not only will you have no chance to make a name for yourself, but you will also be in a very difficult situation every day. Han Fei is right, you have to consider it carefully." The Snow Lady said, "I'll go with Senior Taiyuan. In the Sea Realm, our strength can only be said to be ordinary. We have to be careful, become stronger, and revive the human race. That's our goal." Lulai, I agree. "I'll go with Senior Taiyuan too." Lei Qing said, "This is not a place for the human race to stay for long. We shouldn't delay the human emperor's plan here. We have to leave." Huang Jie said, "Huh, it would be a great loss if we don't go out to experience such a wonderful world." Zhang Xuanyu said, Han Fei said, "You have to leave too. The city of scavengers is not suitable for human kings to stay. I stay because I have a solution. If you stay, you will hinder me." Le Renquang said, "It's time for us to seek a stronger path." Luo Xiaobai said, "That's right. Sea establishment is just the beginning. We have to embark on our own path anyway." For a moment, everyone expressed their opinions. This was exactly what Han Fei wanted. If they didn't leave, they would be in his way. In the end, Han Fei said, "In this world of countless races, you and I are all human beings, so we should strive for the rise of the human race in this world. I don't care what means you have or use, you are human beings, which is your root. If this root is destroyed and you and I die, there will be no human beings in this world. Therefore, take care on this trip." Chapter 239.9, Tax Reduction. After the tide wave. Billions of kilometers away from Mountain City, Han Fei bid farewell to the Sword God and the others again. Han Fei gave each of them 10 million crystals and said, "Seniors, I don't know when we will meet again. However, I believe that as long as we don't die, we will always have a chance to rise. Whether it is the human race, the giant beast race, or the undersea human race, they will all rise in the Seal Realm." The Sword God said, "You have to accumulate strength in the chaotic wasteland, not become enemies with the 10,000 scale clan. Anyway, you need to wait until you become stronger before considering these things." Han Fei nodded. "Of course. Although I'm confident in my strength, I'm not strong enough to challenge a monarch." Taiyuan said, "Although you're on the path of corpse puppets, you can't focus on this path. Corpse puppets are far inferior to your other great Daos. You have to be careful." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Taiyuan." Wang Yijin said, "If we meet again, let's have a fight." Definitely. Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Le Renquang bid farewell to Han Fei in person. Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't know if we can meet again. If there's a chance, I'll leave some clues with the thug as the symbol. If there's a chance in the future, we can meet again." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. "This is a good idea. I'll do the same. Fei Fei. If you really can't beat the monarchs in the chaotic wasteland, you can leave the chaotic wasteland temporarily and seek some opportunities. This should be the most suitable for you." Le Renquang said, "Then pay attention. Wherever there is delicious food, there may be clues about me. Also, we will definitely meet again." Han Fei smiled. "By the way, I have something for you." With that, Han Fei gave each of them a jade slip and a star shell and said, "My 3 attacks are sealed in here. There are also some energy crystals, only 1 million of them. It's unnecessary to give you too many, otherwise it may affect your growth." Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 nodded. That was indeed the case. The more help Han Fei gave them now, the more unfavorable it would be for their growth. However, this jade slip was only used to protect their lives, which was very good. Luo Xiaobai said, "We won't use it unless we have to." Han Fei said, "We must part now. Senior Taiyuan and the others are waiting. The chaotic wasteland is not a place to stay for long. After the tide wave, the city of scavengers and the small cities under their jurisdiction will definitely attack and hunt ominous creatures. Therefore, you have to leave quickly while the major cities are collecting resources. I have to go back too." Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath and patted Han Fei on the shoulder. "See you next time. Guess if I can catch up with you." Han Fei smiled. "I guess you can't." After Han Fei said goodbye to Zhang Xuanyu and the others, the sword god and the others quickly left. They were all in the sky-opening realm and were very decisive. They were not lovers, so they were not that reluctant to part. One day later, in Mountain City. In the Lord's mansion, Han Fei was reading the statistics. In Mountain City's battle against the tide wave this time, the total losses were about 750 million clean stones. If the clean stones collected by the people in the city at usual times were added, the total number might reach about 900 million. However, what Han Fei actually spent was only 600 million clean stones. He should collect 240 million energy crystals. However, not all the money was his. In it, at least 100 million energy crystals would flow to the city of scavengers. Among them, the amount of tribute was about 100 million. This was based on the ranking of the cities. Shuifei's Mountain City was ranked 80th, and the amount of tribute was more than 80 million. If he spent more in the city of scavengers, it would be equivalent to losing 100 million. Compared to previous years, the benefit this time was that Han Fei didn't have to reward the 10,000 scale clan powerhouses. As for the other sea establishers, because they were mainly outsiders, Han Fei would only reward them with more than 10,000 energy crystals. Outsiders were here to take refuge in the first place. Mountain City had protected them, so giving them some resources as compensation for defending the city was already very generous. At least, that was what the 10,000 scale clan had always thought. And this time, after excluding all the factors, Han Fei had collected about 236 million energy crystals in total. After giving some to the sword god and the others, there were less than 190 million left. And the combat power loss in Mountain City was not much. 40,292 venerables died, 85,698 explorers died, and a total of 105,090 people died. Less than half of the total population of Mountain City died. In 100 years, with the accumulation of a large number of cultivation resources, the lost population would be quickly replenished. In this tide wave, the average number of energy crystals obtained by the people participating in the battle was 19 pieces. Deducting the portion that was handed over, it meant that each person obtained 78 energy crystals on average. This number was very good. In the Lord's mansion, Han Fei was not in a hurry to use these resources. At this moment, all the people were immersed in the joy of harvest. Suddenly, Shuifei's voice sounded throughout Mountain City. "Everyone, listen up. In the next 300 years, the tax on the sea area of Mountain City will be reduced from 50% to 30%. In these 300 years, I will choose some heavenly talents with potential to enter the city from the sea area of Mountain City. Therefore, in these 300 years, you have to work harder." Hus, what? A full 20% tax deduction? A tax of 30% for 300 years? The Lord is so bold. In order to select some elites, he actually sacrificed so much? Someone was shocked and couldn't help but feel excited. It's been tens of thousands of years. This is the first time. "Who remembers the last tax deduction?" someone exclaimed. "That was more than 10,000 years ago. It seems to be to select talents." Many people secretly guessed. Could it be that something big is going to happen in the city of scavengers, so there is this tax deduction? And this was exactly what Han Fei wanted. The reason why he wanted to reduce the tax was really not to choose any talents, but he could use this as a reason. This was because every 100 years, the cities under the rule of the city of scavengers needed to send some talented powerhouses to the city of scavengers. Mountain City didn't send many elites over every year. However, this time, Han Fei had his own plan. Of course, the plan was only one of Han Fei's purposes. He couldn't control the 10,000 domains in the Scavenger Sea area now, so he could only ease some pressure from the humans in Mountain City. While Han Fei was deducting taxes, there were still some people in the city who were not very excited. Instead, they looked puzzled. Nothing big is going to happen recently. Why the tax reduction? Someone narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This is big news. I have to report it to the higher-ups." When Han Fei announced the tax reduction, he already knew that the news would quickly spread throughout the Scavenger Sea area. This was because such a low tax rate was rare. Only a few cities had done this. When Shuifei went to the city of scavengers to report, he would definitely be questioned. At that time, it would be the time for his plan to be launched. A few days passed. Little Sea Village. When Han Fei's puppet came to report, Zhao Jing was dumbfounded. "What? The tax has been reduced to 30%? Master Tax Envoy, is this true? How can it be fake? The Lord is going to select some heavenly talents. For the next 300 years, your village should work hard." Yes, thank you, my lord." Zhao Jing felt as if she were in a dream. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. Was the Lord still alive? If he was alive, how could he not know that the tax envoys had died? Not only did he not send anyone down to investigate, but he had also reduced so many taxes. But in any case, this was a big event, a great joy. Just as Zhao Jing was about to tell the good news to the entire village, a voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Come and see me. Who is it? Zhao Jing's face changed drastically. When she scanned around with her perception, she found that a person she could never forget had appeared in her house. This person was none other than Han Fei. A moment later, Zhao Jing asked, Master Emperor, you haven't left yet? Han Fei asked. What do you think of the 30% tax rate? Zhao Jing couldn't help taking a breath. Did you do this, my lord? Han Fei didn't deny or admit. He just said, only you know what I'm going to say. Do you dare to listen? Gulp. Zhao Jing couldn't help swallowing and said firmly, please go on, my lord. Han Fei said, Mountain City is already in my hands, but this is far from enough. I can decide the tax in the sea area of Mountain City, but I can't affect the tax rate in other cities. Now, I need an identity of a heavenly talent, and the origin of this identity is in your Little Sea Village. Zhao Jing didn't quite understand. She just asked blankly, Little Sea Village? Han Fei said, find me an identity that the entire village can accept. Only you know this. Chapter 2140, Cramming Growth. Han Fei left a projection in the Little Sea Village. This projection had the strength of the Sea Establishment realm, but it showed that it was only at the peak of the Venerable realm. Han Fei chose to replace a peak-level Venerable who had died in hunting in recent years. Han Fei turned into this person and used this person's name, Ye Fengliu. Fengliu means playboy, to live in the Little Sea Village. The only thing that Han Fei was not satisfied with was his name. What fucking conditions do you have? How can you be a playboy in this world that you can't even survive? Unfortunately, for the sake of his plan, Han Fei could only reluctantly use it. On this day, outside the Little Sea Village, Han Fei's projection came to the entrance of the village. Zhou Hai, the captain of the guards, exclaimed, Ye Fengliu, am I seeing things? Where the fuck were you these years? What? Little Yi is still alive? Feng Liu, you're still alive? However, because Han Fei didn't have Yi Feng Liu's memories, he looked cold and slightly vigilant at this moment. Anyway, it wasn't the first time Han Fei acted. Seeing a large group of people rushing over, Han Fei drew his saber and shouted, Don't come over. Huh? Brother Yi, what's wrong? Feng Liu, what are you doing? Are you infected by the ominous aura? Hearing this, many people became vigilant. Yes, after Ye Feng Liu's team left, none of them came back. Obviously, they had an accident. Why did he come back alone now? Han Fei pretended to be nervous. I'm only familiar with this place. I don't know how I got here. Can anyone tell me who I am? Immediately, everyone gasped. Zhou Hai was surprised and couldn't help but ask, You lost your memory? Someone was surprised. It seems that something happened to Brother Ye's team. Someone said, more importantly, Where did Feng Liu come from? Someone asked, Where did you come from? Han Fei said, I came from an icy mountain 30 million kilometers away. Do you know me? Buzz. At this moment, Zhao Jing appeared. Leader, it's Ye Feng Liu. He's not dead, but he clearly lost his memory. Leader, is Feng Liu affected by the ominous aura? Zhao Jing pretended to look at Han Fei up and down. After a moment of silence, she said, If he was contaminated by the ominous aura as a venerable, he would have gone crazy. Zhao Jing asked, Did you experience the tide wave a few days ago? You should have an impression of the tide wave, right? It's the black fog and a large number of undead creatures attacking. Han Fei shook his head blankly. No. Huh. While Zhou Hai and the others were surprised, Zhao Jing said firmly, He must have accidentally entered a primitive graveyard somewhere. Primitive graveyard? Everyone was surprised. How did Ye Feng Liu find the entrance to a primitive graveyard? Zhao Jing asked again. Are there powerful creatures in the place you came from? Han Fei shook his head. No, they're all ordinary creatures, but I swallowed a drop of strange essence blood there. Zhao Jing asked. What? Han Fei pretended to be at a loss and reached out to take off his battlesuit, only to see that his body was covered with dense scales. Hiss. 10,000 scale clan? Zhou Hai and the others' expressions changed drastically, and some of them even revealed hostility in their eyes. However, Zhao Jing shouted, Shut up, all of you. This kind of scale looks a bit like a flood dragon scale. Zhao Jing couldn't help but suddenly attack and grab Han Fei. Han Fei quickly retreated and could still fight back. Bang! Han Fei was knocked back 100 kilometers by the blow, and his eyes were full of anger. Why did you attack me? Zhao Jing said. Just trying. Zhou Hai and the others asked. Leader, what's going on? Zhao Jing said. I'm not sure, but he must have swallowed some kind of treasure which caused his strength to soar. Look, his strength has reached the half-king realm. If he can block my blow so easily in the half-king realm, I'm definitely not his match if he becomes a king. Hiss, the people from the Little Sea Village all exclaimed. Even the village leader was no match for him? Zhao Jing deliberately asked. Are you about to reach the Sea Establishment realm, but you can't find your memories, which hinders your path to the Sea Establishment? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Zhou Hai and the others were in a trance when they saw Han Fei and Zhao Jing acting. They were easily deceived by these two people. Sure enough, Zhou Hai and the others were all tricked. They all thought that Ye Feng Liu was about to transcend the tribulation, but because he lost his memories, he had to find the way back to Little Sea Village and search for his memories. Wasn't this equivalent to picking up a sea establishment king for free? Instantly, Zhou Hai and the people who were familiar with Yifeng Liu surrounded him. They couldn't let go of such a future sea establisher. They thought that although Yifeng Liu had mutated, he was still a human. As a human, he was one of them. Everyone was very accepting of him. After all, they could even accept outsiders. Why couldn't Yifeng Liu, who was a mutated human, be accepted? The moment Han Fei successfully entered the little sea village, Han Fei's original body left quietly. Now this matter was almost over. Next, Han Fei would leave time to himself. In the past few days, he had obtained too many resources. Except for giving a lot of resources to Taiyuan and the Sword God, he didn't leave much for Luo Xiaobai and the others. But in fact, Han Fei had already given them a lot. It was completely enough for them to expand their origin seas by at least 30,000 kilometers. If he really gave them a large number of resources, how could they cherish the resources? Besides, it would be unfavorable for them to gain experience and explore for resources. Mountain City. Han Fei established an underground barrier under the Lord's mansion. He was going to cultivate here for 3 years because 3 years later, according to tradition, it would be Shui Fei's turn to return to the City of Scavengers to report. The lords of the City of Scavengers would go to the City of Scavengers to report their duties every 100 years. At other times, they were free, so there were actually many people fighting for the position of lord. Fortunately, although Shui Fei was in the lower middle level, he was relatively close to the middle level. Even if the lord was replaced, it was mainly the lords of the lowest rankings. Especially the lords after the 100th place, the possibility of them being replaced was extremely high. It was very difficult for them to be lords for 10,000 years. His origin sea. Han Fei looked at the massive number of energy crystals. He had no time to care about them now, because the previous batch of 40 million energy crystals hadn't been digested yet. Even the chaotic chi hadn't been completely transformed into immortal chi, let alone the ownerless souls. Therefore, Han Fei used the immortal chi to expand his origin sea and transform the chaotic chi into immortal chi. Anyway, he had so much chaotic chi that he almost couldn't use it. Then he was shocked. Han Fei expanded the origin sea every day for 10 years, and there were still as many as 420,000 wisps of immortal chi in the origin sea. The immortal chi transformed from the 200 million wisps of chaotic chi had been consumed by 1.7 million wisps, which only expanded his origin sea by 50,000 kilometers. Yes, Han Fei's origin sea was only 80,000 kilometers long, less than 90,000 kilometers. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. He really admired people like Bei Luotian, Shi Pohuang, and He Daoyuan. In the past 100,000 years, they probably didn't do anything but cut open the endless void every day to absorb the chaotic chi, right? Otherwise, how could they have expanded the origin sea to 200,000 kilometers? Han Fei estimated that the remaining immortal chi shouldn't be enough to expand the origin sea to 200,000 kilometers, so he simply gave up. Therefore, he finally remembered the massive number of ownerless souls in the origin sea. In fact, Han Fei felt that he had acted too early. He shouldn't have touched Shui Fei's 40 million energy crystals. They were all saved by Shui Fei, so their quality was extremely good. Most of them were energy crystals in the venerable realm. In fact, the composition of the energy crystals he collected was mainly calculated according to the overall strength of Mountain City. If there were many venerables in the city, then there would be more venerable-level energy crystals. If there were more explorers, then there would be more explorer-level energy crystals. Obviously, there were fewer venerables in Mountain City. Of course, Han Fei didn't mind having more low-level energy crystals. Even a low-level energy crystal could have 1 or 2 wisps of chaotic chi or 7 or 8 points of ownerless souls. 1 or 2 of them might not be a big deal, but what if the number rose to 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000? Han Fei didn't even dare to use the energy crystal of the sky-opening realm. Such a high-quality item was hard to come by in 100 years, so he'd better keep the good stuff. Han Fei felt that he wouldn't be able to use the remaining 80 million energy crystals in the short term. This was because Han Fei felt that he might not be able to absorb so many ownerless souls at all. Even if each of the 40 million energy crystals only had 10 points of ownerless souls, there would be as many as 400 million points. Besides, this high-quality energy crystal contained even more ownerless souls. But what about him? His soul power only had more than 2 million points. Compared to the ownerless souls that easily numbered in the hundreds of millions, there was clearly a huge gap. Unfortunately, it had only been 5 years since the last Void Temple gathering, and it was still early for the next gathering. It didn't seem right for him to ask the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple for help too frequently. Therefore, Han Fei could only flip through Shui Fei's memories again. Of course, Han Fei could ask Old Yuan, but Old Yuan was not much better than Shui Fei, and he often slept. In this aspect, his understanding might not be better than Shui Fei's. Reading Shui Fei's memories, Han Fei was immediately puzzled. A moment later. Huh? Isn't it said that once one's Dao heart is strong enough, his soul power will be infinitely strong? Why can't I absorb the ownerless souls after reaching a certain level? Chapter 21.1, Clash of Soul and Body from Shui Fei's memory. Han Fei found that he was as troubled by this question as he was. In the energy crystal, there was a large number of ownerless souls. Theoretically speaking, cultivators would be overjoyed to see ownerless souls. This was because the soul power they obtained for nothing could easily be assimilated into their own. However, although Shui Fei was puzzled about how to use these ownerless souls, Han Fei discovered another problem. Whether in the explorer realm or the sky-opening realm, the basic level of their ownerless souls was the same. 1 point was 1 point. A point of soul power in the sky-opening realm was essentially the same as a point of soul power in the explorer realm. The difference was that the sky openers could fuse with the runes of the Great Tao and have soul combat skills, so their souls using efficiency was extremely high. This was why he could directly absorb ownerless souls. And Han Fei had only confirmed this today. The essence of the soul was the same. The number of soul power became the deciding factor of the strength of the soul. The old turtle had said before that the Tao heart determined the upper limit of the soul. However, now that he thought about it, this saying wasn't completely correct. This was because Shui Fei's soul power was actually lower than his, only about 2.2 million. At first, he thought that Shui Fei's Tao heart was not enough. But after reading Shui Fei's memories, he found that it was not that Shui Fei's Tao heart was not strong enough, but that when he absorbed about 2.2 million points of soul power, his body would reject ownerless souls, and his body would be completely unable to keep up with the rhythm of his soul. Han Fei's understanding was that his soul was too strong, and his body wasn't strong enough. Perhaps his soul had already reacted, but his body needed a long time or even several times more to react. As a result, the soul and the body were completely unmatched. The stronger the soul was, the less useful the body would be. The extreme imbalance between the two brought great pressure to cultivation. As for any solution, the most basic solution was to temper the body and cultivate the body. The stronger the body, the higher the upper limit of the soul's endurance, and the more harmonious the body and the soul. Han Fei looked at the ownerless souls and was tempted. He felt that even if his body and soul were not adapted, he had to improve his soul to the peak he could reach so far. After all, he was a body refiner, and body tempering was his basic skill. However, even if he cultivated with the void sky watching technique, it wasn't as fast as directly obtaining the soul power. Therefore, another 3 years passed. When Han Fei felt that the soul power seemed to be directly expelled from his body, he had to wake up from his cultivation. He felt that this world was different. His perception and soul sensitivity had been greatly improved. Han Fei subconsciously looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei level, 101. Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 360,201st, evolving, 259, 8,022 years. Chaotic Chi, years, 200 million spiritual power, 3,476,000 3,005 million kilometers, strength, 15 million kilometers, strength, 15,186,521st, waves, first spiritual heritage, origin, spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 93, level 99 main art, time fishing technique, the 8th level of the void fishing technique, emperor level, divine quality, xuanhuan. Han Fei saw the information. He was a little confused. His strength had soared by 300,000 waves. He could understand this because his origin sea had expanded by more than 50,000 kilometers at once, so Han Fei felt that it was normal for his strength to increase by 300,000 waves. After all, before and after he opened the sky, his strength had doubled. Now, it had only increased by 300,000 waves. However, the growth of his soul power made Han Fei gasp. It almost skyrocketed by 1.33 million points. Even when he opened the sky, his soul power hadn't soared so ridiculously. However, just because of some energy crystals, his soul power had soared so much. This made Han Fei confused. Could cultivation be so simple? However, in fact, when Han Fei tried to get up and exercise, he found that his soul had left his body, and his body was still sitting there. The two seemed to be completely out of sync. It could even be said that his body and soul were almost completely separated. Not good. Before, Han Fei felt that his physique should be able to control the upper limit of his soul, but in fact, it couldn't. Han Fei tried his best to connect his soul to his body. It wasn't easy for him to feel his body, but he discovered a strange situation. His body was abnormally heavy, as if a mountain was pressing on his body. He couldn't control his body agilely. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It was like sleep paralysis. He was extremely conscious, but his body seemed to be in a deep sleep. It was difficult for him to move. Was this the reason why Shui Fei and the others couldn't continue to improve their soul power even though they had so many energy crystals? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, let me ask you something. Didn't the Tao heart decide the upper limit of the soul power? But why didn't you say that the body also limits the upper limit of the soul power? Old Yuan seemed to realize what had happened to Han Fei and couldn't help but say, is this the after effect of the sudden rise of your soul power? Even if a cultivator's strength and soul can improve, it requires a steady improvement, so that the body and soul can slowly accept their stronger and stronger self. But if you become too strong all of a sudden, it's difficult for you to control this power at once. It's a bit like pulling a seedling to help it grow. You have to take time to digest this improvement. Although your cultivation speed was fast before, it wasn't to this extent. You used to grow fast, but you also gained a lot of experience and fought enough. But now, Hanfei asked, in other words, my body can't accept such a huge improvement because I improved too fast? Old Yuan said, that's right. Besides, although I said that the Tao heart determines the upper limit of the soul shouldn't be like this. There is no free lunch in the world. Although ownerless souls are good things, if you absorb so many ownerless souls at once, even if they have been assimilated by you, your control will be greatly reduced. For example, after you cultivate hard, you can only control 100 points of soul, but your soul suddenly becomes 200 points, but your control hasn't changed. Then you won't be able to control these 200 points well, and they will escape your control. Hearing the old turtle's explanation, Hanfei immediately understood that it meant that he was not only hasty, but also didn't have enough control. In general, he wasn't walking steadily enough. The old turtle continued, the body may also be related to the soul, but I don't know. I've never obtained so many ownerless souls before, nor have I felt the pain you're feeling now. Hanfei asked. Then what should I do now? The old turtle said. Maybe you should cultivate your body. Hanfei rolled his eyes. You're telling me. I know I should cultivate my body. Now it seemed that the strength of the body definitely limited the strength of the soul. The body was equivalent to a container and could accommodate the soul. Once it exceeded the limit, the soul would leave his control, and if the container was too full, the soul would overflow. Therefore, he should take it one step at a time and not be too greedy. But when Hanfei tried to continue to mobilize his body, he keenly discovered that his two completely different spiritual heritages in his body began to operate slightly. This operation speed was very slow, but they were indeed operating. My origin spiritual heritage and eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage moved. When the two spiritual heritages moved, Hanfei's soul seemed to get a chance to relax and immediately sat back in his body. Before the two spiritual heritages moved, he felt uncomfortable. But now as the two spiritual heritages operated, Hanfei felt that they seemed to be adjusting the relationship between his body and soul. One day later, Hanfei made a strange discovery. His soul power had decreased a little, and his strength had increased by a wave. Hanfei wasn't sure if it was an illusion, so he waited a few more days. However, every day his soul power would decrease a little and his strength would increase by a wave. Hiss. These two spiritual heritages are balancing the relationship between my body and my soul. However, isn't this too slow? Hanfei thought for a moment. At this speed, he could only transform 3065 points of soul power a year. Even if the time in his origin sea was 256 times faster than outside, he could only transform 93,440 points of soul and strength a year. In 256 years, he could only transform less than 100,000 points of soul and strength. Thinking of this, Hanfei felt terrible. Sure enough, it felt good to increase his strength, but not when he stabilized his cultivation. He needed a lot of time to erase the imbalance between his body and soul. 3 years later in the outside world, Hanfei had been cultivating for 768 years and finally improved the imbalance between his body and soul. Although they were still unbalanced, the situation was much better than before. Now, he looked at his information again. Owner, Hanfei level, 1001, Sky Opener. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 360,201st evolving, 262,8022 years. Chaotic Chi, 1,200,000 spiritual power, 3,196,012 perception range, 3.5 million kilometers. Strength, 1,866,862 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage, first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 94, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 99. Main art, time fishing technique, the 8th level of the void fishing technique, Emperor level, divine quality, Hanfei thought to himself. Fortunately, I can accelerate time in my origin sea. Otherwise, it would have taken me at least thousands of years to balance the soul power that had risen in just a few years. Of course, there were also benefits, which was that both his soul power and pure strength had been greatly improved. Hanfei sensed that although he couldn't exert 100% of the combat power of this body, he could exert 70% of it, which was no weaker than before. And once his soul power and strength were completely balanced and he could exert 100% of his combat power, his comprehensive strength would still greatly increase. Therefore, his efforts this time were worth it. Chapter 21.2, City of Scavengers. Because there were still a large number of ownerless souls in the Origin Sea, Hanfei gave 9 tails, Little Fatty, Little Gold, the Licking Dog, Little Black, Little White, and Emperor Sparrow each a share. However, the amount wouldn't be much, only about 100,000. If he gave them too much, he was afraid that they would take the same old path as him. They didn't have the Origin spiritual heritage and the Eternal Darkness spiritual heritage. Once they swallowed too much, it wouldn't be good for their growth. Before going to the City of Scavengers, Hanfei still needed to make some preparations. After all, there were monarchs in the City of Scavengers. If a monarch looked at him, Han Fei wasn't sure if he would find him. Therefore, it was time to deduce the heaven-deceiving technique again. Although he had already learned the technique of infinite transformations, which was a divine technique, more importantly, it could make him change into thousands of forms. Although its level was very high, it was difficult to guarantee that he wouldn't be discovered by others. After all, its main function was to change into thousands of forms. It was a great technique that imitated the aura of other people's souls through faces, voices, auras, luck, suppressing pressure, and the great Tao. Only by combining the deduced technique of the heaven-deceiving technique and the technique of infinite transformations could Han Fei feel more at ease. Last time, the heaven-deceiving technique had been deduced to the limit of the demon purification pot. But later, a new vine returned, so the limit must have been increased. Besides, the deduction of the heaven-deceiving technique only required 500 wisps of chaotic qi. For the current Han Fei, it was completely dispensable. Deduce. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Heaven Fusion Technique. Sky-Opening Realm, Low-Quality Introduction. On the basis of the heaven-deceiving technique, this technique borrows the heavenly Tao and fuses it into your body. Through face, voice, aura, luck, suppressing pressure, and great Tao, it can imitate the aura of other people's souls. The Heaven Fusion Technique can protect you with the great Tao and can easily bewilder and deceive the other party. Deduced Art. Heaven Concealing Divine Technique. Deduction cost, 3,000 wisps of immortal qi. After Han Fei saw the information of the Heaven Fusion Technique clearly, his main goal was still the Heaven Concealing Divine Technique. In terms of the Heaven Fusion Technique itself, it seemed to just fuse the Heavenly Tao on the basis of the Heaven Deceit Technique, so its level jumped to the Sky-Opening Realm. However, the level of the Heaven Fusion Technique was not very high in the Sky-Opening Realm, so Han Fei must continue to deduce it. Continue to deduce. Once again, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Heaven Concealing Divine Technique, Sky-Opening Realm, Ultra Quality, Introduction. On the basis of the Heavenly Fusion Technique, it completely borrows the law of the Heavenly Tao and fuses it into your body. Use the law of the Heavenly Tao to simulate one's face, voice, body, aura, luck, suppressing pressure, great Tao, etc. The Heaven Concealing Divine Technique can freely hide your true strength. The Heavenly Concealment Technique, with the law of the Great Tao as the foundation, completely imitates the nature of the Heavenly Tao. When others see it, it is like seeing the Heavenly Tao, so they won't think it's fake. Deduced Art, Unknown Deduction Cost, 100,000 wisps of Immortal Spirit Energy Note. It has reached the current deduction limit of the Demon Purification Pot. If it is deduced again, it will involve the mysteries of the world and damage the Demon Purification Pot. When Han Fei saw the Heaven Concealing Divine Technique, he knew that it was almost enough. This was already the deduction limit of the Demon Purification Pot. To be honest, since the Heaven Concealing Divine Technique was called a divine technique, it was very likely to reach the monarch level or even above. The birth of a sky-opening technique might not be the result of the research of a sky-opener. It was mostly the result of the comprehension of stronger people. With the Heaven Concealing Divine Technique and the technique of infinite transformations, Han Fei felt that even a monarch might not be able to discover his disguise. Of course, nothing was absolute. When the time came, he still needed to keep some trump cards. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, on this trip to the City of Scavengers, I will completely seal you in my sea of consciousness. When I take the initiative to talk to you, you can respond. But most of the time, don't do anything unusual. If someone notices you, the consequences will be disastrous." The old turtle asked, "Are you really going to the City of Scavengers alone? Isn't it said that the 10,000 scale clan is extremely unfriendly to the human race?" Han Fei sneered. "It's precisely because the 10,000 scale clan is unfriendly that I want to go. How can we, the human race, be inferior to others and be enslaved by other races? Of course, this trip is mainly a test. Before my strength returns to its peak, I won't act rashly." The old turtle said, "Your current strength and knowledge of the sea realm are actually not much less than mine. Perhaps what you lack is only some experience. When you reach the City of Scavengers, you can learn more about cultivation experience. In order not to be discovered, I'd better sleep." Han Fei nodded. "That's good. I'll call you when I go to the Godfiend Sea." In Mountain City, Han Fei gave Hongye a large number of ownerless souls. Of course, there were also some energy crystals for cultivation. After explaining the drawbacks of ownerless souls to Hongye, Han Fei said, "This time, when I go to the City of Scavengers, the only thing you need to do is to cultivate. My goal is the entire City of Scavengers for the time being, but not limited to the City of Scavengers. Your strength is too weak. Your top priority is to improve your strength to the sky-opening realm as soon as possible." Gulp. Hong Yui's heart trembled. "Yes, Master Human Emperor, I, Hong Yu, will try my best to cultivate. With so many resources, I'm confident that I will quickly expand my origin sea to the limit." Han Fei nodded slightly. "In addition, you just need to secretly control Mountain City. If not necessary, don't show up and don't contact others." "Yes, Master Human Emperor." In fact, Hong Yu was obsessed with refining corpses. There was nothing wrong with his Dao heart. With a lot of resources and ownerless souls, it was only a matter of time for Hong Yue to expand his origin sea to 100,000 kilometers. He would be able to complete it in 100 years at most. At that time, Hong Yue would definitely be of great use. After instructing Hong Yue, Han Fei officially came out of seclusion. In a cultivation field outside the Lord's mansion, in the past 100 years, Shui Fei had selected 802 strong masters who would be sent to the city of scavengers. Among the 802 people, there was no king. As for the two human kings, Shen Qing and Xu Mao, Han Fei didn't intend to give them a chance to go to the city of scavengers. The human beings in the city of scavengers were weak in the first place. If these two people were really sent to the city of scavengers, they would probably be reduced to servants of other races. Even if they could accept this, Han Fei wouldn't. As for these two people, because they failed to be chosen again and didn't dare to leave casually, they still stayed in Mountain City. At this moment, Shui Fei's gaze swept past the house of the two of them and said indifferently, "Your aptitudes are average. Go back to where you came from to dig clean stones. If you have better seedlings in the future, send them to Mountain City." Chen Qing and Xu Mao immediately got up and replied, "Yes, my lord." Hearing that Shui Fei personally sent them away, the two of them were relieved, mainly because Han Fei had secretly revealed some information to them. In the next 300 years, the tax would be reduced to 30%, and the human race would welcome 300 years of development. They might as well go back and help the human race become stronger. In the cultivation field, Shui Fei descended. Under his suppressing pressure, more than 800 people lowered their heads, not daring to look straight at him. Shui Fei shouted, "Today, the 802 of you will follow me to the city of scavengers. Let me make it clear that you can die, but you can't disgrace our city and me. Otherwise, even if you are in the city of scavengers, I still have a way to make you wish you were dead. We'll do as you say, my lord." Shui Fei nodded slightly. When you go to the city of scavengers, no matter if you can establish the sea or get an important position in the future, you have to know that your roots are in Mountain City. If you don't want to be suppressed by other powers, form a team. The competition in the city of scavengers will only be crueler than Mountain City. Do your best. As Shui Fei, Han Fei said a few words casually. Among these people, there were only a few human beings, and their minds had been enslaved. They wanted to enter the city of scavengers, be taken fancy by strong masters, become disciples of them, and become strong masters too. But in fact, if you couldn't keep your Dao heart pure and was even willing to grovel under others' feet, it was almost impossible for you to become a real powerhouse. Therefore, Han Fei gave up on these people, so they were in this team. And Han Fei knew very well that at most half of the candidates sent to the city of scavengers would survive in the end. Most people would die one after another during trials, in fights, and in the exploration to primitive graveyards. Half a month later, Shui Fei led Han Fei to a magnificent city that spanned 100,000 kilometers. The walls of this city were made of black crystal stones and clean stones. The city gate was more than 600 meters high and looked magnificent. Because it was after the tide wave, Han Fei could see scavenger squads coming out of the city from time to time. As for Han Fei, he was not in his human form, but Shui Fei's capable subordinate, the second in command of Mountain City, Yan Dong. His strength was at the peak of the sea establishment realm. "Old Shui, you're a little late." "Old Shui, I heard that the tax on your Mountain City has been reduced by 20%. You're quite bold. Why? What are you planning?" Before Han Fei entered the city, he heard someone talking to Shui Fei. He looked around and saw a group of mountain palaces in the city. Shui Fei's lips curled slightly. "It's not a good idea to keep pressuring them. What plan can I have? I just want to give them a few years of rest. I may sacrifice a few harvests now, but when the time comes, I'll only gain more." Chapter 2043, News of the Origin Grounds. Han Fei read the memories of the people who were teasing Shui Fei in the mountain palace. Among them, a brawny and even slightly chubby lord was Zhang Wei from the number 68 farm. This person's strength was among the middle of the lords in the city of scavengers. However, this person had climbed all the way up from the number 109 farm. In the past, he had ambushed the emperors of the city of wanderers with Shui Fei. Shui Fei had killed a sky-opening realm cultivator in that battle, so he was conferred the title of Lord of the number 80 farm. From this, it could be seen that this person was scheming. The other one with a cold expression was Long Yunfeng from the number 72 farm. This person was ruthless, domineering, bad-tempered, and irritable. He had hunted with Shui Fei and Zhang Wei before. Of the remaining two, one was Shui Fei's good friend, and the other, a cold-looking guy, was Chu Chen from the number 011 farm, who had come to Mountain City to borrow resources before the tide wave. Shui Fei didn't know him at all. Shui Fei didn't know this person well at that time. He didn't understand why this person came to borrow resources from him, so he refused. He didn't expect this person to be here. This person was familiar with Shui Fei. The two of them had explored a primitive graveyard many times and had a good relationship. He should be the one who had the best relationship with Shui Fei among this group of people. Han Fei wondered why the four of them were together. Shui Fei flashed his lord's token at the gate of the city of scavengers. Immediately, the kings guarding the city bowed their heads. "Greetings, my lord." After flashing the token, Shuifei came to the mountain palace where they were by a few steps. Shuifei said to Chu Chen, "Brother Chu, have you borrowed any resources? I was really short of resources back then. Otherwise, I would have helped you." Chu Chen snorted in his heart, "Help my ass. When I went to your mountain city, you greeted me with a smile, but when it came to resources, you immediately changed your face. If it weren't for the situation, I really didn't want to see you." So Chu Chen smiled dryly and replied, "Brother Shui, it's all right. Brother Long lent me a portion of it. My number 101 farm has barely survived the crisis." Shuifei couldn't help but look at Long Yunfeng. In Shuifei's memory, Long Yunfeng and Chu Chen should have nothing to do with each other, right? Also, it was a little strange for them to meet today. Why did they bring Chu Chen with them? Shuifei couldn't help but ask, "Old Zhang, Yunfeng, Brother Li, why are you so free today? Who are you waiting for?" Zhang Li said. "Can't you tell? We're waiting for you." "Me?" Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Why were these people waiting for Shuifei for no reason? How did they know that he was coming today? Zhang Wei said, "Old Shui, you've always been proactive in the past. Why are you so late this time?" "We've been waiting for you for 5 days. "Oh," Shuifei said in surprise. "You're waiting for me? Did I hear it right? When did I become so important? Why are you waiting for me here?" At this time, the cold-looking Long Yunfeng said firmly, "We're waiting for you to go hunting. More than 20 years ago, we agreed to do another big job. This time, the opportunity has come." Han Fei's heart stirred. He had no time to check Shuifei's memory. His eyes lit up, and he asked in a low voice, "Oh, what chance?" Long Yunfeng took a deep look at Shuifei and then looked at Chu Chen. "Wasn't Brother Chu 111 farm hunted? They said that Brother Chu was plotted against because he wanted to fight for a higher ranking. In fact, that's not the case." "Oh?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Is there anything secret about this?" Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng couldn't help but look at Shuifei. They thought to themselves, "You refused him too easily, so Chu Chen didn't tell you about it at all." The two of them seemed to be speechless, thinking, "Couldn't you refuse him a little slower? It's all because our old brothers miss you. Otherwise, Chu Chen probably wouldn't have taken you with us." Han Fei looked at Chu Chen and immediately guessed the reason. It turned out that they wanted to make Shuifei and Chu Chen bury the hatchet with each other. Chu Chen said, "Brother Shui, you are all famous hunters. You have joined forces more than once. Many strong masters have been killed by you. What I said must be done by experienced hunters." "Oh, please elaborate." Shuifei seemed to have completely forgotten the grudge between him and Chu Chen and listened attentively. Zhang Wei glanced at Han Fei, who had turned into Yandong, and waved his hand, pushing Han Fei away and sealing this place. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Interesting. It seemed to be something big. Zhang Wei said, "Old Shui, only the 5 of us know what will happen next. Although Yandong is your capable subordinate, this matter is not something he can participate in." Han Fei sneered in his heart. "I'm everywhere. This Shuifei is now equivalent to my avatar. You're welcome to tell me your secrets." He didn't expect that something big would happen the moment he arrived in the city of scavengers. Chu Chen said, "The tax envoys of my number 101 farm didn't die because of competition among his own kind, but someone from the city of origin killed them." Shuifei pretended to narrow his eyes. "City of origin?" Zhang Li said. "Old Shui, don't be surprised." In fact, this time, not only did Brother Chu's number 1 farm have tax envoys die, but even 2 groups of tax envoys died on my side. At first, we suspected that it was done by the people from the City of Wanderers. After all, it's a fact that we raised human beings in captivity and made them mine for us. However, Brother Chu was careful. Zhang Li's words gave Han Fei valuable information, which was that the City of Origin was hostile to the City of Scavengers because they enslaved humans. Chu Chen nodded. "I was watched by a sky-opening realm cultivator from the City of Origin, but he didn't know that I had an avatar. I secretly intercepted a person. After searching his soul, I discovered that these people were actually from the City of Origin. From that person's memories, I learned that they seemed to be secretly looking for a primitive graveyard. For some reason, they actually went to my side." Han Fei asked, "Since it's a secret search, why did they attack the tax envoys?" Chu Chen, "Soul search. Their purpose for attacking the tax envoys was just to search their souls. Tax envoys are the people most familiar with the farm. If they want to know the information of the farm, it's most convenient for them to search the tax envoys' souls. There are some things that I have to say. My number 101 farm did find a place that seems to be a primitive graveyard, but it's very likely to be an origin ground. Because of this, my tax envoys were killed without a single one left. The clean stones we collected in the past 100 years were all looted. I must take revenge." "What? An origin ground?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. He couldn't help but think of the raging sea. Just before the tide wave, they left the raging sea. Just after they left, someone from the City of Origin came to investigate and killed all the tax envoys of the city to find their target. Could it be that they came for the raging sea? Or did they come out and touch something that made the people of the City of Origin discover them? If they were really here for the raging sea, the identities of these powerhouses from the City of Origin were probably obvious. Except for the An family, Han Fei couldn't think of anyone else. Outside the palace, Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Could it be that the exit of the raging sea wasn't the only one? There was also one at the number N01 farm, an origin ground. The people of the sea realm were obsessed with origin grounds. An origin ground represented a lot of rich resources. Besides, from Shuifei's memories, Hanfei found that they were obsessed with origin grounds not only because of the resources of origin grounds, but also because of the great Tao origin in origin grounds, which was the foundation of all lives. Those born in origin grounds wouldn't want to destroy this world, but outsiders didn't care. In order to become stronger, outsiders could do anything. In fact, this kind of world origin wouldn't give them an extremely explosive improvement. However, if too many people stole the origin, this world would slowly lose its vitality and eventually collapse. Therefore, when Chu Chen mentioned this, Hanfei's heart skipped a beat. Now, Chu Chen had only found them, and the news hadn't spread yet. He had to find a way to hold them back. Fortunately, the Beast King was still guarding the raging sea. He had to find a way to take these people over and then kill them all. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, an origin ground? How many people know such a big thing now? Seeing that Shuifei was refreshed, Zhang Wei and the others smiled. They knew that this guy couldn't hold it back. Chu Chen said, I've only found some clues, but I'm not completely sure that it's an origin ground. It's because of these people from the city of origin that I have some clues. My temporary explanation is that it's the people from the city of wanderers who attacked. However, there will definitely be people suspicious. Therefore, we have to attack quickly and divide that origin ground first. However, before splitting the origin ground, we have to kill the people from the city of origin first. Otherwise, this matter will be easily exposed. Hanfei asked, how could they not notice you searching the souls of the people from the city of origin? Chu Chen said, I erased that person's memory. Not only that, but I also stuffed some other memories in, which are hints about the location of the origin ground. In the past 3 years, I deliberately patrolled the area, and those people didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. But when I came to the city of scavengers to report, they would definitely take action while I am away. Hanfei couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why would Chu Chen want to split the origin ground with 5 people? Seeming to see Hanfei's doubts, Chu Chen said, if the city of origin really wants to take action, they won't just send one sky opener. Therefore, I can't handle this alone. When Hanfei heard that, although he still felt that something was wrong, he reacted quickly on the surface. Then, what are you waiting for? I can set off immediately after I finish reporting, Brother Chu. If we succeed this time, I, Shuifei, owe you a favor. Chapter 2044, Report. They were waiting for Shuifei, not because Shuifei was strong, but because Shuifei was straight Tao was different. This guy walked the Great Tao of Nightmare, which was very similar to the Great Tao of Sha Jimeng. But as a sky opener, he was definitely stronger than Sha Jimeng. Last time, Hanfei, Wang Yijian, and the others killed Shuifei instantly, so this guy didn't show the power of his Great Tao. However, in group battles, this Great Tao was very strong. If the other party made any mistakes and was dragged into a dream by Shuifei, or even obtained the information of the origin object, the consequences could be imagined. Therefore, this was the real reason why they waited for Shuifei. After Hanfei made the decision, Zhang Wei said, okay, old Shui, go to report your work. Brother Li is the closest to Brother Chu. In order to keep this matter secret, we'll meet up in Brother Li's city in half a month. This matter is settled. Let's meet again in half a month. Hanfei said, old Zhang, you're my good buddy. I, Shuifei, owe you a favor. Brother Chu, no matter if we can succeed or not, I'll owe you a favor too. Only then did Chu Chen relax a little. He said, Brother Shui is generous. Then I'll treat you like my friend. Ha ha ha, Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng had clearly finished briefing. Besides, Hanfei could guess that they dared to wait here so openly because they pretended to mediate the dispute between Shuifei and Chu Chen. It was not difficult for others to know that Shuifei had refused Chu Chen. As for Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, and Zhang Li, they knew Shuifei well. It was indeed not bad for them to be peacemakers. Therefore, the meeting of these people would not attract the attention of others. In fact, others might not even care. This was because even Zhang Wei was only ranked 68th in the city of scavengers. In the eyes of some strong masters, this ranking was barely mid-level. There were many sky-opening realm powerhouses who looked down on them. Cultivators were like scholars who regarded each other lightly. There were very few true feelings between them. To the outside, they might be united against a common enemy, but to the inside, it was hard to say. After Zhang Wei and the others left, Shuifei got up with no expression on his face. In fact, as a puppet, everything about him was controlled by Hanfei. When Hanfei wasn't controlling him, he just maintained his original appearance. The strong were always expressionless, so no one could tell anything. The city of scavengers spanned 100,000 kilometers. The mountain palace where Hanfei was located was a place where strong masters gathered near the gate of the main city, but usually not many sky-opening realm powerhouses came here. And the core area of this city was naturally the 10,000 scale race's Holy Land, where the 10,000 scale monarch was located. Beyond the Holy Land of the 10,000 scale race were some of the big clans of the 10,000 scale race. And there were only 10 families that could become big clans in the city of scavengers, which were the top 10 farms. It was said that the strength of these 10 lords had reached the peak of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei didn't know if there was a limit to this peak. However, what was certain was that these people were very strong. Each of them was stronger than all the emperors Han Fei had encountered so far, except for the martial king and Xiahongzhu. In addition to these 10 lords, there were also some extremely powerful emperors who didn't enter the family system. For example, the law enforcer of the city of scavengers, xuanhuan. The person Han Fei would report to was xuanhuan. This person's strength was unfathomable, and it was said that he was already above the top 10 lords. The reason why he could become a law enforcer was that he was an itinerant cultivator. He didn't like to be bothered by such troublesome matters as families and clans. What he left in the city of scavengers was an avatar, which was known to everyone, but no one knew where his true body was, and even this avatar had also reached the sky-opening realm. It was said that it was also comparable to the top 10 lords. Therefore, this person was known as one of the 2 divine generals only below the 10,000 scale monarch in the city of scavengers. The other divine general was named Zhang Beihai. This person rarely appeared in the city of scavengers. It seemed that his main battlefield was the infinite mining area, which was the unknown mining area that could only be reached after crossing the Godfiend Sea. Inside the city of scavengers, there was a small city called the Law Enforcement City. This was where the law enforcers of the city of scavengers stayed. To become a law enforcer here, the lowest level was sea establishers. Outside the law enforcement city, Han Fei revealed his identity, and someone immediately recognized Shui Fei. A sea establisher said, "Please come in, my lord. My master is not in seclusion. You can go straight there." Shui Fei nodded slightly, and Han Fei walked in with Shui Fei, which represented respect for law enforcers. After a while, outside a very ordinary undersea jungle, Shui Fei cupped his fists and said, "Master Honghuang Shui Fei, the lord of the number 80 farm in the city of scavengers, is here to report." The voice echoed. A moment later, an indifferent voice sounded, "Come in." Shui Fei kept a straight face, lowered his head, and walked in. Han Fei, who was pretending to be Han Dong, lowered his head too. He came with Shui Fei, and it was not easy for him to see Zhao Honghuang, so he wasn't supposed to look straight at Zhao Honghuang. A moment later, on a piece of algae limestone, Han Fei saw a 10,000 scale race powerhouse whose scales had completely turned into jade. This person was Zhao Honghuang. When Han Fei saw the degree of jadization on his body, he was shocked. So far, he had only turned his bones into jade. But this person's scales had even turned into jade, which showed that his physique was better than his. Besides, even if this person didn't move or open his eyes, Han Fei could already feel the overwhelming suppressing pressure of the strong. This was something Han Fei hadn't felt for a long time. Shui Fei said, "Master Honghuang, more than 800 million clean stones were consumed by Mountain City in this tide wave. Apart from the 100 million clean stones provided for free at the beginning, there were about 150 million energy crystals left. This time, venerables have died, and, in addition, Mountain City brought a total of 802 venerables this time. Shall I send them directly to the law enforcement camp later?" At this moment, Zhao Honghuang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be unfathomable, as if he wanted to see through Shui Fei at a glance. Han Fei was also worried that Shui Fei would be seen through. At this moment, he didn't dare to raise his head, ready to fuse his twin bodies at any time. However, Zhao Honghuang didn't find anything wrong with Shui Fei. Instead, he asked casually, "I heard that Mountain City's tax is reduced to 30% for 300 years. Why?" Zhao Honghuang didn't care about the data that Han Fei reported at all. He naturally knew that there were more energy crystals, but which lord wasn't greedy? This was the norm. Only if the lords were greedy could they better serve the city of scavengers. Besides, in fact, they were greedy but didn't dare to be too greedy. It was useless. So many energy crystals couldn't be used up by one lord. However, taxes couldn't be reduced easily. Since they were reduced, there must be a reason. Han Fei said loudly, "Master Honghuang, there are 2 reasons for this tax reduction. Firstly, too many primitive mines have been handed over this year. If this goes on, it won't be good for the overall strength of Mountain City in the future. We have to give them some time to nurture some people." Seeing that Zhao Honghuang didn't respond and seemed to be waiting for Han Fei to continue, Han Fei realized that this should be normal for the other lords. Therefore, Han Fei continued, "Secondly, I released the tax to nurture some seedlings. A talented person appeared in Mountain City." "Oh?" Zhao Honghuang was a little interested and couldn't help but ask, "What's his potential?" Han Fei said, "Judging from his potential, he has the potential to open the sky. However, he can't fully unleash his potential yet. He still needs to gain experience." Zhao Honghuang, a conservative estimate, Shui Fei nodded slightly. "He can at least open the sky." Zhao Honghuang smiled. "Interesting. It seems that you have a high opinion of this seedling." After that, Zhao Honghuang added, "But what does this have to do with tax reduction?" Han Fei said, "This person is originally a human and has some feelings for the human race. However, he accidentally ate foreign blood, so he shouldn't be considered a human. I promised him to give the human race a 300-year tax deduction, and then he will belong to the 10,000 scale race." Zhao Honghuang nodded slightly. "Yes, since there's a reason for this, I allow it. What's his current strength?" Han Fei said. "His heavenly tribulation is coming." Zhao Honghuang said, well, it's up to you. Just bring him over. In addition, when there's no conflict, you can help other lords. Don't be too rigid, Han Fei said. Yes, Master Honghuang. Zhao Honghuang grunted and looked at Han Fei, who was following him with his head lowered. He said, you, raise your head. Han Fei pretended to be nervous, making his palms sweat and his face blush. He slowly raised his head and quickly cupped his hands. Yan Dong greets Master Law Enforcer. Zhao Honghuang looked him up and down. There's hope for him to open the sky, but his aptitude is just mediocre. After that, Zhao Honghuang lost interest and looked at Shui Fei. If that seedling is really as you said, you will be rewarded for discovering him. Since you only brought 802 people here, it seems that they are all elites of Mountain City. Then send them to the law enforcement camp. As for the specific opportunities, it depends on them. Shui Fei immediately cupped his hands. Thank you, Master Honghuang. Zhao Honghuang was right. He had reduced taxes and only sent 802 people over this time. It felt like he was here to offer a heavenly talent. But in fact, all of this was to leave a good impression on Zhao Honghuang. After all, if he dared to agree to a tax deduction of 300 years just to gain a seedling, this seedling was definitely not bad. Zhao Honghuang wouldn't doubt this. As for the details, Zhao Honghuang would definitely have his own considerations and would definitely pay attention. After all, this was a seedling that Shui Fei was willing to reduce taxes to nurture. When Han Fei's original body came, if he had this person as his backer, he would probably have a lot of freedom even if he couldn't do whatever he wanted in the City of Scavengers. At least, no one would dare to provoke him for the fact that he was a human. Chapter 245, Mysterious Prophet. Because there was still half a month to the appointed time with Long Yunfeng, Han Fei didn't leave immediately after reporting. With Shui Fei's past habits, when he came to the City of Scavengers, he would probably investigate some related information about the City of Wanderers to see if there was a chance to hunt. Of course, if Shui Fei could investigate, others could too. However, there was no independent intelligence agency in the City of Scavengers, so Shui Fei naturally had other acquaintances. The person Shui Fei knew was called Mo Qi, a famous person in the City of Scavengers. She was very well informed, but no one knew where her information came from. Because she often gave unexpected information, she had a lot of connections in the City of Scavengers. It was not so easy to buy intelligence from her. The City of Scavengers was very large, and this person was in a very remote underground mansion. When Han Fei came, he happened to meet a lord who was also in the sky-opening realm, and his level was very high, who controlled the number 18 farm. This person's name was Li Dakai. Although his name was a bit stupid, this person was very rich and very strong. It was said that he once fought 3 sky openers alone without being defeated. At this moment, the two collided. Hey Shui Fei, your tax has been reduced to 30% and you still have money to buy information? Li Dakai spoke casually, not putting on the air of the strong, but his tone was a bit taunting. Han Fei controlled Shui Fei to lower his posture. Brother Li, it's just because I don't have money that I'm here to try my luck. Li Dakai chuckled. From the moment you reduced the tax, I knew you were up to no good. Brother, don't say that I didn't remind you. It's not easy to be the lord of your number 80 farm in the future. If you encounter anything you can't solve, you can come to me for help. I've always been amiable. You just need to give me half of the benefits at most. Han Fei said, I know Brother Li's rules. If something big happens in the future, the first person I think of will definitely be Brother Li. Li Dakai grinned and laughed. Then, he patted Shui Fei and said, I'm leaving first. Mo Qi's Fei is not low. I hope you can get lucky. There was competition between the lords, but the competition would only be between the lords of equal strength. Lords like Shui Fei and Li Dakai, who could be described as worlds apart, basically had no competition with each other. To put it bluntly, if Li Dakai really took action, even 2 Shui Fei might not be able to resist him. The reason why Li Dakai chatted with Han Fei was that he knew that Mountain City had reduced taxes, and he guessed that there must be something going on. But he didn't know what it was exactly, so he took the initiative to chat with Shui Fei. If there were benefits, he didn't mind intervening. If there were no benefits, it didn't matter. Anyway, he didn't care about the poor Mountain City. Han Fei's purpose for coming to Mo Qi was very simple. He wasn't familiar with the layout of the chaotic wasteland yet. It would be best if he could get some information. If not, it would be fine. Of course, it would be best if he could learn about the An family here. Before entering the barrier, Han Fei was about to knock on the door when the barrier opened automatically. A crisp voice sounded leisurely. Come in. By the way, bring in your attendants. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Has he been seen through? At this moment, he would be suspicious if anything happened. He had to be cautious. However, even if his original body went in, it shouldn't matter. Anyway, this was just his white mist body. Therefore, the two of them entered the barrier and walked down the spiral stairs. Han Fei looked around and found that everything here looked strange, and there were strange dowel patterns on the walls and the ground. Han Fei's first feeling was that a large array had been set up here. Then, he saw a lot of strange things as if he had come to a grocery store. This place was full of all kinds of small things that didn't seem to have any value. They looked strange, and he didn't know what they were for. When Han Fei came all the way underground, he saw a palm-sized crystal ball shining with holy light floating in the hall filled with sundries. In front of the crystal ball was a girl who looked to be in her teens with long braids. Cultivators couldn't be judged by appearance. This girl was a real sky-opening realm powerhouse, and she was extremely special. Han Fei controlled Shui Fei to come to the opposite of Mo Qi. Just as he was about to control Shui Fei to speak, Mo Qi suddenly said, "Don't speak." With that, the girl of unknown age stood up, circled Han Fei and Shui Fei, and looked them up and down for a long time. After this round, Mo Qi sat in front of the crystal ball and said lazily, "Shui Fei, are you injured?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "What does this mean?" Shui Fei asked. "What are you trying to say?" Mo Qi said, "I feel that your soul seems to be very suppressed." "Do you need me to divinate it for you?" Han Fei thought to himself. "How can this thing be divinated? Also, Mo Qi is actually a prophet. It's said that she cultivates a great divination technique." "But even if you're a prophet, isn't you sense too fucking accurate?" Shui Fei said. "No, my soul is fine. I was just fighting sky-opening realm ominous creatures in the tide wave for too long and was slightly impacted by a special ominous creature." "Oh? What ominous creature?" After Mo Qi asked this question, not even a second passed before she said, "Forget it. Let's take what you said as true. You were poor now, so I didn't want you to come in, but your attendant." With that, Mo Qi looked at Han Fei, her eyes flashing. To be honest, Han Fei felt a little uneasy. Mo Qi said, "I feel that there's something wrong with your fate. I can't make a prediction about your fate. I can't make a prediction about your fate. Your fate is as deep as the starry sky. Besides, your luck seems to be very good. Logically speaking, you shouldn't only be at the peak of the sea establishment realm." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This Mo Qi was definitely capable. As soon as he came in, she found that there was something wrong with Shui Fei and him. This woman could actually see luck, but his luck had clearly been adjusted. What else could she see? Shui Fei said, "Yandong is my right-hand man. As long as he continues to cultivate with me, he might have a chance to open the sky someday." Mo Qi still stared at Han Fei as if she didn't hear Shui Fei. "Can you leave this attendant to me? I need an assistant too. If you leave him to me, I'll give you 3 free pieces of information today, okay?" Han Fei's heart trembled. Fuck, I've already disguised myself as a member of the 10,000 scale race. Why does she still want me? 3 pieces of information, which are very valuable. Mo Qi's status in the city of scavengers was very strange. She seemed to be very marginalized, but all sky openers treated her with respect and were even willing to pay her for information. This was not something ordinary people could do. If Mo Qi was just a tool enslaved by the 10,000 scale race, how could she treat the 10,000 scale race lords with such an attitude? Shui Fei's face twitched and his eyelids twitched. "What if I don't?" Mo Qi chuckled. "Well, then I'll show you your past on the spot." With that said, the holy crystal ball in front of Mo Qi began to spin slightly, and a blue halo appeared. When Han Fei saw the blue halo, his heart skipped a beat. This was clearly the time technique. This woman actually walked the Great Tao of Time? Hee hee, don't be scared. My Great Tao is not just the Great Tao of Time. What I have mastered is the Great Prophecy technique. Let me see your past before I give you a prediction. Buzz. When the Tao runes of time tried to bloom, Han Fei finally took action. The Tao runes of time erupted from Han Fei's body and offset Mo Qi's great Tao of time. "Ah, stop pretending." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This woman seemed to have seen him through, but she was just teasing him. Han Fei didn't run away. He said coldly, "Who are you?" "How can you tell?" Before Han Fei came, he had already deduced the heaven-concealing divine technique, and with the help of the technique of infinite transformations, even xuanhuan couldn't see him through. How could this information seller see through his disguise? Mo Qi chuckled. "Actually, I only saw a little bit. I didn't see anything else." "Huh? Yandong, what happened?" At this moment, Shui Fei looked at Han Fei warily as if he had just known it. Mo Qi said helplessly, "Stop pretending. You've already exposed yourself. I can't see anything wrong with Shui Fei indeed, but your problem is too big. To be able to walk the great Tao of time to this extent, you're only an unknown person? This is almost impossible. Besides, I can't see through your luck and your fate at all. Heh, only a sea establisher? You must be kidding me." Han Fei's face turned extremely ugly. "Just because of the great Tao of time?" Mo Qi said. "Isn't that enough? You should know that the great Tao absorbs each other, right? There are too few people who walk the great Tao of time, but when you come, I feel that my great Tao of time has been triggered. If you have no problem, then who has a problem? Besides, how can you only be in the sea establishment realm if your great Tao of time can already resist mine?" At this time, Mo Qi looked at Shui Fei again. "He's controlled by you? After discovering that there was something wrong with you, I tried to predict Shui Fei's fate and found that his fate had become a dead end. Therefore, he must have been controlled by you. I'm really curious. Who are you?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Since you've seen through me, what do you mean now? Buy time and take me down?" Mo Qi shrugged. "Why should I take you away? The 10,000 scales race can't find you because they are stupid. They deserve it. I'm not from the 10,000 scales race. I was just held hostage by the 10,000 scale monarch. Otherwise, I would have run away long ago." "Huh? Being held hostage?" Han Fei thought to himself. "I really can't tell that you're being held hostage." Chapter 246, A Disciple of the Time. Temple faced with a strange powerhouse that he didn't know at all, Han Fei was ready to give up Mountain City. Even if Mountain City was completely under his control, even if he had made arrangements there. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be brewing something, Mochi chuckled. Believe it or not, I think we can cooperate. Cooperate? Han Fei looked at Mochi in confusion, wondering what cooperation he could have with her. If what she said was true that she was held hostage by the monarch and forced to stay in the city of scavengers, what cooperation could he have with her? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, cooperate with what? Mochi said. No one from the 10,000 scale race takes the great Tao of time. Otherwise, it's impossible for me not to know. Therefore, it's impossible for you to be a member of the 10,000 scale race. Since you're not a member of the 10,000 scale race, you must have a purpose to control Shui Fei and enter the city at the risk of being discovered. If you're not an enemy of the 10,000 scale race, you must have a big plan. I guess that you're either from the city of origin or the city of wanderers. I don't know your specific purpose, but if you help me escape the 10,000 scale race's control, I can help you achieve your goal. As Mochi said, if she was really being held hostage, they could indeed cooperate. However, in Han Fei's Origin Sea, two choices appeared, one real and one fake. At this moment, the vast ocean navigator began to spin. It must be noted that the vast ocean navigator was not only used to guide direction, it had many uses. For example, now it could also tell whether it was true or fake. What Han Fei asked was whether what Mochi said was true or not. In the end, the vast ocean navigator soon chose real. She is really being held hostage in the city of scavengers? At this moment, Han Fei said, since you walk the great Tao of time, you should have enough opportunities to leave through the river of time in the long years, right? Why do you need me to help you escape? Mochi snorted. What do you think a monarch is for? Just because you walk the great Tao of time doesn't mean you can escape from a monarch. Even a sky-opening realm cultivator can attack the river of time. Do you think a monarch is easy to deal with? I've used this technique many times in the past. Han Fei recalled that the earliest time Shui Fei bought information from Mochi was more than 12,000 years ago. In other words, this woman had been trapped here for at least 12,000 years. Han Fei asked, why me? It's not like there aren't any strong masters, not from the 10,000 scale race in the city of scavengers. With your means, it shouldn't be a problem for you to bewitch a few of them. Even if they are strong masters from the 10,000 scale race, it's not like you can't bewitch them. Why do you believe a person you don't know? Mochi said, because you can even deceive xuanhuan. There are many strong masters in the city of scavengers, but only you can deceive xuanhuan openly without being discovered. In this aspect, you are already countless times better than others. And what I want is not as simple as deceiving xuanhuan. What I need you to do is to deceive the 10,000 scale monarch and take me away under his watch. Han Fei was surprised. Is the 10,000 scale monarch in the city? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. In all these years, Shui Fei had only seen the 10,000 scale monarch from a distance once. Generally speaking, how could a monarch always guard a place? Didn't monarchs need to cultivate? Didn't they also pursue the path of becoming a god? Shouldn't they explore the sea of stars? Mochi said, it doesn't matter if the 10,000 scale monarch is in the city or not. There are so many people in the city. Do you think I can escape? Besides, xuanhuan's strength has almost reached the point where he can prove his Tao at any time. If I really enter time, more than one person will be able to discover me here. Han Fei said, as you said, so many people can perceive your existence. How can I help you? Mochi said, my intuition. Although I can't use the great divination technique on you, you can quietly control Shui Fei, which means that you are not weak at all. No matter how weak Shui Fei is, he is still a lord-level powerhouse, and Shui Fei takes the great Tao of nightmare. Although this Tao can't be said to be strong, it's not that easy to take him down. Besides, you can only completely control him while his soul is intact. This is not something ordinary people can do. Therefore, I judge that your strength may have reached the level of the top 10 lords. Even if it hasn't, it's not far away. With that, Mochi looked at Han Fei proudly, as if she had already won. Han Fei felt a headache. He just wanted to buy information. Why did he meet such a person? Han Fei said, I can help you, but I'm not strong enough now. I can't help you much in a short period of time. Mochi said, you reduced the taxes in Mountain City by 30%. Although I don't know what you're up to, I guess there must be something fishy about it. I'm not in a hurry. I'll just watch what you're going to do. Han Fei took a slight breath and suddenly smiled. It seems that you're sure I can't refuse you? Mochi looked at Han Fei with watery eyes and didn't deny. Han Fei smiled and said, okay, since you want to cooperate, let's cooperate. As long as I don't leave the Scavenger Sea area for the time being, I may have a chance to take you away in the future. However, since we're cooperating, I don't need to buy information from you, right? Can you answer some of my questions? Mochi sat down. Tell me, what do you want to know? What information? Han Fei sat opposite Mochi. First question, do you know the An family? Mochi said without blinking, the strongest family in the city of origin, also the only top force that controls an entire city with a family in the chaotic wasteland. The An family had 2 monarchs and as many as 16 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Huff, Han Fei thought to himself. Sure enough, when Chu-Chen said that the strong masters of the city of origin were hunting tax envoys crazily in the number 101 farm, he had already guessed it. Now that his guess was confirmed, Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that the chaotic wasteland was full of his enemies. Han Fei asked, Do you have all the sea maps of the chaotic wasteland? Mochi said, huh? It seems that you're new to the chaotic wasteland, Han Fei said. Just tell me if you have or not. Mochi said, I do, but this thing is actually not very valuable in the eyes of the strong. It's all there. Why is the An family your enemy? Han Fei asked. Why do you say that? Mochi said, since you're new to the chaotic wasteland, you should have nothing to do with the An family. But you asked about the An family. It's obvious that you have a grudge against them. They are the most primitive force in the chaotic wasteland and have never had much contact with the outside world. Why are you looking for them? Han Fei said. It's up to you how to guess. I also want to know some related information about the City of Wanderers. It doesn't have to be very detailed or clear. I just want to know some information about the City of Wanderers. Mochi asked, you want to join forces with the City of Wanderers to attack the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers? Han Fei didn't say anything, but Mochi smiled faintly. I'm afraid this won't be easy. The overall strength of the City of Wanderers is the weakest among the three main cities. Besides, the City of Wanderers was built only 100,000 years ago and is much weaker than the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers in terms of heritage and overall strength. The only thing worthy of praise about it is that the strong masters in the City of Wanderers are mostly ferocious and ruthless to the enemy. This is the real reason why they can stand in the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei frowned. Built only 100,000 years ago? He had a suspicion that the monarch in the City of Wanderers was very likely the previous human king. He had this guess because of the conflict between the City of Wanderers and the City of Scavengers because of the human race, but Han Fei didn't know if it was true or not. However, after what Mochi said, Han Fei felt that his guess was most likely correct. Back then, Xiahongju and the human king should be the first batch to leave the raging sea. Xiahongju was a divine child, so her strength was probably at least at the level of the top 10 lords. As for the previous human king, he could fight Xiahongju without being at a disadvantage. After 100,000 years of cultivation, he might be able to become a monarch. After all, it was much easier to attain the Tao in the sea realm than in the raging sea. This could be seen from the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei said, what I want is some basic information. Mochi casually threw a jade slip over. This is the second question. You can ask another one. You can't expect me to answer so many questions for you for free before you do anything. You have to know that my fee is very expensive. Han Fei said, last question. I want the information of all the lords of the City of Scavengers, including the information of the sky-opening realm powerhouses in the city, their great douse, strength, and so on. I believe you should be able to satisfy me on this point. If anything happens to the 10,000 scale race, the probability of you leaving will be higher. Okay. Chapter 2147, Hunting Begins. Han Fei obtained information about the City of Wanderers from Mochi. The city lord of the City of Wanderers was known as the Master of Silence. He was the only monarch of the City of Wanderers. When the City of Wanderers was established, it was said that the two monarchs of the City of Origin took action in an attempt to maintain the dominance of the City of Origin in the chaotic wasteland. However, at that time, the City of Wanderers sent out 4 generals to attack the emperors under the command of the City of Origin. They slaughtered 7 sky openers and retreated safely, forcing the monarch of the City of Origin to return to the city to guard it. That battle made the 4 generals of the City of Wanderers famous. It was said that all 4 of them had the potential to reach the longevity realm. After repeated battles, the 2 monarchs failed to take down the Master of Silence, which was enough to prove the strength of the Master of Silence. Later, the City of Origin had to admit the existence of the City of Wanderers. After all, they were also afraid of the Master of Silence's retaliation. However, what the City of Origin never expected was that the City of Wanderers was extremely attractive to itinerant cultivators. The Master of Silence claimed that the City of Wanderers was a paradise for itinerant cultivators of all races in the world. In the City of Wanderers, no one would pursue your background. There was no oppression or rule, and people could help each other with resources. He wanted to establish a nation of itinerant cultivators. In the huge seal realm, there were too many itinerant cultivators. Many itinerant cultivators had no resources, no cultivation techniques, and were bullied. These were not a problem in the City of Wanderers. Here, you could exchange for any resources you wanted. The surrounding thousands of kilometers were all safe areas. The only thing that the City of Wanderers didn't allow was that someone destroyed the foundation of the city. To this day, many undercover powerhouses had been caught, and none of them survived. There was even a sky-opening realm cultivator from the City of Origin who had once sneaked into the City of Wanderers. It seemed that some secret had been leaked. At that time, the entire City of Wanderers launched a beheading operation on the City of Origin. The Master of Silence personally took action to intercept the 2 monarchs of the City of Origin, and the 4 generals destroyed several cities in a row. Nearly 100 sky-openers burned their blood and erupted, and tens of thousands of sea establishers destroyed 8 cities under the jurisdiction of the City of Origin. In that battle, 13 sky-opening realm cultivators and 800 sea establishers of the City of Wanderers died, and the Master of Silence seemed to be seriously injured. And all of this was to kill the traitor protected by the City of Origin. This battle truly established the status of the City of Wanderers in the chaotic wasteland. This was because they were crazy enough and would rather kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 casualties to absolutely defend the City of Wanderers. This madness forced the City of Origin to make concessions. Later, according to the information Mochi gave Han Fei, for some reason, the Master of Silence had once fought with the 10,000 scale monarch. The exact result of the battle was unknown. When the City of Origin learned of this matter, they tried to join forces with the 10,000 scale monarch to suppress the City of Wanderers. But the result was that the City of Wanderers was still very crazy. In the past 10,000 years, they had fought 1,000 battles in a row. As for the Master of Silence, it seemed that he didn't need to cultivate at all. He didn't follow the rules of the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers and attacked frequently. A monarch he often participated in battles. This gave the other monarchs of the chaotic wasteland a big headache. They felt that the Master of Silence was simply a lunatic. It was said that the last war was less than 1,000 years ago. This was already the longest period of peace so far. When Han Fei learned some basic information about the City of Wanderers, he couldn't help but admire the Master of Silence. He was indeed a tough guy, and it turned out that these monarchs in the chaotic wasteland also bullied the weak and feared the strong. As long as you were ruthless enough, they couldn't do anything to you. Of course, the premise was that his strength could keep up. Otherwise, everything would be useless. In fact, the information Han Fei needed was all basic information, because he didn't intend to do anything at this point. After all, his strength hadn't returned to its peak yet. Even if he wanted to attack, it wasn't the time. In the end, Han Fei asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away? No one will save you then." Mochi chuckled. "What a joke. Did you spend so much effort just for this bit of information? You don't want your mountain city? Believe me, you'll come to me for something sooner or later." Han Fei smiled. "I hope so." Han Fei didn't stay long. After obtaining some basic information and the list of lords in the City of Scavengers, he quickly left. After Han Fei left, Mochi narrowed her eyes and smiled. "The great Tao of time that hasn't been discovered to this day, should I introduce him to the Time Temple?" "Well, I'll observe him for a while longer." After leaving Mochi, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Sure enough, the outside world was very dangerous. He had been seen through before he even saw a monarch-level powerhouse. It seemed that he had to conceal the great Tao of time, or else someone else might see through him. Great Tao attraction? Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. He really didn't have a good solution for this kind of thing, although he had long known that the great Tao would attract each other. In fact, when the old turtle told him long ago, he had guessed that the great Tao would absorb each other, which was a way for the strong to harvest the weak. Now it seemed that it might not be as bad as he thought, or maybe he hadn't met a stronger powerhouse who walked the same path as him. After leaving Mochi's place, Han Fei didn't stay long in the City of Scavengers, because there was basically nothing he could buy here. After reaching the sky-opening realm, it was extremely rare to be able to directly buy things that were useful to him. After all, the chaotic wasteland was only the chaotic wasteland, not a prosperous place like the Divine Capital Dynasty. There were very few auctions or trade fairs in the chaotic wasteland for sky-openers. They only happened once every 1,000 years or so. This year, the lords were just here to report on their duties. It could be seen that there were no such occasions. 10 days later. Mountain City. Before going to the number 86 farm, Han Fei returned to Mountain City in advance. Hong Ye. "Master Human Emperor, I'm here." Hong Ye was originally very worried about Han Fei when he went to the City of Scavengers. If anything happened to Han Fei, he would basically be in trouble too. "Master Human Emperor, did your trip go well?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Not bad. I want you to pretend to be a human king who has come to submit to me." Hong Yue's heart did a flip. Was he guarding against something? But since he was in the same boat as Han Fei, he didn't ask further. He would just do whatever Han Fei said. The day after Han Fei returned, he left again and went to number 86 farm. The number 86 breeding farm that Zhang Li was in charge of had a total of 106 domains, and its main city was called Li City. This time, he couldn't go with Shui Fei as Yandong. Usually, only those in the sky-opening realm could participate in such hunting. If Yandong appeared, there would be a problem. However, it was impossible for Han Fei not to go. If there was really an entrance to the Raging Sea in the number 21 farm, he had to find a way to kill Zhang Li and the others from the An family. Therefore, Han Fei turned into a bracelet and hung on Shui Fei's hand. When necessary, it was convenient for him to sneak attack others. One day later, Li City. As soon as Han Fei arrived, he scanned around with his perception and found that Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, Zhang Li, and Chu Chen were all there. Including him, there were 5 sky openers. "Buzz," Han Fei descended and couldn't help but say in surprise, "Huh, you came so early, so I'm the slowest again?" Zhang Li smiled and said, "It's already not bad that you can arrive 3 days in advance. I had bet with them that you would definitely not come in advance." Zhang Wei also smiled. "How can old Shui miss such a good thing?" Long Yunfeng said. "Since old Shui is here, Brother Chu, it's time to go." Number 101 farm. The 5 of them quickly passed through the ice cracks. In the end, the 5 of them stopped in an ice nest only about 2,000 kilometers away from the sea. This place was already wrapped in gray mist. Han Fei didn't know that this mist was called the primitive mist until he read Shui Fei's memories. Finding the primitive mist meant finding a primitive graveyard. This place already belonged to a primitive graveyard. Of course, they preferred to believe that this was an origin ground. Chu-Chen said, "This is the place. The information I left for them is not complete. It's impossible for them to find this place without several months. In the primordial mist, even if they die, the astronomical phenomenon is extremely small. At most, their life tablets will shatter, and the astronomical phenomenon won't attract the attention of the city of scavengers. Further down, it might be the passage to the origin ground. If we fight there, it will be bad if the other party enters." Zhang Wei suddenly took out a big umbrella. As soon as the umbrella was opened, Han Fei and the others were all enveloped. How could those who could hunt strong masters not have some capital? This was Zhang Wei's strongest treasure, the primordial chaos umbrella. As long as one was protected by this umbrella, even sky openers wouldn't be able to detect him. Han Fei could feel some anomalies in the space formed by the primordial chaos umbrella. It seemed that the space here was completely hidden by this umbrella, as if it didn't exist. After Zhang Wei took out the primordial chaos umbrella, everyone couldn't help but look at Shui Fei. Why did they take Shui Fei with them? It was naturally because of his great Tao. Since they had already hidden their tracks, it was Han Fei's turn. Shui Fei sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "I will set up 9-layered dreams on this road, but sky openers may soon find that something is wrong. I don't know how long the 9-layered dreams can last. I will find their intrinsic items as soon as possible. At that time, I will need the help of Brother Li's great Tao of confusion to mess up their minds." Zhang Li nodded. "Don't worry, even if the other party has as many as 5 sky openers, let's surround them first and kill 2 of them first." Long Yunfeng said, "I've been preparing a spear since before the tide wave came. Even if one's strength is 20% higher than mine, this spear can still blow him up. At that time, old Shui had better kill one of them first." After that, Long Yunfeng looked at Chu-Chen. "Brother Chu, you walk the great Tao of strength. You'd better kill one of them first like me. In this way, we'll have a chance to take down 2 of them first." Chu-Chen nodded solemnly. "I'll try my best." If it weren't for the fact that Chu-Chen was the initiator, Zhang Wei and the others wouldn't have taken him on such an operation. After all, his great Tao was nothing special. Chu-Chen looked solemn. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Zhang Li asked, "What if the other party has more than 5 sky openers?" Zhang Wei said, "We'll retreat if they have more than 7 sky openers." Chapter 248, Death of 3 Emperors. 1. On the 7th day, Zhang Wei and the others set up an ambush. Shui Fei felt that his great Tao had been touched. It was not that he had been discovered, but that someone had walked into the dreams he set. At that moment, Han Fei's heart trembled. Coincidentally, there are 7 of them. Yes, 7 people broke into the dreams he weaved in a row. And the first dream he weaved was exactly the same as the surrounding environment. This was the simplest and least easily discovered dream weaving method. The 7 of them didn't find anything wrong the moment they entered. These people were 5 men and 2 women, all very good looking. They were very cautious and would stop every few thousand kilometers. Suddenly, one of the men had a pair of wings on his back. Han Fei would never forget this colorful, shining kind of wings that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Heavenly cicada wings? Han Fei's heart turned cold. As he expected, the city of origin was where the An family was. Only the An family members had the bloodline of the heavenly cicada. Chirp, the sound of the heavenly cicada vibrated at the bottom of the sea. The sound, like a scanner, echoed in countless cracks in the ice. The person seemed to be judging the route through the echo. Unfortunately, the first dream that Shui Fei weaved was to completely simulate the surrounding environment. These people were actually half asleep. At the moment this voice sounded, Shui Fei said, "They came. There are 7 of them." Zhang Wei and the others were immediately refreshed. However, Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng couldn't help but frown slightly. Even if they killed 2 of the 7 people immediately, it didn't seem easy to deal with the remaining 5. However, Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng looked at each other and decided to fight. This was not just a matter of fighting, but also a competition for an origin ground. As long as they killed 2 of them, they might still win. The enemy was ambushed. Even if they couldn't clean up this group of people, it shouldn't be a problem to beat them back. More importantly, since they were out hunting, they had to prepare their trump cards. Therefore, Zhang Wei nodded slightly, indicating that the plan was unchanged. As for the people from the city of origin, every time they passed some ice cracks, they would stop for a while. One of them suddenly took out a black pearl that was flickering with a faint light. It reacted. It's indeed nearby. This situation refreshed them. They had finally found this place. No matter how outrageous they had been in the number 101 farm, this trip was arranged by their monarch, so they were not afraid of being exposed. They couldn't help but speed up and rush deeper. Shui Fei had quietly set up many dreams in a row. However, at the beginning of their journey, these dreams didn't erupt, so these people traveled for more than 100,000 kilometers, but still didn't find anything. Shui Fei reminded the others that they were only 100,000 kilometers away. Long Yunfeng was already holding his spear, ready to attack. Han Fei was also surprised. Shui Fei's great Tao was actually quite useful. Its effect on hunting was indeed extraordinary. A moment later, the 7 emperors from the city of origin were moving among the countless iceberg cracks. The black pearl in their hands was getting brighter and brighter. The leader shouted, "Look, it's the primitive mist." At that moment, they were all refreshed and overjoyed. Swish, 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 swish. They rushed into the primitive mist without hesitation and even showed signs of accelerating. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying suppressing pressure descend, and a figure appeared in front of them. The leader exclaimed, "Not good, it's xuanhuan." At that moment, they were all horrified. How could they not know who xuanhuan was? As one of the two divine generals of the city of scavengers, Zhang Beihai stayed in the infinite mining area all year round, and Zhao Honghuang had always been in charge of the city of scavengers. They never expected Zhao Honghuang to be here. Logically speaking, shouldn't Zhao Honghuang be in the city of scavengers at this time? Immediately, one of them was shocked. Could it be his original body? His one. These people were also horrified. They all knew that what Zhao Honglong left in the city of scavengers was just an avatar. No one knew where his true body was. Now, they felt that they had encountered Zhao Honghuang's mysterious true body. How could they not be shocked? However, the leader suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he thought of something, he suddenly shouted, "Not good. All of this is fake. This suppressing pressure is not real enough. Although there are Dao runes, it can't shake my Dao. This Zhao Honghuang is fake. We have been ambushed." When this person discovered they were ambushed, Zhao Honghuang suddenly moved and slapped them. This was the first-level dream that Shui Fei created. Even though they knew that Zhao Honghuang was fake, they couldn't help but try to resist him. At this moment, in an instant, the 9 dreams overlapped. Even if this dream shattered, they would only fall into the 8th dream. As for the 8th dream, it was the moment when the human flapped his heavenly cicada wings when they just came here. These 2 dreams were the only dreams that could bewilder this group of people. This was because from the 3rd dream, they would definitely connect to the heavenly Tao. Once they realized that something was wrong, they would instantly shatter the dreams. Outside, Shui Fei suddenly shouted, "Attack!" In the blink of an eye. Long Yunfeng suddenly attacked and shot out his spear. In an instant, a woman among the 7 of them exploded. Han Fei was lost for words. This guy was really cold-hearted. There were so many men, but he just attacked a woman. Zhang Wei and Chu Chen attacked at the same time, attacking the same person. It was unrealistic to kill 3 sky openers at once. Their goal was to kill 2 first. It was not a big deal to blow up a sky-opening realm cultivator. What was difficult was to penetrate their true bodies. A sky-opening realm subordinate of Zhang Wei was also penetrated. Then Zhang Wei shouted, "Brother Li, help old Shui." Clang, clang, clang. A bell appeared in Zhang Li's hand. The bell vibrated, and the 7 sky openers all bled from their 7 orifices. And after Long Yunfeng and Zhang Wei attacked, the remaining people from the city of origin, even if their souls were still entangled by the nightmare, had their instincts put them in a defensive state. Zhang Wei and the others were only responsible for penetrating these people, but the task of killing the enemy fell on Shui Fei. At this moment, the nightmare Zhao Honghuang had been shattered. Shui Fei's soul took the opportunity to materialize the vast ocean navigator in their dreams and enter their origin seas. Han Fei only tried it once, but he didn't expect it to succeed. Shui Fei's great Tao could enter other people's origin seas via their souls through the dreams he created. However, Han Fei felt that this was too slow. In the dream world, Shui Fei was actually the master. What was the big deal of materializing a vast ocean navigator? As long as the things he weaved didn't exceed the limits of his ability, he could weave anything. And because Han Fei's soul was fused with Shui Fei's soul, in a sense, the vast ocean navigator didn't repel Shui Fei, so he could successfully weave it at once, in the blink of an eye. In this unconscious state, if there was an intrinsic item in the origin sea, it would definitely be activated at this moment. Unfortunately, the first origin sea Shui Fei entered didn't carry the Great Tao in the form of an intrinsic item at all. The guy fused his Great Tao into his origin sea. However, it still wasn't difficult to destroy it. Shui Fei controlled nearly 10 million energy crystals and scattered them in the 210,000-kilometer-long origin sea. 10 million energy crystals was an astronomical figure if they were turned into chaotic qi. Han Fei had been converting Shui Fei's 40 million energy crystals for decades, but there were still a lot of ownerless souls not used. Now, Han Fei had casually thrown out 10 million energy crystals. Who could resist it? Boom boom boom. Shui Fei quickly retreated from this person's origin sea. To be honest, if so many energy crystals exploded but his great Tao was not broken, Han Fei could kill himself. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao crack appeared, the weather suddenly changed, and blood filled the sky. Zhang Wei and the others were overjoyed. They didn't expect Shui Fei to kill one sky opener so easily. His efficiency was really high. With the same method, Han Fei quickly drilled into the soul of the second person. This person had just been blown up and was suppressed by Zhang Li's demonic music. At this moment, he was still in a daze and was instinctively reborn out of the will of an emperor. However, before his consciousness returned, his origin sea exploded. Rumble, rumble, huh! When the second emperor died, Zhang Wei and the others couldn't help being surprised. When did Shui Fei become so brave? In a short period of time, he had killed 2 sky openers in a row. Could it be that this guy had hidden his strength before? Han Fei only knew that Shui Fei killed a sky-opening realm powerhouse in this way in the past. However, he didn't know that Shui Fei's speed was much slower when he wanted to enter the other party's origin sea through his soul. At this moment, Shui Fei suddenly shouted in a low voice, I'll leave one of them in the dream realm and leave the rest to you. Long Yunfeng, okay, today Brother Shui got the most credit. Chapter 2499, Death of Three Emperors 2. Han Fei didn't expect that Shui Fei would become so strong when he had the ability to materialize the vast ocean navigator. 10 million energy crystals in exchange for a sky-opening realm powerhouse was really a good bargain. This meant that as long as he experienced a tide wave, with the harvest of the tide wave, he could kill a dozen sky-opening realm powerhouses. If Shui Fei had such means in the past, he wouldn't have been reduced to the Lord of Mountain City. Of course, a large part of the reason why Shui Fei was so strong today was that someone in the outside world had blown up these two people, and Zhang Li had suppressed and destroyed the other party's soul. Otherwise, if the other party was still conscious and could guard his soul, even as Shui Fei entered the other party's origin sea, he would only be suppressed by the other party. It was almost impossible to kill two emperors in a row in this short period of time. Shui Fei's 9-layered dream had been broken. 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses from the city of origin had left the dream. Seeing that 2 of them had died, how could they not be shocked? But when they took a closer look, they found that there seemed to be only 4 people on the other side. The person from the An family immediately shouted, Chu Chen, I didn't expect you to scheme against us. How dare you slaughter all the tax envoys in my city? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, the people from the city of origin saw that there were only 4 people on Chu Chen's side and snorted, You're courting death. Chirp! This person had the heavenly cicada wings. He was fast like lightning and instantly rushed out. Han Fei, on the other hand, didn't care how they fought. He would just let them fight. It would be best if they all died. Then he could reap the benefits. How many resources did so many sky-opening powerhouses have? Besides, these 2 parties were both his enemies. If they were all dead, it would only be beneficial to him. Therefore, while watching the battle, Han Fei asked Shui Fei to fight the weakest person left in the dream. Yes, the weakest one. Only a fool would leave the strong to himself. If it was just a one-on-one battle, Shui Fei could almost use infinite dreams. If he used the power of his soul to forcibly create a dream and drag someone into this dream, it would be a soul battle. Even if the other party was stronger, it was almost impossible for him to win on Shui Fei's home ground. The sky-opening battle spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The surroundings had completely collapsed, and shattered icebergs rolled in the seawater. The void here was abnormally chaotic. The person from the An family who had awakened the heavenly cicada bloodline was extremely fast. Furthermore, the sound of the cicada, like a demonic sound, could offset Zhang Li's bell sound, so he fought Zhang Li and Long Yunfeng at the same time. Divine technique, heavenly cicada, soul devouring. At that moment, Han Fei was surprised to find that the bell sound of Zhang Li suddenly stopped, and he vomited blood. Han Fei could only see through the primordial chaos umbrella that a cicada in the eyes of the person from the An family was biting something. Zhang Li's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Rumble, rumble. A crack appeared in the sky again, and Zhang Li's head suddenly exploded. It seemed that he was killed by the emperor of the An family in a soul battle. Han Fei was confused. What was going on? Did the other party break into Zhang Li's origin sea? If the other party didn't break into Zhang Li's origin sea, how could he kill Zhang Li so easily? Besides, Zhang Li was conscious. He must have been resisting. Even if the strong master of the An family could enter Zhang Li's origin sea, couldn't Zhang Li suppress him? Immediately, Han Fei was horrified and had a guess. Did one have to destroy an emperor's origin sea or his intrinsic item to kill him? If not, then what other means could directly kill a sky-opening realm cultivator? In Shui Fei's dream, the 2 souls were fighting, neither able to do anything to the other. Han Fei had planned to watch the show, but the strong master of the An family suddenly looked at the primordial chaos umbrella and shouted, Who is peeping? Han Fei was shocked. Has he been discovered? He immediately realized that when he was looking at that person sensed his gaze. At this time, Han Fei's location was seen through. If he was attacked by the person from the An family, the person in the dream would have a chance to come out. If she came out, the battle would become 5 against 4. This was not good. The other party was not weak at all. If it was 5 against 4, he would have to run. However, how could Han Fei allow them to run away? How could he just watch these people break into the raging sea? Even if the Beast King was guarding the raging sea, the monarch of the An family must have attacked the Beast King more than once. This time, he actually arranged for so many sky-opening realm cultivators to break in. How could he not have some backup plan? After sorting out his thoughts, Han Fei immediately jumped up, intending to kill the sky-opening realm cultivator who was still trapped in the dream. He wanted to kill this person and balance the strength of the 2 parties. But how could the strong master of the An family allow that? He was only faster than Shui Fei and blocked in front of him. Even Zhang Wei said via voice transmission, Old Shui, think of a way to retreat. However, Shui Fei roared, Bastard, Zhang Li is my best friend. How can I not avenge him? Shui Fei's essence blood was ignited and his soul condensed into a dream vortex. He clenched his fists and faced the emperor of the An family who was blocking him. However, the other party sneered. You overestimate yourself. Heavenly cicada soul devouring. When the eyes of the emperor of the An family lit up again, unfortunately this time he was instantly backlashed. This was because Shui Fei was controlled by Han Fei, and Han Fei had turned into a bracelet and stayed on Shui Fei's wrist. No matter how strong the An family's divine technique was, Han Fei's current soul power was more than 3 million, 50% higher than Shui Fei's. Therefore, when the soul power surged, the other party didn't gain any benefits at all but vomited a mouthful of blood. Shui Fei took the opportunity to weave 3 dreams for this person. The first dream was the scene of Shui Fei and Zhang Li's soul fighting. The second dream was the scene of him fighting Shui Fei a second ago. There was also a dream where he defeated Shui Fei. Even though Han Fei knew that these 3 dreams couldn't last long, he only needed 1 second. Shui Fei flashed and punched the emperor who was still trapped in the dream. However, the power of this blow borrowed Han Fei's power and blasted the man to the sea. Once a dream encountered reality, it would immediately collapse. Therefore, after this person suffered a heavy blow, he immediately tried to detonate himself. Even if he exploded, he wouldn't die and could quickly be reborn. However, an invisible black color on Shui Fei's wrist instantly stuck to this person. Han Fei's black mist body grabbed this person with the void lines. Bang! When the guy was blasted out of the sea, his will erupted crazily, trying to shatter the void lines. In fact, one of the void lines had indeed shattered. However, this person was entangled by the black mist body and couldn't control his body at all. On the sea, the big hole was instantly frozen again. That person couldn't return quickly, which meant that he was destined to die. On the sea, it was extremely cold, which was not something a sky-opening realm cultivator could withstand. This person turned into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. After being frozen for only 3 seconds, his frozen body was shattered to pieces, and Han Fei's black mist body almost collapsed in the chill. Fortunately, Shui Fei punched out and shattered the void, and then a black light flashed in front of him, and Han Fei's black mist body took the opportunity to instantly fuse with his white mist body. No one noticed anything wrong. Dragon Spear. The moment Shui Fei blasted the emperor out of the sea, Long Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He thrust his spear at the An family powerhouse who was instantly trapped in the dream. Unfortunately, the latter's reaction was too fast. Although the power of Long Yunfeng's spear shattered half of his body, the latter immediately turned into a light and dodged. The man shouted, "Why don't we join forces and split the origin ground in half? Do we have to fight to death? What we want is just opportunities." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't expect the other party to give up fighting under such circumstances. As for Zhang Wei and the others, they were here just for money. Now it was 4 against 4. If they were not careful, they might be injured or even killed. Therefore, Zhang Wei looked at Shui Fei, asking for his opinion. Han Fei's heart did a flip. If he took them to the Raging Sea, he could join forces with the Beast King and Chu Hao to take all of them down. It was unrealistic for him to kill so many people now. Therefore, Shui Fei nodded. Long Yunfeng retreated and exchanged a look with Zhang Wei and Shui Fei. He had neglected Chu Chen. If it weren't for this guy, they could still fight. But now, he felt that the killer weapon Shui Fei had been exposed. It would be difficult to continue to fight. Therefore, Long Yunfeng also nodded. Zhang Wei immediately shouted, "Okay, as you wish, we'll split the resources in the origin ground evenly. Don't think that you're the only one with trump cards. Since we dare to stop you, we've naturally been well prepared." The man from the An family sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, "I'll let you die a horrible death soon." But on the surface, he said in a low voice, "We're all looking for money, not death. We just killed a group of Sea Establishment Realm tax envoys. What's the big deal? We can give you 5% more resources." Seeing the situation, Chu Chen seemed to accept it. "I have no objection." Chapter 25 Nini, Master of Silence Han Fei, didn't intend to expose himself. He planned to play dirty until the end. Anyway, it was 4 against 4, and neither party dared to attack rashly. As for cooperation, that was pure nonsense. The An family had coveted the Raging Sea for a long time, and the An family's monarchs had tried to enter the Raging Sea more than once. However, at that time, they could only send their projections to the Raging Sea through the soul-sealing world. Although Han Fei didn't know how they did it, it probably wasn't from the Raging Sea's entrance. They might have used some other means. Therefore, the Beast King and Chu Hao's remnant soul could narrowly block them. Of course, in Han Fei's opinion, there was another strong master guarding the Raging Sea. This mysterious person had never appeared. Since the An family knew all this, they should know the existence of the Beast King. They wouldn't just send a few sky-opening realm powerhouses over. Therefore, since they had come over, they must have an unknown trump card. Therefore, the person from the An family was only stalling for time, which meant that none of Zhang Wei and the others could escape. Once they succeeded, Zhang Wei and the others would all die. With the mysterious person, the Beast King, and Chu Hao guarding the Raging Sea, Han Fei didn't think that the An family's plan would definitely succeed. Even if they really brought the power to defeat the Beast King and the others, he could turn to his eldest senior brother for help. Therefore, nothing could happen to the Raging Sea in this round. Han Fei had foreseen this result, so he wanted to wait until these people showed all their trump cards. Zhang Wei patted Shui Fei on the shoulder and said, "Old Shui, it's all thanks to you this time, but we can't believe everything they say. We have to be careful." Shui nodded slightly, but in his heart he thought, you are all going to die, but you don't know it. The two parties maintained a certain distance and rushed into the depths of the primitive mist one after another. However, because they were wary of each other, their speed was not very fast. It took them a full hour to find an ice crack in the primitive mist that seemed normal. It's here. Han Fei was stunned. What? Where was the entrance? However, the black pearl in the hand of the person from the An family was no longer flashing. Instead, it kept glowing as if it had sensed that the entrance was here. The person from the An family said, the origin ground is hidden in the chaos. Everyone, release your chaotic chi and open the entrance. Since the people from the city of scavengers are participating together, let's start together. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The entrance could be opened with chaotic chi. Han Fei didn't know this, so this was how the entrance to an origin ground was opened. No wonder they didn't see the exit after they came out. Zhang Wei and the others had no objections, but the amount of chaotic chi they released was not much. They had to reserve it for battle. How could they use up all the chaotic chi just to find an entrance? However, when the 8 sky openers took action at the same time, millions of chaotic chi was still released. Soon, a large amount of chaotic chi began to gather, as if it was sucked into a certain point continuously. Soon, a black cave appeared. It did look like an entrance. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It should be time for the people from the city of origin to change their faces now, and he had to let Shu Fei live to the end and see their trump cards. However, just as they were about to enter happily, all of a sudden, a terrifying suppressing pressure descended. This suppressing pressure exceeded the power level of the sky-opening realm. It could actually make the 8 sky-openers feel as if their bodies were carrying billions of kilograms of weight, making it difficult for them to move. Monarch, Zhang Wei, Long Yunfeng, and the others were not stupid. How could they not recognize this level of suppressing pressure? Apart from monarchs, who could suppress the 8 sky-openers only with suppressing pressure, the people from the city of origin were all shocked. From their expressions, they didn't seem to be pretending. Therefore, Zhang Wei and the others thought of the 10,000 scale monarch. After all, this was the territory of the city of scavengers. In addition, something had happened to the number 101 farm. It was not impossible for the monarch to pay attention to this place. The people from the city of origin shouted at the same time, God's sealing seal, open. Blood explosion, their auras instantly soared. They seemed to be risking their lives to rush into the entrance before the monarch arrived. Long Yunfeng and Zhang Wei shouted at the same time, Thieves, you want to come to the territory of our city of scavengers to find an origin ground. In your dreams. Thinking that the monarch might already be watching them, Zhang Wei and Long Yunfeng didn't dare to be negligent. They ignited their blood and tried to stop the people on the opposite side. Who would have expected that the situation would change so quickly? They had just turned from enemies to allies half an hour ago, but now they had turned from allies to enemies. Even Shui Fei and Chu Chen ignited their blood to stop the other party. Among them, the fastest was Long Yunfeng and a female cultivator from the city of origin. When the woman erupted, her speed was even faster than the man from the An family. This woman and Long Yunfeng came one after another. Because the spear in Long Yunfeng's hand was stabbed too fiercely, cracks appeared on it. It could be seen how powerful the spear marks and strength were. However, just as the two of them were about to reach the entrance, the void suddenly froze. Everyone was rooted to the ground in an instant, unable to move at all. A man wearing an ice mask suddenly appeared. He tapped the forehead of the female cultivator from the city of origin and Long Yunfeng. Splash! The two of them instantly shattered into specks of golden mist and dissipated. Rumble, 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 rumble. 2 heavenly Dao cracks appeared, which meant that the woman from the city of origin and Long Yunfeng died at the same time. Shoot, even Han Fei was shocked by this scene. This was not the An family's monarch at all, nor was he the 10,000 scale monarch, but this was definitely a monarch. He killed both sides. Besides, with a tap of his finger, 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses were gone. Didn't they say that sky-openers all had intrinsic items? Even if there were no intrinsic items, they could only be killed by penetrating their origin seas and cutting off their great Daos. Why were these 2 people killed so easily? Didn't the monarch need to destroy their origin seas or intrinsic items? At this moment, Zhang Wei, Chu Chen, and the people from the An family all felt terrible. Who else could it be but the 10,000 scale monarch? Apart from the 2 monarchs of the An family and the 10,000 scale monarch, there was only the master of silence in the chaotic wasteland. Everyone thought of this, so did Han Fei. At this moment, when the masked monarch appeared, he only glanced at them briefly without stopping. However, when he looked at Shui Fei, Han Fei knew that he seemed to be looking at him. This was because his Dao heart was touched at that moment. The former human king? Han Fei was not stupid. His Dao was the human emperor Dao, but the moment he saw the masked monarch, his Dao heart trembled and even repelled him. Han Fei guessed that this person had probably sensed him too, but it was hard to say if he could see through him. Zhang Wei and the others felt that they were going to die. How could they possibly resist the Master of Silence? However, no one understood why the exploration of an origin ground would attract the Master of Silence over one of the 3 city lords of the chaotic wastelands. Why the fuck did you come to the remote sea area of our city of scavengers? In the blink of an eye, when the female cultivator from the city of origin in Long Yunfeng died, the Master of Silence seemed to glance at someone. Before he had the time to continue to attack and kill them, everyone felt 3 suppressing pressures descend in a row. Gu Tingnan, you finally showed up. Ha ha ha, hard work pays off. After setting up for so long, I've finally lured you out. Master of Silence, today is the day you die. At that moment, a jade-like man with crystal-clear scales walked out of the primitive mist like an immortal. This person was the 10,000 scale monarch Han Fei had seen in Shui Fei's memory. Zhang Wei and the others were still stunned, but Han Fei reacted in an instant. This was actually a fucking trap. From the death of the tax envoys in the number 101C area, to the ambush of Han Fei and the others after the tide wave, and finally to the battle with the people from the city of origin, all of this was a trap. Several sky-opening realm powerhouses had died in vain. They were just chess pieces in this trap. It was to make the Master of Silence believe that the city of scavengers and the city of origin had fought because of this origin ground, causing him to appear. Buzz. The 10,000 scale monarch grabbed at the void and shattered the frozen void. Zhang Wei, Shui Fei, and Chu Chen were thrown to the side. The 3 people who were rescued were overjoyed and shouted, "Greetings, my lord." The 10,000 scale monarch nodded and then glanced at the 3 of them. Let's kill our way into the origin ground later. On the other side, Han Fei saw the strong master of the An family whom he had once met. Although it was just a phantom back then, it was this phantom who almost killed him in the soul-sealing world. Han Fei would never forget it in his life. The man shouted, "Gu Tingnan, your death has come.